Chapter 10. Someone was hammering against an anvil somewhere very, very close to her head. So close that she felt each beat in her body, the sound shattering through her mind, stirring her from sleep. With a jolt, Selena sat up. There was no hammer and no anvil, just a pounding headache. And there was no assassin's fortress, only endless miles of red dunes, and Casita standing watch over her. Well, at least she wasn't dead. Cursing, she got to her feet. What had Ansel done? The moon illuminated enough of the desert for her to see that the assassin's fortress was nowhere in sight, and that Casita's saddlebags were full of her belongings, except for her sword. She searched and searched, but it wasn't there. Selena reached for one of her 2 long daggers, but stiffened when she felt a scroll of paper tucked into her belt. Someone had also left a lantern beside her, and it took only a few moments for Selena to get it lit and nestled into the dune. Kneeling before the dim light, she unrolled the paper with shaking hands. It was in Ansel's handwriting, and wasn't long. "I'm sorry it had to end this way. The master said it would be easier to let you go like this, rather than shame you by publicly asking you to leave early. Casita is yours, as is the master's letter of approval, which is in the saddlebag. Go home. I will miss you, Ansel." Selena read the letter 3 times to make sure she hadn't missed something. She was being let go? But why? She had the letter of approval, at least, but what had she done that made it so urgent to get rid of her that he'd drug her and then dump her in the middle of the desert? She had 5 days left. He couldn't have waited for her to leave? Her eyes burned as she sorted through the events of the past few days for ways she might have offended the master. She got to her feet and rifled through the saddlebags until she pulled out the letter of approval. It was a folded square of paper, sealed with sea green wax, the color of the master's eyes. A little vain, but... Her fingers hovered over the seal. If she broke it, then Arobynn might accuse her of tampering with the letter. But what if it said horrid things about her? Ansel said it was a letter of approval, so it couldn't be that bad. Selena tucked the letter back into the saddlebag. Perhaps the master had also realized that she was spoiled and selfish. Maybe everyone had just been tolerating her, and maybe they'd heard of her fight with Ansel and decided to send her packing. It wouldn't surprise her. They were looking out for their own, after all. Never mind that for a while, she had felt like one of their own. Felt, for the first time in a long, long while, like she had a place where she belonged, where she might learn something more than deceit and how to end lives. But she'd been wrong. Somehow, realizing that hurt far worse than the beating Arobynn had given her. Her lips trembled, but she squared her shoulders and scanned the night sky until she found the stag and the crowning star that led north. Sighing, Selena blew out the lantern, mounted Casita, and rode into the night. She rode toward Xandria, opting to find a ship there instead of braving the northern trek across the singing sands to Yurpa, the port she'd originally sailed into. Without a guide, she didn't really have much of a choice. She took her time, often walking instead of riding Casita, who seemed as sad as she was to leave the silent assassins and their luxurious stables. The next day, she was a few miles into her late afternoon trek when she heard the thump, thump, thump. It grew louder, the movements now edged with clashing and clattering and deep voices. She hopped onto Casita's back and crested a dune. In the distance, at least 200 men were marching, straight into the desert. Some bore red and black banners. Lord Beric's men. They marched in a long column, with mounted soldiers galloping along the flanks. Though she had never seen Beric, a quick examination of the host showed no signs of a lord being present. He must have stayed behind. But there was nothing out here, nothing except for... Selena's mouth went dry. Nothing except for the assassin's fortress. A mounted soldier paused his riding, his black mare's coat gleaming with sweat. He stared toward her. With her white clothes concealing all of her but her eyes, he had no way of identifying her, no way of telling what she was. Even from the distance, she could see the bow and quiver of arrows he bore. How good was his aim? She didn't dare to move. The last thing she needed was the attention of all those soldiers on her. They all possessed broadswords, daggers, shields, and arrows. This definitely wasn't going to be a friendly visit, not with this many men. Was that why the master had sent her away? Had he somehow known this would happen and didn't want her caught up in it? Celaena nodded to the soldier and continued riding toward Xandria. If the master didn't want anything to do with her, then she certainly didn't need to warn them, especially since he probably knew. And he had a fortress full of assassins. 200 soldiers were nothing compared to 70 or so of the Sezes Sucast. The assassins could handle themselves. They didn't need her. They'd made that clear enough. Still, the muffled thump of Casita's steps away from the fortress became more and more difficult to bear. The next morning, Xandria was remarkably quiet. At first, Celaena thought it was because the citizens were all waiting for news about the attack on the assassins, but she soon realized she found it quiet because she had only seen it on market day. The winding, narrow streets that had been crammed with vendors were now empty, littered with errant palm fronds and piles of sand that slithered in the fierce winds from the sea. She bought passage on a ship that would sail to Emir, the port in Melisande across the Gulf of Oro. She'd hoped for a ship to Inish, another port, so she could inquire after a young healer she'd met on her journey here. But there were none. And with the embargo on ships from Xandria going to other parts of Adarlan's empire, a distant, forgotten port like Emir would be her best bet. From there, she'd travel on Casita back to Rifthold, hopefully catching another boat somewhere on the long arm of the Avery River that would take her the last leg to the capital. The ship didn't leave until high tide that afternoon, which left Celaena with a few hours to wander the city. The spider silk merchant was long gone, along with the cobbler and the temple priestesses. Nervous the mare would be identified in the city, but more worried that someone would steal Casita if she left her unguarded, Celaena led the horse through back alleys until she found a near private trough for Casita. Celaena leaned against a sandstone wall as her horse drank her fill. Had Lord Beric's men reached the fortress yet? At the rate they were going, they would probably arrive this night or early tomorrow morning. She just hoped the master was prepared, and that he had at least restocked the flaming wall after the last attack from Beric. Had he sent her away for her own safety, or was he about to be blindsided? She glanced up at the palace towering over the city. Beric hadn't been with his men. Delivering the Mute Master's head to the King of Adarlan would surely get the embargo lifted from his city. Was he doing it for the sake of his people, or for himself? But the Red Desert also needed the assassins, and the money and the trade the foreign emissaries brought in, too. Beric and the Master had certainly been communicating in the past few weeks. What had gone wrong? Ansel had made another trip a week ago to see him, and hadn't mentioned trouble. She'd seemed quite jovial, actually. Celaena didn't really know why a chill snaked down her spine in that moment, or why she found herself suddenly digging through the saddlebags until she pulled out the master's letter of approval, along with the note Ansel had written her. If the master had known about the attack, he would have been fortifying his defenses already. He wouldn't have sent Celaena away. She was Adarlan's greatest assassin, and if 200 men were marching on his fortress, he'd need her. The master wasn't proud, not like Arobynn. He truly loved his disciples. He looked after and nurtured them. But he'd never trained Ansel. Why? And with so many of his loved ones in the fortress, why send only Celaena away? Why not send them all? Her heart beat so fast it stumbled, and Celaena tore open the letter of approval. It was blank. She flipped the paper over. The other side was also blank. Holding it up to the sun revealed no hidden ink, no watermark. But it had been sealed by him, hadn't it? That was his seal on the... It was easy to steal a signet ring. She'd done it with Captain Rolfe, and she'd seen the white line around the master's finger. His ring had been missing. But if Ansel had drugged her and given her a document sealed with the master's signet ring... No, it wasn't possible, and it didn't make sense. Why would Ansel send her away and pretend the master had done it? Unless... Celaena looked up at Lord Beric's palace. Unless Ansel hadn't been visiting Lord Beric on behalf of the master at all. Or maybe she had at first, long enough to gain the master's trust. But while the master thought she was mending the relationships between them, Ansel was really doing quite the opposite. And that spider silk merchant had mentioned something about a spy among the assassins. A spy working for Beric. But why? Celaena didn't have time to ponder it, not with 200 men so close to the fortress. She might have questioned Lord Beric, but that too would take precious time. One warrior might not make a difference against 200, but she was Celaena Sardathian. That had to count for something. That did count for something. She mounted Casita and turned her toward the city gates. "Let's see how fast you can run," she whispered into the mare's ear, and took off. Chapter 11. Like a shooting star across a red sky, Casita flew over the dunes and made the jump across the cleaver as if she were leaping over a brook. They paused only long enough for the horse to rest and fill up on water, and though Celaena apologized to the mare for pushing her so hard, Casita never faltered. She, too, seemed to sense the urgency. They rode through the night until the crimson dawn broke over the dunes and smoke stained the sky, and the fortress spread before them. Fires burned here and there, and shouts rang out, along with the clashing of weapons. The assassins hadn't yielded yet, though their walls had been breached. A few bodies littered the sand leading up to the gates, but the gates themselves showed no sign of a forced entry, as if someone had left them unlocked. Celaena dismounted Casita before the final dune, leaving the horse to either follow or find her own path, and crept the rest of the way into the fortress. She paused long enough to swipe a sword from a dead soldier and tuck it into her belt. It was cheaply made and unbalanced, but the point was sharp enough to do the job. From the muffled clopping of hooves behind her, she knew Casita had followed. Still, Celaena didn't dare take her eyes away from the scene before her as she drew her 2 long daggers. Inside the walls, bodies were everywhere, assassin and soldier alike. Otherwise, the main courtyard was empty, its little rivers now flowing red. She tried her best not to look too closely at the faces of the fallen. Fires smoldered, most of them just smoking piles of ash. Charred remnants of arrows revealed that they'd probably been ablaze when they hit. Every step into the courtyard felt like a lifetime. The shouts and clanging weapons came from other parts of the fortress. Who was winning? If all the soldiers had gotten in with so few dead on the sand, then someone had to have let them in, probably in the dead of night. How long had it taken before the night watch spotted the soldiers creeping inside? Unless the night watch had been dispatched before they could sound the alarm. But as Celaena took step after step, she realized that the question she should be asking was far worse. Where is the master? That was what Lord Beric had wanted, the master's head. And Ansel. Celaena didn't want to finish that thought. Ansel hadn't sent her away because of this. Ansel couldn't be behind this. But Celaena started sprinting for the master's greeting room, heedless of the noise. Blood and destruction were everywhere. She passed courtyards full of soldiers and assassins, locked in deadly battle. She was halfway up the stairs to the master's room when a soldier came rushing down them, his blade drawn. She ducked the blow for her head and struck low and deep, her long dagger burying itself into his gut. With the heat, the soldiers had foregone metal armor, and their leather armor couldn't turn a blade made with Otterlonian steel. She jumped aside as he groaned and tumbled down the steps. She didn't bother sparing him a final look as she continued her ascent. The upper level was completely silent. Her breath sharp in her throat, she careened toward the open doors of the greeting room. The 200 soldiers were meant to destroy the fortress and provide a distraction. The master could have been unguarded with everyone focused on the attack, but he was still the master. How could Ansel expect to best him? Unless she used that drug on him as well. How else would she be able to disarm him and catch him unawares? Celaena hurled herself through the open wooden doors and nearly tripped on the body prostrate between them. Mikhail lay on his back, his throat slit, eyes staring up at the tiled ceiling. Dead. Beside him was Ilias, struggling to rise as he clutched his bleeding belly. Celaena bit back her cry, and Ilias raised his head, blood dripping from his lips. She made to kneel beside him, but he grunted, pointing to the room ahead. To his father. The master lay on his side atop the dais, his eyes open and his robes still unstained by blood, but he had the stillness of one drugged, paralyzed by whatever Ansel had given him. The girl stood over him, her back to Celaena as she talked, swift and quiet, babbling. She clenched her father's sword in one hand, the bloodied blade drooping toward the floor. The master's eyes shifted to Celaena's face, then to his son. They were filled with pain, not for himself, but for Ilias, for his bleeding boy. He looked back to Celaena's face, his sea-green eyes now pleading, "Save my son." Ansel took a deep breath, and the sword rose in the air, making to slice off the master's head. Celaena had a heartbeat to flip the knife in her hands. She cocked her wrist and let it fly. The dagger slammed into Ansel's forearm, exactly where Celaena had aimed. Ansel let out a cry, her fingers splaying. Her father's sword clattered to the ground. Her face went white with shock as she whirled, clutching the bleeding wound, but the expression shifted into something dark and unyielding as she beheld Celaena. Ansel scrambled for her fallen blade. But Celaena was already running. Ansel grabbed her sword, dashing back to the master and lifting it high over her head. She plunged the sword toward the master's neck. Celaena managed to tackle her before the blade struck, sending them both crashing to the floor. Cloth and steel and bone, twisting and rolling. She brought her legs up high enough to kick Ansel. The girls split apart, and Celaena was on her feet the moment she stopped moving. But Ansel was already standing, her sword still in her hands, still between Celaena and the paralyzed master. The blood from Ansel's arm dripped to the floor. They panted, and Celaena steadied her reeling head. "Don't do it," she breathed. Ansel let out a low laugh. "I thought I told you to go home." Celaena drew the sword from her belt. If only she had a blade like Ansel's, not some bit of scrap metal. It shook in her hands as she realized who exactly stood between her and the master. Not some nameless soldier, not some stranger or a person she'd been hired to kill, but Ansel. "Why?" Celaena whispered. Ansel cocked her head, raising her sword a bit higher. "Why?" Celaena had never seen anything more hideous than the hate that twisted Ansel's face. "Because Lord Beric promised me 1,000 men to march into the Flatlands. That's why." Stealing those horses was exactly the public excuse he needed to attack this fortress. And all I had to do was take care of the guards and leave the gate open last night. And bring him this. She gestured with her sword to the master behind her. "The master's head." She ran an eye up and down Celaena's body, and Celaena hated herself for trembling further. "Put down your sword, Celaena." Celaena didn't move. "Go to hell." Ansel chuckled. "I've been to hell. I spent some time there when I was 12, remember? And when I march into the Flatlands with Beric's troops, I'll see to it that High King Locke sees a bit of hell too. But first..." She turned to the master, and Celaena sucked in a breath. "Don't," Celaena said. From this distance, Ansel would kill him before she could do anything to stop her.
"Just look the other way, Celaena."
Ansel stepped closer to the man. "If you touch him, I'll put this sword through your neck," Celaena snarled. The words shook, and she blinked away the building moisture in her eyes. Ansel looked over her shoulder.
"I don't think you will."
Ansel took another step closer to the master, and Celaena's second dagger flew. It grazed the side of Ansel's armor, leaving a long mark before it clattered to a stop at the foot of the dais. Ansel paused, giving Celaena a faint smile.
"You missed."
"Don't do it."
"Why?"
Celaena put a hand over her heart, tightly gripping her sword with the other. "Because I know what it feels like." She dared another step. "Because I know how it feels to have that kind of hate, Ansel. I know how it feels, and this isn't the way. This," she said louder, gesturing to the fortress and all the corpses in it, all the soldiers and assassins still fighting. "This is not the way."
"Says the assassin,"
Ansel spat. "I've become an assassin because I had no choice. But you have a choice, Ansel. You've always had a choice. Please don't kill him." "Please don't make me kill you," was what she truly meant to say. Ansel shut her eyes. Celaena steadied her wrist, testing the balance of her blade, trying to get a sense of its weight. When Ansel opened her eyes, there was little of the girl she'd grown to care for over the past month.
"These men,"
Ansel said, her sword rising higher. "These men destroy everything." "I know." "You know, and yet you do nothing. You're just a dog chained to your master." She closed the distance between them, her sword lowering. Celaena almost sagged with relief, but didn't lighten her grip on her own blade. Ansel's breathing was ragged. "You could come with me." She brushed back a strand of Celaena's hair. "The two of us alone could conquer the Flatlands. And with Lord Beric's troops." Her hand grazed Celaena's cheek, and Celaena tried not to recoil at the touch and at the words that came out of Ansel's mouth. "I would make you my right hand. We'd take the Flatlands back." "I can't," Celaena answered, even though she could see Ansel's plan with perfect clarity, even if it was tempting. Ansel stepped back. "What does Rifthold have that's so special? How long will you bow and scrape for that monster?" "I can't go with you, and you know it. So take your troops and leave, Ansel." She watched the expressions flitter across Ansel's face. Hurt, denial, rage. "So be it," Ansel said. She struck, and Celaena only had time to tilt her head to dodge the hidden dagger that shot out of Ansel's wrist. The blade grazed her cheek, and blood warmed her face. Her face. Ansel swiped with her sword, so close that Celaena had to flip herself backward. She landed on her feet, but Ansel was fast and near enough that Celaena could only bring up her blade. Their swords met. Celaena spun, shoving Ansel's sword from hers. Ansel stumbled, and Celaena used the moment to gain the advantage, striking again and again. Ansel's superior blade was hardly impacted. They passed the prostrate master and the dais. Celaena dropped to the ground, swiping at Ansel with a leg. Ansel leapt back, dodging the blow. Celaena used the precious seconds to snatch her fallen dagger from where it lay on the dais steps. When Ansel struck again, she met the crossed blades of Celaena's sword and dagger. Ansel let out a low laugh.
"How do you imagine this ending?"
She pressed Celaena's blades.
"Or is it a fight to the death?"
Celaena braced her feet against the floor. She'd never known Ansel was so strong, or so much taller than her. And Ansel's armor, how would she get through that? There was a joint between the armpit and the ribs, and then around her neck. "You tell me," Celaena said. The blood from her cheek slid down her throat. "You seem to have everything planned." "I tried to protect you." Ansel shoved hard against Celaena's blades, but not strongly enough to dislodge them. "And you came back anyway!" "You call that protection? Drugging me and leaving me in the desert?" Celaena bared her teeth. But before she could launch another assault, Ansel struck with her free hand, right across the X made by their weapons, her fist slamming between Celaena's eyes. Celaena's head snapped back, the world flashing, and she landed hard on her knees. Her sword and dagger clattered to the floor. Ansel was on her in a second, her bloodied arm across Celaena's chest, the other hand pressing the edge of her sword against Celaena's unmarred cheek.
"Give me one reason not to kill you right here,"
Ansel whispered into her ear, kicking away Celaena's sword. Her fallen dagger still lay near them, just out of reach. Celaena struggled, trying to put some distance between Ansel's sword and her face.
"Oh, how vain can you be?"
Ansel said, and Celaena winced as the sword dug into her skin.
"Afraid I'll scar your face?"
Ansel angled the sword downward, the blade now biting into Celaena's throat.
"What about your neck?"
"Stop it."
"I didn't want it to end this way between us. I didn't want you to be a part of this."
Celaena believed her. If Ansel wanted to kill her, she would have done it already. If she wanted to kill the Master, she would have done that already, too. And all of this waffling between sadistic hate and passion and regret. "You're insane," Celaena said. Ansel snorted. "Who killed Mikhail?" Celaena demanded. Anything to keep her talking, to keep her focused on herself, because just a few feet away lay her dagger.
"I did,"
Ansel said. A little of the fierceness faded from her voice. Her back pressed against Ansel's chest. Celaena couldn't be sure without seeing Ansel's face, but she could have sworn the words were tinged with remorse.
"When Barrick's men attacked, I made sure that I was the one who notified the Master.
The fool didn't sniff once at the water jug he drank from before he went to the gates. But then Mikhail figured out what I was doing and burst in here. Too late to stop the Master from drinking, though, and then Ilias just got in the way." Celaena looked at Ilias, who still lay on the ground, still breathing. The Master watched his son, his eyes wide and pleading. If someone didn't staunch Ilias's bleeding, he'd die soon. The Master's fingers twitched slightly, making a curving motion. "How many others did you kill?" Celaena asked, trying to keep Ansel distracted as the Master made the motion again, a kind of slow, strange wriggling.
"Only them, and the 3 on the night watch. I let the soldiers do the rest."
The Master's finger twisted and slithered, like a snake. One strike, that was all it would take, just like the asp. Ansel was fast, Celaena had to be faster. "You know what, Ansel?" Celaena breathed, memorizing the motions she'd have to make in the next few seconds, imagining her muscles moving, praying not to falter, to stay focused. Ansel pressed the edge of the blade into Celaena's throat.
"What, Celaena?"
"You want to know what the Master taught me during all those lessons?" She felt Ansel tense, felt the question distract her. It was all the opportunity she needed. "This." Celaena twisted, slamming her shoulder into Ansel's torso. Her bones connected against the armor with a jarring thud, and the sword cut into Celaena's neck, but Ansel lost her balance and teetered back. Celaena hit Ansel's fingers so hard they dropped the sword right into Celaena's waiting hand. In a flash, like a snake turning in on itself, Celaena pinned Ansel face down on the ground, her father's sword now pressed against the back of her neck. Celaena hadn't realized how silent the room was until she was kneeling there, one knee holding Ansel to the ground, the other braced on the floor. Blood seeped from where the sword tip rested against Ansel's tan neck, redder than her hair. "Don't do it," Ansel whispered, in that voice that she'd so often heard, that girlish, carefree voice. But had it always been a performance? Celaena pushed harder and Ansel sucked in a breath, closing her eyes. Celaena tightened her grip on the sword, willing steel into her veins. Ansel should die. For what she'd done, she deserved to die. And not just for all those assassins lying dead around them, but also for the soldiers who'd spent their lives for her agenda. And for Celaena herself, who, even as she knelt there, felt her heart breaking. Even if she didn't put the sword through Ansel's neck, she'd still lose her. She'd already lost her. But maybe the world had lost Ansel long before today. Celaena couldn't stop her lips from trembling as she asked, "Was it ever real?" Ansel opened an eye, staring at the far wall.
"There were some moments when it was.
The moment I sent you away, it was real." Celaena reined in her sob and took a long, steadying breath. Slowly, she lifted the sword from Ansel's neck, only a fraction of an inch. Ansel made to move, but Celaena pressed the steel against her skin again, and she went still. From outside came cries of victory and concern, in voices that sounded hoarse from disuse. The assassins had won. How long before they got here? If they saw Ansel, saw what she had done, they'd kill her. "You have 5 minutes to pack your things and leave the fortress," Celaena said quietly. "Because in 20 minutes, I'm going up to the battlements, and I'm going to fire an arrow at you. And you'd better hope that you're out of range by then, because if you're not, that arrow is going straight through your neck." Celaena lifted the sword. Ansel slowly got to her feet, but didn't flee. It took Celaena a heartbeat to realize she was waiting for her father's sword. Celaena looked at the wolf-shaped hilt and the blood staining the steel. The one tie Ansel had left to her father, her family, and whatever twisted shred of hope burned in her heart. Celaena turned the blade and handed it hilt first to Ansel. The girl's eyes were damp as she took the sword. She opened her mouth, but Celaena cut her off. "Go home, Ansel." Ansel's face went white again. She sheathed the sword at her side. She glanced at Celaena only once before she took off at a sprint, leaping over Mikhail's corpse as if he were nothing more than a bit of debris. Then she was gone. Chapter 12. Celaena rushed to Ilias, who moaned as she turned him over. The wound in his stomach was still bleeding. She ripped strips from her tunic, which was already soaked with blood, and shouted for help as she bound him tightly. There was a scrape of cloth on stone, and Celaena looked over her shoulder to see the master trying to drag himself across the stones to his son. The paralytic must be wearing off. 5 bloodied assassins came rushing up the stairs, eyes wide and faces pale as they beheld Mikhail and Ilias. Celaena left Ilias in their care as she dashed to the master. "Don't move," she told him, wincing as blood from her face dripped onto his white clothes. "You might hurt yourself." She scanned the podium for any sign of the poison and rushed to the fallen bronze goblet. A few sniffs revealed that the wine had been laced with a small amount of Gloriella, just enough to paralyze him, not kill him. Ansel must have wanted him completely prone before she killed him. She must have wanted him to know she was the one who had betrayed him, to have him conscious while she severed his head. How had he not noticed it before he drank? Perhaps he wasn't as humble as he seemed. Perhaps he'd been arrogant enough to believe that he was safe here. "It'll wear off soon," she told the master, but she still called for an antidote to speed up the process. One of the assassins took off at a run. She sat by the master, one hand clutching her bleeding neck. The assassins at the other end of the room carried Ilias out, stopping to reassure the master that his son would be fine. Celaena nearly groaned with relief at that, but straightened as a dry, calloused hand wrapped around hers, squeezing faintly. She looked down into the face of the master, whose eyes shifted to the open door. He was reminding her of the promise she'd made. Ansel had been given 20 minutes to clear firing range. It was time. Ansel was already a dark blur in the distance, Hisley galloping as if demons were biting at her hooves. She was heading northwest over the dunes, toward the Singing Sands, to the narrow bridge of feral jungle that separated the deserted land from the rest of the continent, and then the open expanse of the western wastes beyond them, toward Briarcliff. Atop the battlements, Celaena drew an arrow from her quiver and knocked it into her bow. The bowstring moaned as she pulled it back, farther and farther, her arms straining. Focusing upon the tiny figure atop the dark horse, Celaena took aim. In the silence of the fortress, the bowstring twanged like a mournful harp. The arrow soared, turning relentlessly. The red dunes passed beneath in a blur, closing the distance, a sliver of winged darkness edged with steel. A quick, bloody death. Hisley's tail flicked to the side as the arrow buried itself in the sand, just inches behind her rear hooves. But Ansel didn't dare look over her shoulder. She kept riding, and she did not stop. Celaena lowered her bow and watched until Ansel disappeared beyond the horizon. One arrow, that had been her promise. But she'd also promised Ansel that she had 20 minutes to get out of range. Celaena had fired after 21. The master called Celaena to his chamber the following morning. It had been a long night, but Ilias was on the mend, the wound having narrowly missed puncturing any organs. All of Lord Beric's soldiers were dead, and were in the process of being carted back to Xandria, as a reminder to Beric to seek the King of Otterland's approval elsewhere. 20 assassins had died, and a heavy mourning silence filled the fortress. Celaena sat on an ornately carved wooden chair, watching the master as he stared out the window at the sky. She nearly fell out of her seat when he began speaking. "I am glad you did not kill Ansel." His voice was raw, and his accent thick with the clipped yet rolling sounds of some language she'd never heard before. "I have been wondering when she would decide what to do with her fate." "So you knew?" The master turned from the window. "I have known for years. Several months after Ansel's arrival, I sent inquiries to the Flatlands. Her family had not written her any letters, and I was worried that something might have happened." He took a seat in a chair across from Celaena. "My messenger returned to me some months later, saying that there was no Briarcliff. The Lord and his eldest daughter had been murdered by the High King, and the youngest daughter, Ansel, was missing." "Why didn't you ever confront her?" Celaena touched the narrow scab on her left cheek. It wouldn't scar if she looked after it properly, and if it did scar, then maybe she'd hunt down Ansel and return the favor. "Because I hoped she would eventually trust me enough to tell me. I had to give her that chance, even though it was a risk. I hoped she would learn to face her pain, that she'd learn to endure it." He smiled sadly at Celaena. "If you can learn to endure pain, you can survive anything. Some people learn to embrace it, to love it. Some endure it through drowning it in sorrow, or by making themselves forget. Others turn it into anger. But Ansel let her pain become hate, and let it consume her until she became something else entirely. A person I don't think she ever wished to be." Celaena absorbed his words, but set them aside for consideration at a later time. "Are you going to tell everyone about what she did?" "No, I would spare them that anger. Many believed Ansel was their friend, and part of me too believes that at times she was." Celaena looked at the floor, wondering what to do with the ache in her chest. Would turning it into rage, as he said, help her endure it? "For what it is worth, Celaena," he rasped,
I believe you were the closest thing to a friend Ansel has ever allowed herself to have. And I think she sent you away because she truly cared for you."
She hated her mouth for wobbling. "That doesn't make it hurt any less."
"I didn't think it would. But I think you will leave a lasting imprint on Ansel's heart. You spared her life and returned her father's sword. She will not soon forget that. And maybe when she makes her next move to reclaim her title, she will remember the assassin from the north and the kindness you showed her, and try to leave fewer bodies in her wake."
He walked to a lattice-work hutch, as if he were giving her the time to regain her composure, and pulled out a letter. By the time he returned to her, Celaena's eyes were clear.
"When you give this to your master, hold your head high."
She took the letter. Her recommendation. It seemed inconsequential in the face of everything that had just happened. "How is it that you're speaking to me now? I thought your vow of silence was eternal."
He shrugged. "The world seems to think so, but as far as my memory serves me, I've never officially sworn to be silent. I choose to be silent most of the time, and I've become so used to it that I often forget I have the capacity for speech. But there are some times when words are necessary, when explanations are needed that mere gestures cannot convey."
She nodded, trying her best to hide her surprise. After a pause, the master said,
"If you ever want to leave the north, you will always have a home here. I promise you the winter months are far better than the summer, and I think my son would be rather happy if you decided to return, too."
He chuckled, and Celaena blushed. He took her hand.
"When you leave tomorrow, you'll be accompanied by a few of my people."
"Why?"
"Because they will be needed to drive the wagon to Xandria. I know that you are indentured to your master, that you still owe him a good deal of money before you are free to live your own life. He's making you pay back a fortune that he forced you to borrow."
He squeezed her hand before approaching one of 3 trunks pushed against the wall.
"For saving my life and sparing hers."
He flipped open the lid of a trunk, then another and another. Sunlight gleamed on the gold inside, reflecting through the room like light on water. All that gold, and the piece of spider silk the merchant had given her. She couldn't think of the possibilities that wealth would open to her. Not right now.
"When you give your master his letter, also give him this, and tell him that in the Red Desert we do not abuse our disciples."
Celaena smiled slowly. "I think I can manage that." She looked to the open window, to the world beyond. For the first time in a long while, she heard the song of a northern wind calling her home, and she was not afraid. The Assassin and the Underworld. Chapter 1. The cavernous entrance hall of the Assassin's Keep was silent. As Celaena Sardathian stalked across the marble floor, a letter clutched between her fingers. No one had greeted her at the towering oak doors save the housekeeper, who'd taken her rain-sodden cloak, and, after getting a look at the wicked grin on Celaena's face, opted not to say anything. The doors to Arobin Hammel's study lay at the other end of the hall and were currently shut, but she knew he was in there. Wesley, his bodyguard, stood watch outside, dark eyes unreadable as Celaena strode toward him. Though Wesley wasn't officially an assassin, she had no doubt that he could wield the blades and daggers strapped to his massive body with deadly skill. She also had no doubt that Arobynn had eyes at every gate in this city. The moment she'd stepped into Rifthold, he'd been alerted that she'd at last returned. She trailed mud from her wet, filthy boots as she made her way toward the study doors, and Wesley. It had been 3 months since the night Arobynn had beaten her unconscious, punishment for ruining his slave trade agreement with the pirate lord Captain Rolfe. It had been 3 months since he'd shipped her off to the Red Desert to learn obedience and discipline, and to earn the approval of the mute master of the Silent Assassins. The letter clutched in her hand was proof that she had done it, proof that Arobynn hadn't broken her that night. And she couldn't wait to see the look on his face when she gave it to him. Not to mention when she told him about the 3 trunks of gold she'd brought with her, which were on their way up to her room at this moment. With a few words, she'd explained that her debt to him was now repaid, that she was going to walk out of the keep and move into the new apartment she'd purchased, that she was free of him. Celaena reached the other end of the hall, and Wesley stepped in front of the study doors. He looked about 5 years younger than Arobynn, and the slender scars on his face and hands suggested that the life he'd spent serving the king of the assassins hadn't been easy. She suspected there were more scars beneath his dark clothing, perhaps brutal ones. "He's busy," said Wesley, his hands hanging loosely at his sides, ready to reach for his weapons. She might be Arobynn's protégé, but Wesley had always made it clear that if she became a threat to his master, he wouldn't hesitate to end her. She didn't need to see him in action to know he'd be an interesting opponent. She supposed that was why he did his training in private, and kept his personal history a secret too. The less she knew about him, the more advantage Wesley would have if that fight ever came. Clever, and flattering, she supposed. "Nice to see you too, Wesley," she said, flashing him a smile. He tensed, but didn't stop her as she strode past him and flung open the doors of Arobynn's study. The king of the assassins was seated at his ornate desk, poring over the stack of papers before him. Without so much as a hello, Celaena strode right up to the desk and tossed the letter onto the shining wooden surface. She opened her mouth, the words near bursting out of her. But Arobynn merely lifted a finger, smiling faintly, and returned to his papers. Wesley shut the doors behind her. Celaena froze. Arobynn flipped the page, rapidly scanning whatever document was in front of him, and made a vague wave with his hand. "Sit." With his attention still on the document he was reading, Arobynn picked up the mute master's letter of approval and set it atop a nearby stack of papers. Celaena blinked. Once. Twice. He didn't look up at her. He just kept reading. The message was clear enough. She was to wait until he was ready. And until then, even if she screamed until her lungs burst, he wouldn't acknowledge her existence. So Celaena sat down. Rain plinked against the windows of the study. Seconds passed, then minutes. Her plans for a grand speech with sweeping gestures faded into silence. Arobynn read 3 other documents before he even picked up the mute master's letter. And as he read it, she could only think of the last time she'd sat in this chair. She looked at the exquisite red carpet beneath her feet. Someone had done a splendid job of getting all the blood out. How much of the blood on the carpet had been hers, and how much of it had belonged to Sam Cortland, her rival and co-conspirator in the destruction of Arobynn's slave agreement. She still didn't know what Arobynn had done to him that night. When she'd arrived just now, she hadn't seen Sam in the entrance hall. But then again, she hadn't seen any of the other assassins who lived here. So maybe Sam was busy. She hoped he was busy, because that would mean he was alive. Arobynn finally looked at her, setting aside the mute master's letter as if it were nothing more than a scrap of paper. She kept her back straight and her chin upheld, even as Arobynn's silver eyes scanned every inch of her. They lingered the longest on the narrow pink scar across the side of her neck, inches away from her jaw and ear. "Well," Arobin said at last, "I thought you'd be tanner." She almost laughed, but she kept a tight rein on her features. "Head-to-toe clothes to avoid the sun," she explained. Her words were quieter, weaker than she wanted. The first words she'd spoken to him since he'd beaten her into oblivion. They weren't exactly satisfying. "Ah," he said, his long, elegant fingers twisting a golden ring around his forefinger. She sucked in a breath through her nose, remembering all that she'd been burning to say to him these past few months and during the journey back to Rifthold. A few sentences, and it would be over. More than 8 years with him, finished with a string of words and a mountain of gold. She braced herself to begin, but Arobin spoke first. "I'm sorry," he said. Yet again, the words vanished from her lips. His eyes were intent on hers, and he stopped toying with his ring. "If I could take back that night, Celaena, I would." He leaned over the edge of the desk, his hands now forming fists. The last time she'd seen those hands, they'd been smeared with her blood. "I'm sorry," Arobin repeated. He was nearly 20 years her senior, and though his red hair had a few strands of silver, his face remained young. Elegant, sharp features, blazingly clear gray eyes. He might not have been the handsomest man she'd ever seen, but he was one of the most alluring. "Every day," he went on, "every day since you left, I've gone to the Temple of Kiva to pray for forgiveness." She might have snorted at the idea of the King of the Assassins kneeling before a statue of the God of Atonement, but his words were so raw. Was it possible that he actually regretted what he had done? "I shouldn't have let my temper get the better of me. I shouldn't have sent you away." "Then why didn't you retrieve me?" It was out before she had a chance to control the snap in her voice. Arobin's eyes narrowed slightly, as close to a wince as he'd let himself come, she supposed. "With the time it'd take for the messengers to track you down, you probably would have been on your way home anyway." She clenched her jaw, an easy excuse. He read the ire in her eyes and her disbelief. "Allow me to make it up to you." He rose from his leather chair and strode around the desk. His long legs and years of training made his movements effortlessly graceful, even as he swiped a box off the edge of the table. He sank to one knee before her, his face near level with hers. She'd forgotten how tall he was. He extended the gift to her. The box in itself was a work of art, inlaid with mother of pearl, but she kept her face blank as she flipped open the lid. An emerald and gold brooch glittered in the gray afternoon light. It was stunning, the work of a master craftsman, and she instantly knew what dresses and tunics it would best complement. He'd bought it because he also knew her wardrobe, her tastes, everything about her. Of all the people in the world, only Arobin knew the absolute truth. "For you," he said, "the first of many." She was keenly aware of each of his movements and braced herself as he lifted a hand, carefully bringing it to her face. He brushed a finger from her temple down to the arc of her cheekbones. "I'm sorry," he whispered again, and Celaena raised her eyes to his. Father, brother, lover. He'd never really declared himself any of them. Certainly not the lover part, though if Celaena had been another sort of girl, and if Arobin had raised her differently, perhaps it might have come to that. He loved her like family, yet he put her in the most dangerous positions. He nurtured and educated her, yet he'd obliterated her innocence the first time he'd made her end a life. He'd given her everything, but he'd also taken everything away. She could no sooner sort out her feelings toward the King of the Assassins than she could count the stars in the sky. Celaena turned her face away, and Arobin rose to his feet. He leaned against the edge of the desk, smiling faintly at her. "I've another gift, if you'd like it." All those months of daydreaming about leaving, about paying off her debts. Why couldn't she open her mouth and just tell him?
"Benzo Donoval is coming to Rifthold," Arobin said.
Celaena cocked her head. She'd heard of Donoval. He was an immensely powerful businessman from Melisande, a country far to the southwest, and one of Otterland's newer conquests. "Why?" she asked quietly, carefully.
Arobin's eyes glittered. "He's a part of a large convoy that Leifer Bardingale is leading to the capital. Leifer is good friends with the former Queen of Melisande, who asked her to come here to plead their case before the King of Otterland."
Melisande, Celaena recalled, was one of the few kingdoms whose royal family had not been executed. Instead, they'd handed over their crowns and sworn loyalty to the King of Otterland and his conquering legions. She couldn't tell what was worse, a quick beheading or yielding to the king.
"Apparently," Arobin went on, "the convoy will attempt to demonstrate all that Melisande has to offer, culture, goods, wealth, in order to convince the king to grant them the permission and resources required to build a road. Given that the young Queen of Melisande is now a mere figurehead, I'll admit that I'm impressed by her ambition and her brazenness in asking the king."
Celaena bit her lip, visualizing the map of their continent. A road to connect Melisande to Fenharrow and Otterland? For years, trade with Melisande had been tricky due to its location. Bordered by near-impassable mountains and the oak-walled forest, most of their trade had been reduced to whatever they could get out of their ports. A road might change all of that. A road could make Melisande rich and influential.
Arobin nodded. "The convoy will be here for a week, and they have parties and markets planned, including a gala 3 days from now to celebrate the harvest moon. Perhaps if the citizens of Rifthold fall in love with their goods, then the king will take their case seriously."
"So, what does Donoval have to do with the road?"
Arobin shrugged. "He's here to discuss business arrangements in Rifthold, and probably also to undermine his former wife, Leifer, and to complete one very specific piece of business that made Leifer want to dispatch him."
Celaena's brows rose. A gift, Arobin had said.
"Donoval is traveling with some very sensitive documents," Arobin said,
so quietly that the rain lashing the window nearly drowned out his words.
"Not only would you need to dispatch him, but you'd also be asked to retrieve the documents."
"What sort of documents?"
His silver eyes brightened. "Donoval wants to set up a slave trade business between himself and someone in Rifthold. If the road is approved and built, he wants to be the first in Melisande to profit off the import and export of slaves. The documents, apparently, contain proof that certain influential Melisanders in Otterland are opposed to the slave trade. Considering the lengths the King of Otterland has already gone to punish those who speak against his policies, well, knowing who stands against him regarding the slaves, especially when it seems like they're taking steps to help free the slaves from his grasp, is information that the king would be extremely interested in learning. Donoval and his new business partner in Rifthold plan to use that list to blackmail those people into changing their minds, into stopping their resistance and investing with him to build the slave trade in Melisande. Or, if they refuse, Leifer believes her former husband will make sure the king gets that list of names."
Celaena swallowed hard. Was this a peace offering, then? Some indication that Arobin actually had changed his mind about the slave trade and forgiven her for Skulls Bay? But to get tangled up in this sort of thing again. "What's Bardingale's stake in this?" she asked carefully. "Why hire us to kill him?"
"Because Leifer doesn't believe in slavery, and she wants to protect the people on that list, people who are preparing to take the necessary steps to soften the blow of slavery in Melisande.
and possibly even smuggle captured slaves to safety."
Arobin spoke like he knew Bardingale personally, like they were more than business partners. "And Donoval's partner in Rifthold? Who is it?" She had to consider all the angles before she accepted, had to think it through.
Leifer doesn't know. Her sources haven't been able to find a name in Donoval's coded correspondences with his partner. All she's gleaned is that Donoval will exchange the documents with his new business partner 6 days from now, at his rented house, at some point in the day. She's uncertain what documents his partner is bringing to the table, but she's betting that it includes a list of important people opposed to slavery in Aderlin. Leifer says Donoval will probably have a private room in his house to do the swap. Perhaps an upstairs study or something of the sort. She knows him well enough to guarantee that.
She was beginning to see where this was going. Donoval was practically wrapped in a ribbon for her. All she had to do was find out what time the meeting would take place, learn his defenses, and figure out a way around them. So, I'm not only to take out Donoval, but also to wait until he's done the exchange, so I can get his documents and whatever documents his partner brings to the table. Arobin smiled slightly. What about his partner? Am I to dispatch this person as well?
Arobin's smile became a thin line. Since we don't know who he'll be dealing with, you haven't been contracted to eliminate them. But it's been strongly hinted that Leifer and her allies want the contact dead as well. They might give you a bonus for it.
She studied the emerald brooch in her lap. And how well will this pay?
Extraordinarily well.
She heard the smile in his voice, but kept her attention on the lovely green jewel.
And I won't take a cut of it. It's all yours.
She raised her head at that. There was a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. Perhaps he truly was sorry for what he'd done, and perhaps he'd picked this mission just for her, to prove, in his way, that he understood why she'd freed those slaves in Skulls Bay. I can assume Donoval is well guarded?
Very,
Arobin said, fishing a letter from the desk behind him.
He's waiting to do the deal until after the citywide celebrations, so he can run home the next day.
Selena glanced toward the ceiling, as if she could see through the wood beams and into her room on the floor above, where her trunks of gold now sat. She didn't need the money, but if she were going to pay off her debt to Arobin, her funds would be severely depleted. And to take this mission wouldn't just be about killing. It would be about helping others, too. How many lives would be destroyed if she didn't dispatch Donoval and his partner and retrieve those sensitive documents? Arobin approached her again, and she rose from her chair. He brushed her hair back from her face.
I missed you,
he said. He opened his arms to her, but didn't make a further move to embrace her. She studied his face. The Mute Master had told her that people dealt with their pain in different ways, that some chose to drown it, some chose to love it, and some chose to let it turn into rage. While she had no regrets about freeing those 200 slaves from Skulls Bay, she had betrayed Arobin in doing it. Perhaps hurting her had been his way of coping with the pain of that. And even though there was no excuse in this world for what he had done, Arobin was all she had. The history that lay between them, dark and twisted and full of secrets, was forged by more than just gold. And if she left him, if she paid off her debts right now and never saw him again... She took a step back, and Arobin casually lowered his arms, not at all fazed by her rejection. I'll think about taking on Donoval. It wasn't a lie. She always took time to consider her missions. Arobin had encouraged that from the start.
I'm sorry,
he said again. Selena gave him another long look before she left. Her exhaustion hit her the moment she began climbing the polished marble steps of the sweeping grand staircase. A month of hard travel after a month of grueling training and heartache.
Every time she saw the scar on her neck, or touched it, or felt her clothes brush against it, a tremor of pain went through her as she remembered the betrayal that had caused it. She'd believed Ansel was her friend, a life friend, a friend of the heart, but Ansel's need for revenge had been greater than anything else. Still, wherever Ansel now was, Celaena hoped that she was finally facing what had haunted her for so long. A passing servant bowed his head, eyes averted. Everyone who worked here knew more or less who she was, and would keep her identity secret on pain of death. Not that there was much of a point to it now, given that every single one of the silent assassins could identify her. Celaena took a ragged breath, running a hand through her hair. Before entering the city this morning, she'd stopped at a tavern just outside Rifthold to bathe, to wash her filthy clothes, to put on some cosmetics. She hadn't wanted to stride into the keep looking like a gutter rat, but she still felt dirty. She passed one of the upstairs drawing rooms, her brows rising at the sound of a pianoforte and laughing people inside. If Arobynn had company, then why had he been in his study ever so busy when she arrived? Celaena ground her teeth. So that nonsense where he'd made her wait while he finished his work. She clenched her hands into fists and was about to whirl and stomp back down the stairs to tell Arobynn that she was leaving and that he no longer owned her, when someone stepped into the elegantly appointed hall. Sam Cortland. Sam's brown eyes were wide, his body rigid. As if it took some effort on his part, he shut the door to the hall washroom and strode toward her, past the teal velvet curtains hanging on the floor-to-ceiling windows, past the framed artwork, closer and closer. She remained still, taking in every inch of him before he stopped a few feet away. No missing limbs, no limp, no indication of anything haunting him. His chestnut hair had gotten a little longer, but it suited him, and he was tan, gloriously tan, as if he'd spent the whole summer basking in the sun. Hadn't Arobynn punished him at all? "You're back," Sam said, as if he couldn't quite believe it. She lifted her chin, stuffing her hands in her pockets. "Obviously." He tilted his head slightly to the side. "How was the desert?" There wasn't a scratch on him. Of course, her face had healed too, but... "Hot," she said. Sam let out a breathy chuckle. It wasn't that she was mad at him for being uninjured. She was so relieved she could have vomited, actually. She just never imagined that seeing him today would feel so... strange. And after what had happened with Ansel, could she honestly say that she trusted him? In the drawing room a few doors down, a woman let out a shrill giggle. How was it possible that she could have so many questions and yet so little to say? Sam's eyes slipped from her face to her neck, his brows drawing together for a heartbeat, as he saw the thin new scar. "What happened?" "Someone held a sword to my throat." His eyes darkened, but she didn't want to explain the long, miserable story. She didn't want to talk about Ansel, and she certainly didn't want to talk about what had happened with Arobynn that night they'd returned from Skulls Bay. "Are you hurt?" Sam asked quietly, taking another step closer. It took her a moment to realize that his imagination had probably taken him to a far, far worse place when she said someone had held a blade to her throat. "No," she said. "No, not like that." "Then, like what?" He was now looking more closely at her, at the almost invisible white line along her cheek, another gift from Ansel, at her hands, at everything. His lean, muscled body tensed. His chest had gotten broader, too. "Like none of your business, that's what," she retorted. "Tell me what happened," he gritted out. She gave him one of those simpering little smiles that she knew he hated. Things hadn't been bad between them since Skulls Bay, but after so many years of treating him awfully, she didn't know how to slide back into that newfound respect and camaraderie they'd discovered for each other. "Why should I tell you anything?" "Because," he hissed, taking another step, The last time I saw you, Selena, you were unconscious on Arobyn's carpet, and so bloodied up that I couldn't see your damn face." He was close enough that she could touch him now. Rain continued beating against the hall windows, a distant reminder that there was still a world around them. "Tell me," he said. "I'll kill you," Sam had screamed it at Arobyn as the king of the assassins beat her. He'd roared it. In those horrible minutes, whatever bond had sprung up between her and Sam hadn't broken. He'd switched loyalties. He'd chosen to stand by her, fight for her. If anything, that made him different from Ansel. Sam could have hurt or betrayed her a dozen times over, but he'd never jumped at the opportunity. A half smile tugged at a corner of her lips. She'd missed him. Seeing the expression on her face, he gave her a bewildered sort of grin. She swallowed, feeling the words bubbling up through her. "I missed you." But the door to the drawing room opened.
"Sam,"
a dark-haired, green-eyed young woman chided, laughter on her lips.
"There you—"
The girl's eyes met Selena's. Selena stopped smiling as she recognized her. A feline sort of smirk spread across the young woman's stunning features, and she slipped out of the doorway and slunk over to them. Selena took in each swish of her hips, the elegant angle of her hand, the exquisite dress that dipped low enough to reveal her generous bosom.
"Selena,"
she cooed, and Sam eyed the two girls warily as she stopped beside him, too close beside him for a casual acquaintance. "Lysandra," Selena echoed. She'd met Lysandra when they were both 10, and in the 7 years that they'd known each other, Selena couldn't recall a time when she didn't want to beat in the girl's face with a brick, or throw her out a window, or do any of a number of things she'd learned from Arobyn. It didn't help that Arobyn had spent a good deal of money assisting Lysandra in her rise from street orphan to one of the most anticipated courtesans in Rifthold's history. He was good friends with Lysandra's madam, and had been Lysandra's doting benefactor for years. Lysandra and her madam remained the only courtesans aware that the girl Arobyn called his niece was actually his protégée. Selena had never learned why Arobyn had told them, but whenever she complained about the risk of Lysandra revealing her identity, he seemed certain she would not. Selena, not surprisingly, had trouble believing it. But perhaps threats from the king of the assassins were enough to keep even the loud-mouthed Lysandra silent.
"I thought you'd been packed off to the desert,"
Lysandra said, running a shrewd eye over Selena's clothes. Thank the word she'd bothered to change at that tavern.
"Is it possible the summer passed that quickly? I guess when you're having so much fun."
A deadly, vicious sort of calm filled Selena's veins. She'd snapped once at Lysandra, when they were 13 and Lysandra had snatched a lovely lace fan right out of Selena's hands. The ensuing fight had sent them tumbling down a flight of stairs. Selena had spent a night in the keep's dungeon for the welts she'd left on Lysandra's face by beating her with the fan itself. She tried to ignore how close the girl stood to Sam. He'd always been kind to the courtesans, and they all adored him. His mother had been one of them, and had asked Arobyn, a patron of hers, to look after her son. Sam had only been 6 when she was murdered by a jealous client. Selena crossed her arms. "Should I bother to ask what you're doing here?" Lysandra gave her a knowing smile.
"Oh, Arobyn,"
she purred his name like they were the most intimate of friends.
"threw me a luncheon in honor of my upcoming bidding."
Of course he did. "He invited your future clients here?"
"Oh, no,"
Lysandra giggled.
"This is just for me and the girls, and Clarice, of course."
She used her madam's name, too, like a weapon, a word meant to crush and dominate, a word that whispered, "I am more important than you, I have more influence than you, I am everything and you are nothing." "Lovely," Selena replied. Sam still hadn't said anything. Lysandra lifted her chin, looking down her delicately freckled nose at Selena.
"My bidding is in 6 days, They expect me to break all the records.
Selena had seen a few young courtesans go through the bidding process, girls trained until they were 17, when their virginity was sold to the highest bidder.
Sam,
Lysandra went on, putting a slender hand on his arm,
has been so helpful with making sure all the preparations are ready for my bidding party.
Selena was surprised at the swiftness of her desire to rip that hand right off Lysandra's wrist. Just because he sympathized with the courtesans didn't mean he had to be so friendly with them. Sam cleared his throat, straightening. Not that helpful. Arobin wanted to make sure that the vendors and location were secure.
Important clientele must be given the best treatment,
Lysandra trilled.
I do wish I could tell you who will be in attendance, but Clarice would kill me. It's extraordinarily hush-hush and need to know.
It was enough. One more word out of the courtesan's mouth, and Selena was fairly certain she'd punch Lysandra's teeth down her throat. Selena angled her head, her fingers curling into a fist. Sam saw the familiar gesture and pried Lysandra's hand off his arm. Go back to the luncheon, he told her. Lysandra gave Selena another one of those smiles, which she then turned on Sam.
When are you coming back in?
Her full red lips formed a pout. Enough, enough, enough. Selena turned on her heel. Enjoy your quality company, she said over a shoulder. Selena, Sam said. But she wouldn't turn around, not even when she heard Lysandra giggle and whisper something, not even when all she wanted in the entire world was to grab her dagger and throw, as hard as she could, right toward Lysandra's impossibly beautiful face. She'd always hated Lysandra, she told herself, always hated her. Her touching Sam like that, speaking to Sam like that. It didn't change things, but... Though Lysandra's virginity was unquestionable, it had to be. There were plenty of other things that she could still do, things that she might have done with Sam. Feeling sick and furious and small, Selena reached her bedroom and slammed the door hard enough to rattle the rain-splattered windows. Chapter 2. The rain didn't stop the next day, and Selena awoke to a grumble of thunder and a servant setting a long, beautifully wrapped box on her dresser. She opened the gift as she drank her morning cup of tea, taking her time with the turquoise ribbon, doing her best to pretend that she wasn't that interested in what Arobin had sent her. None of these presents came close to earning any sort of forgiveness. But she couldn't contain her squeal when she opened the box and found 2 gold hair combs glinting at her. They were exquisite, formed like sharp fish fins, each point accentuated with a sliver of sapphire. She nearly upset her breakfast tray as she rushed from the table by the window to the rosewood vanity. With deft hands, she dragged one of the combs through her hair, sweeping it back before she nimbly flipped it into place. She quickly repeated it on the other side of her head, and when she had finished, she beamed at her reflection. Exotic, beguiling, imperious. Arobin might be a bastard, and he might associate with Lysandra, but he had damn good taste. Oh, it was so nice to be back in civilization, with her beautiful clothes and shoes and jewels and cosmetics and all the luxuries she'd had to spend the summer without. Selena examined the ends of her hair and frowned. The frown deepened when her attention shifted to her hands, to her shredded cuticles and jagged nails. She let out a low hiss, facing the windows along one wall of her ornate bedroom. It was early autumn. That meant rain usually hung around Rifthold for a good couple of weeks. Through the low-hanging clouds and the slashing rain, she could see the rest of the capital city gleaming in the gray light. Pale stone houses stood tucked together, linked by broad avenues that stretched from the alabaster walls to the docks along the eastern quarter of the city. from the teeming city center to the jumble of crumbling buildings in the slums at the southern edge, where the Avery River curved inland. Even the emerald roofs on each building seemed cast in silver. The glass castle towered over them all, its upper turrets shrouded in mist. The convoy from Melisande couldn't have picked a worse time to visit. If they wanted to have street festivals, they'd find few participants willing to brave the merciless downpour. Celaena slowly removed the combs from her hair. The convoy would arrive today. Arobynn had told her last night over a private dinner. She still hadn't given him an answer about whether she'd take down Donoval in 5 days, and he hadn't pushed her about it. He had been kind and gracious, serving her food himself, speaking softly to her like she was some frightened pet. She glanced again at her hair and nails. A very unkempt, wild-looking pet. She strode into her dressing room. She'd decide what to do about Donoval and his agenda later. For now, not even the rain would keep her from a little pampering. The shop she favored for her upkeep was ecstatic to see her, and utterly horrified at the state of her hair, and nails, and her eyebrows. She couldn't have bothered to pluck her eyebrows while she was away. Half a day later, her hair cut and shining, her nails soft and gleaming, Celaena braved the sodden city streets. Even with the rain, people found excuses to be out and about as the giant convoy from Melisande arrived. She paused beneath the awning of a flower shop where the owner was standing on the threshold to watch the grand procession. The Melisanders snaked along the broad avenue that stretched from the western gate of the city all the way to the castle doors. There were the usual jugglers and fire-eaters, whose jobs were made infinitely harder by the confounded rain, the dance girls whose billowing pants were sodden up to the knees, and then the line of very important, very wealthy people, who were bundled under cloaks and didn't sit quite as tall as they'd probably imagined they would. Celaena tucked her numbed fingers into her tunic pockets. Brightly painted covered wagons ambled past. Their hatches had all been shut against the weather, and that meant Celaena would start back to the keep immediately. Melisande was known for its tinkerers, for clever hands that created clever little devices. Clockwork so fine you could swear it was alive. Musical instruments so clear and lovely they could shatter your heart. Toys so charming you'd believe magic hadn't vanished from the continent. If the wagons that contained those things were shut, then she had no interest in watching a parade of soaked, miserable people. Crowds were still flocking toward the main avenue, so Celaena took to narrow, winding alleys to avoid them. She wondered if Sam was making his way to see the procession, and if Lysandra was with him. So much for Sam's unwavering loyalty. How long had it taken after she'd gone to the desert before he and Lysandra had become dear, dear friends? Things had been better when she relished the thought of gutting him. Apparently, Sam was just as susceptible to a pretty face as Arobynn was. She didn't know why she'd thought he would be different. She scowled and walked faster, her freezing arms crossed over her chest as she hunched her shoulders against the rain. 20 minutes later, she was dripping water all over the marble floor of the keep's entranceway, and 1 minute after that, she was dripping water all over Arobynn's study carpet as she told him that she would take on Donoval, his slave trade blackmail documents, and whoever his co-conspirator might be. The next morning, Celaena looked down at herself, her mouth caught between a smile and a frown. The neck-to-toe black outfit was all made from the same dark fabric, as thick as leather, but without the sheen. It was like a suit of armor, only skin-tight and made from some strange cloth, not metal. She could feel the weight of her weapons where they were concealed, so neatly that even someone patting her down might think they were merely ribbing, and she swung her arms experimentally.
"Careful,"
the short man in front of her said, his eyes wide.
"You might take off my head."
Behind them, Arobynn chuckled from where he leaned against the paneled wall of the training room. She hadn't asked questions when he'd summoned her, then told her to put on the black suit and matching boots that were lined with fleece.
When you want to unsheathe the blades,
the inventor said, taking a large step back,
it's a downward sweep and an extra flick of the wrist.
He demonstrated the motion with his own scrawny arm, and Selena echoed it. She grinned as a narrow blade shot out of a concealed flap in her forearm. Permanently attached to the suit, it was like having a short sword welded to her arm. She made the same motion with the other wrist, and the twin blade appeared. Some internal mechanism had to be responsible for it, some brilliant contraption of springs and gears. She gave a few deadly swings in the air in front of her, reveling in the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of the swords. They were finely made, too. She raised her brows in admiration. How do they go back?
Ah, a little more difficult,
the inventor said.
Wrist angled up, and press this little button here. It should trigger the mechanism. There you go.
She watched the blades slide back into the suit, then released and returned the blades several times. The deal with Donoval and his partner was in 4 days, just long enough for her to try using the new suit. 4 days was plenty to figure out his house's defenses and learn what time the meeting would take place, especially since she already knew that it was occurring in some private study. At last, she looked at Arobin. "How much is it?" He pushed off the wall. "It's a gift, as are the boots." She knocked a toe against the tiled floor, feeling the jagged edges and grooves of the soles. Perfect for climbing. The sheepskin interior would keep her feet at body temperature, the inventor had said, even if she got them utterly soaked. She'd never even heard of a suit like this. It would completely change the way she conducted her missions. Not that she needed the suit to give her an edge. But she was Selena Sardathian, gods be damned, so didn't she deserve the very best equipment? With this suit, no one would question her place as Otterlin's assassin. Ever. And if they did, word help them. The inventor asked to take her final measurements, though the ones Arobin had supplied were almost perfect. She lifted her arms out as he did the measuring, asking him bland questions about his trip from Melisande and what he planned to sell here. He was a master tinkerer, he said, and specialized in crafting things that were believed to be impossible, like a suit that was both armor and an armory, and lightweight enough to wear comfortably. Selena looked over her shoulder at Arobin, who had watched her interrogation with a bemused smile. "Are you getting one made?" "Of course. And Sam, too. Only the best for my best." She noticed that he didn't say assassin, but whatever the tinkerer thought about who they were, his face yielded no sign. She couldn't hide her surprise. "You never give Sam gifts." Arobin shrugged, picking at his nails. "Oh, Sam will be paying for the suit. I can't have my second best completely vulnerable, can I?" She hid her shock better this time. A suit like this had to cost a small fortune. Materials aside, just the hours it must have taken the tinkerer to create it. Arobin had to have commissioned them immediately after he'd sent her to the Red Desert. Perhaps he truly felt bad about what happened, but to force Sam to buy it? The clock chimed 11, and Arobin let out a long breath. "I have a meeting." He waved a ringed hand to the tinkerer. "Give the bill to my manservant when you're done." The master tinkerer nodded, still measuring Selena. Arobin approached her, each step as graceful as a movement of a dance. He planted a kiss on the top of her head. "I'm glad to have you back," he murmured onto her hair. With that, he strolled from the room, whistling to himself. The tinkerer knelt to measure the length between her knee and boot tip, for whatever purpose that had. Selena cleared her throat, waiting until she was sure Arobin was out of earshot. "If I were to give you a piece of spider silk, could you incorporate it into one of these uniforms? It's small, so I just want it placed around the heart." She used her hands to show the size of the material that she'd been given by the merchant in the desert city of Xandria. Spider silk was a near mythical material made by horse-sized Stygian spiders, so rare that you had to brave the spiders yourself to get it. and they didn't trade in gold. No, they coveted things like dreams and memories and souls. The merchant she'd met had traded 20 years of his youth for 100 yards of it. And after a long, strange conversation with him, he'd given her a few square inches of spider silk. "A reminder," he'd said, "that everything has a price." The master tinkerer's bushy brows rose.
I suppose. To the interior or the exterior? I think the interior, he went on, answering his own question. If I sewed it to the exterior, the iridescence might ruin the stealth of the black. But it'd turn any blade, and it's just barely the right size to shield the heart. Oh, what I'd give for 10 yards of spider silk. You'd be invincible, my dear.
She smiled slowly. As long as it guards the heart. She left the tinkerer in the hall. Her suit would be ready the day after tomorrow. It didn't surprise her when she ran into Sam on her way out. She'd spotted the dummy that bore his own suit waiting for him in the training hall. Alone with her in the hallway, he examined her suit. She still had to change out of it and bring it back downstairs to the tinkerer so he could make his final adjustments in whatever shop he'd set up while he was staying in Rifthold. "Fancy," Sam said. She made to put her hands on her hips, but stopped. Until she mastered the suit, she had to watch how she moved, or else she might skewer someone. "Another gift?" Is there a problem if it is? She hadn't seen Sam at all yesterday, but then again, she'd also made herself pretty scarce. It wasn't that she was avoiding him. She just didn't particularly want to see him if it meant running into Lysandra, too. But it seemed strange that he wasn't on any mission. Most of the other assassins were away on various jobs or so busy they were hardly at home. But Sam seemed to be hanging around the keep, or helping Lysandra and her madam. Sam crossed his arms. His white shirt was tight enough that she could see the muscles shifting beneath. "Not at all. Though I'm a little surprised that you're accepting his gifts. How can you forgive him after what he did?" "Forgive him? I'm not the one cavorting with Lysandra and attending luncheons and doing whatever in hell it is you spent the summer doing." Sam let out a low growl. "You think I actually enjoy any of that?" "You weren't the one sent off to the Red Desert." "Believe me, I would rather have been thousands of miles away." "I don't believe you. How can I believe anything you say?" His brows furrowed. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing. None of your business. I don't want to talk about this, and I don't particularly want to talk to you, Sam Cortland." "Then go ahead," he breathed. "Go crawl back to Arobyn's study and talk to him. Let him buy you presents and pet your hair, and offer you the best-paying missions we get. It won't take him long to figure out the price for your forgiveness, not when—" She shoved him. "Don't you dare judge me! Don't you say one more word!" A muscle feathered in his jaw. "That's fine with me. You wouldn't listen anyway. Selena Sardathian and Arobyn Hamel. Just the two of you, inseparable until the end of the world. The rest of us might as well be invisible." That sounds an awful lot like jealousy, especially considering you had 3 uninterrupted months with him this summer. What happened, You failed to convince him to make you his favorite? Found you lacking, did he? Sam was in her face so quickly that she fought the urge to jump back. "You know nothing about what this summer was like for me. Nothing, Selena." "Good. I don't particularly care." His eyes were so wide that she wondered if she'd struck him without realizing it. At last he stepped away, and she stormed past him. She halted when he spoke again. "You want to know what price I asked for forgiving Arobyn, Selena?" She slowly turned. With the ongoing rain, the hall was full of shadows and light. Sam stood so still that he might have been a statue. "My price was his oath that he'd never lay a hand on you again. I told him I'd forgive him in exchange for that." She wished he'd punched her in the gut. It would have hurt less. Not trusting herself to keep from falling to her knees with shame right there, she just stalked down the hall. She didn't want to speak to Sam ever again. How could she look him in the eye? He'd made Arobynn swear that for her. She didn't know what words could convey the mixture of gratitude and guilt. Hating him had been so much easier, and it would have been far simpler if he'd blamed her for Arobynn's punishment. She had said such cruel things to him in the hallway. How could she ever begin to apologize? Arobynn came to her room after lunch and told her to have a dress pressed. Donoval, he'd heard, was going to be at the theater that night, and with 4 days until his exchange, it would be in her best interest to go. She'd formulated a plan for stalking Donoval, but she wasn't proud enough to refuse Arobynn's offer to use his box at the theater for spying, to see who Donoval spoke to, who sat near him, who guarded him, and to see a classical dance performed with a full orchestra. Well, she'd never turn that down, but Arobynn failed to say who would be joining them. She found out the hard way when she climbed into Arobynn's carriage and discovered Lysandra and Sam waiting inside. With 4 days until her bidding, the young courtesan needed all the exposure she could get, Arobynn calmly explained, and Sam was there to provide additional security. Celaena dared a glance at Sam as she slumped onto the bench beside him. He watched her, his eyes wary, shoulders tensed, as if he expected her to launch a verbal attack right there, like she'd mock him for what he'd done. Did he really think she was that cruel? Feeling a bit sick, she dropped Sam's stare. Lysandra just smiled at Celaena from across the carriage and linked her elbow through Arobynn's. Chapter 3. 2 attendants greeted them at Arobynn's private box, taking their sodden cloaks and exchanging them for glasses of sparkling wine. Immediately, one of Arobynn's acquaintances popped in from the hall to say hello, and Arobynn, Sam, and Lysandra remained in the velvet-lined antechamber as they chatted. Celaena, who had no interest in seeing Lysandra test out her flirting with Arobynn's friend, strode through the crimson curtain to take her usual seat closest to the stage. Arobynn's box was on the side of the cavernous hall, near enough to the center so that she had a mostly unobstructed view of the stage and the orchestra pit, but still angled enough to make her look longingly at the empty royal boxes. All of them occupied the coveted center position, and all of them were vacant. What a waste. She observed the floor seats and the other boxes, taking in the glittering jewels, the silk dresses, the golden glow of sparkling wine in fluted glasses, the rumbling murmur of the mingling crowd. If there was one place where she felt the most at home, a place where she felt happiest, it was here, in this theater, with the red velvet cushions and the glass chandeliers and the gilded domed ceiling high, high above them. Had it been coincidence or planning that had led to the theater being constructed in the very heart of the city, a mere 20-minute walk from the Assassin's Keep? She knew it would be hard for her to adjust to her new apartment, which was nearly double the distance from the theater, a sacrifice she was willing to make, if she ever found the right moment to tell Arobynn she was paying her debt and moving out. Which she would. Soon. She felt Arobynn's easy, self-assured gait strutting across the carpet, and straightened as he leaned over her shoulder. "Donoval is straight ahead," Arobynn whispered, his breath hot on her skin. "Third box in from the stage, second row of seats." She immediately found the man she'd been assigned to kill. He was tall and middle-aged, with pale blonde hair and tan skin. Not particularly handsome, but not an eyesore either. Not heavy, but not toned. Aside from his periwinkle tunic, which even from this distance looked expensive, there was nothing remarkable about him. There were a few others in the box. A tall, elegant woman in her late 20s stood near the partition curtain, a cluster of men around her. She held herself like a noble, though no diadem glittered in her lustrous dark hair. "Leifer Bardingale," Arobynn murmured, following her gaze. Donoval's former wife, and the one who'd hired her.
It was an arranged marriage. She wanted his wealth, and he wanted her youth. But when they failed to have children, and some of his less desirable behavior was revealed, she managed to get out of the marriage, still young, but far richer.
It was smart of Bardingale, really. If she planned to have him assassinated, then pretending to be his friend would help keep fingers from pointing her way. Though Bardingale might have looked the part of a polite, elegant lady, Celaena knew there had to be some ice-cold steel running through her veins, and an unyielding sense of dedication to her friends and allies, not to mention to the common rights of every human being. It was hard not to immediately admire her.
And the people around them?
Celaena asked. Through a small gap in the curtains behind Donoval, she could glimpse 3 towering men, all clad in dark gray, all looking like bodyguards.
They're friends and investors. Bardingale and Donoval still have some joint businesses together. The 3 men in the back are his guards.
Celaena nodded, and might have asked him some other questions had Sam and Lysandra not filed into the box behind them, bidding farewell to Arobyn's friend. There were 3 seats along the balcony rail, and 3 seats behind them. Lysandra, to Celaena's dismay, sat next to her as Arobyn and Sam took the rear seats.
Oh, look at how many people are here,
Lysandra said. Her low-cut ice-blue dress did little to hide her cleavage as she craned her neck over the rail. Celaena blocked out Lysandra's prattling as the courtesan began tossing out important names. Celaena could sense Sam behind her, feel his gaze focused solely on the gold velvet curtains concealing the stage. She should say something to him, apologize or thank him or just say something kind. She felt him tensing, as if he too wanted to say something. Somewhere in the theater, a gong began signaling the audience to take their seats. It was now or never. She didn't know why her heart thundered the way it did, but she didn't give herself a chance to second guess as she twisted to look at him. She glanced once at his clothes and then said, "You look handsome." His brows rose, and she swiftly turned back around in her seat, focusing hard on the curtain. He looked better than handsome, but, well, at least she'd said one nice thing. She'd tried to be nice. Somehow it didn't make her feel that much better. Celaena folded her hands in the lap of her blood-red gown. It wasn't cut nearly as low as Lysandra's, but with the slender sleeves and bare shoulders, she felt particularly exposed to Sam. She'd curled and swept her hair over one shoulder, certainly not to hide the scar on her neck. Donoval lounged in his seat, eyes on the stage. How could a man who looked so bored and useless be responsible for not just the fate of several lives, but of his entire country? How could he sit in this theater and not hang his head in shame for what he was about to do to his fellow countrymen, and to whatever slaves would be caught up in it? The men around Bardingale kissed her cheeks and departed for their own boxes. Donoval's 3 thugs watched the men very, very closely as they left. Not lazy, bored guards, then. Celaena frowned. But then the chandeliers were hauled upward into the dome and dimmed, and the crowd quieted to hear the opening notes as the orchestra began playing. In the dark, it was nearly impossible to see Donoval. Sam's hand brushed her shoulder, and she almost jumped out of her skin as he brought his mouth close to her ear and murmured, "You look beautiful, though I bet you already know that." She most certainly did. She gave him a sidelong glare and found him grinning as he leaned back into his seat. Suppressing her urge to smile, Celaena turned toward the stage as the music established the setting for them, a world of shadows and mist, a world where creatures and myths dwelled in the dark moments before dawn. Celaena went still as the gold curtain drew back, and everything she knew and everything she was faded away to nothing. The music annihilated her. The dancing was breathtaking, yes, and the story it told was certainly lovely, a legend of a prince seeking to rescue his bride, and the cunning bird he captured to help him to do it. But the music. Had there ever been anything more beautiful, more exquisitely painful? She clenched the arms of the seat, her fingers digging into the velvet, as the music hurtled toward its finale, sweeping her away in a flood. With each beat of the drum, each trill of the flute and blare of the horn, she felt all of it along her skin, along her bones. The music broke her apart and put her back together, only to rend her asunder again and again. And then the climax, the compilation of all the sounds she had loved best, amplified until they echoed into eternity. As the final note swelled, a gasp broke from her, setting the tears in her eyes spilling down her face. She didn't care who saw. Then, silence. The silence was the worst thing she'd ever heard. The silence brought back everything around her. Applause erupted, and she was on her feet, crying still as she clapped until her hands ached.
Celaena, I didn't know you had a shred of human emotion in you,
Lysandra leaned in to whisper.
And I didn't think the performance was that good.
Sam gripped the back of Lysandra's chair. Shut up, Lysandra. Arobynn clicked his tongue in warning, but Celaena remained clapping. Even as Sam's defense sent a faint trickle of pleasure through her. The ovation continued for a while, with the dancers emerging from the curtain again and again to bow and be showered with flowers. Celaena clapped through it all, even as her tears dried, even as the crowd began shuffling out. When she remembered to glance at Donoval, his box was empty. Arobynn, Sam, and Lysandra left their box, too, long before she was ready to end her applause. But after she finished clapping, Celaena remained, staring toward the curtained stage, watching the orchestra begin to pack up their instruments. She was the last person to leave the theater. There was another party at the Keep that night. A party for Lysandra and her madam, and whatever artists and philosophers and writers Arobynn favored at that moment. Mercifully, it was confined to one of the drawing rooms, but laughter and music still filled the entirety of the second floor. On the carriage ride home, Arobynn had asked Celaena to join them, but the last thing she wanted to see was Lysandra being fawned over by Arobynn, Sam, and everyone else. So she told him that she was tired and needed to sleep. She wasn't tired in the least, though. Emotionally drained, perhaps, but it was only 10:30, and the thought of taking off her gown and climbing into bed made her feel rather pathetic. She was Adarlan's assassin. She'd freed slaves and stolen Asterian horses and won the respect of the Mute Master. Surely she could do something better than go to bed early. So she slipped into one of the music rooms, where it was quiet enough that she could only hear a burst of laughter every now and then. The other assassins were either at the party or off on some mission or other. Her rustling dress was the only sound as she folded back the cover of the pianoforte. She learned to play when she was 10, under Arobynn's orders that she find at least one refined skill other than ending lives, and had fallen in love immediately. Though she no longer took lessons, she played whenever she could spare a few minutes. The music from the theater still echoed in her mind. Again and again, the same cluster of notes and harmonies. She could feel them humming under the surface of her skin, beating in time with her heart. What she wouldn't give to hear the music once more. She played a few notes with one hand, frowned, adjusted her fingers, and tried again, clinging to the music in her mind. Slowly, the familiar melody began to sound right. But it was only a few notes, and it was the pianoforte, not an orchestra. She pounded the keys harder, working out the riffs. It was almost there, but not quite right. She couldn't remember the notes as perfectly as they sounded in her head. She didn't feel them the way she'd felt them only an hour ago. She tried again for a few minutes, but eventually slammed the lid shut and stalked from the room. She found Sam lounging against a wall in the hallway. Had he been listening to her fumble with the pianoforte this whole time? "Close, but not quite the same, is it?" he said. She gave him a withering look and started toward her bedroom, even though she had no desire to spend the rest of the night sitting in there by herself. "It must drive you mad, not being able to get it exactly the way you remember it." He kept pace beside her. His midnight blue tunic brought out the golden hues in his skin.
"I was just fooling around," she said. "I can't be the best at everything, you know. It wouldn't be fair to the rest of you, would it?"
Down the hall, someone had started a merry tune on the instruments in the gaming room. Sam chewed on his lip. "Why didn't you trail Donoval after the theater? Don't you have only 4 days left?" She wasn't surprised he knew. Her missions weren't usually that secret. She paused, still itching to hear the music once more.
"Some things are more important than death."
Sam's eyes flickered. "I know." She tried not to squirm as he refused to drop her stare.
"Why are you helping Lysandra?"
She didn't know why she asked it. Sam frowned. "She's not all that bad, you know. When she's away from other people, she's better. Don't bite off my head for saying it. But even though you taunt her about it, she didn't choose this path for herself. Like us." He shook his head. "She just wants your attention and acknowledgement of her existence." She clenched her jaw. Of course he'd spent plenty of time alone with Lysandra, and of course he'd find her sympathetic.
"I don't particularly care what she wants. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you helping her?"
He shrugged. "Because Arobin told me to, and since I have no desire to have my face beaten to a pulp again, I'm not going to question him."
He hurt you that badly, too?"
Sam let out a low laugh, but didn't reply until after a servant bustled past, carrying a tray full of wine bottles. They were probably better off talking in a room where they'd be less likely to be overheard, but the idea of being utterly alone with him made her pulse pound. "I was unconscious for a day and dozed on and off for 3 more after that," Sam said. Selena hissed a violent curse. "He sent you to the Red Desert," Sam went on, his words soft and low. "But my punishment was having to watch him beat you that night."
"Why?" Another question she didn't mean to ask.
He closed the distance between them, standing near enough now that she could see the fine gold thread detailing on his tunic. "After what we went through in Skulls Bay, you should know the answer."
She didn't want to know the answer, now that she thought about it. "Are you going to make a bid for Lysandra?"
Sam burst out laughing. "Bid? Selena, I don't have any money, and the money that I do have is going toward paying back Arobin, even if I wanted to."
"Do you want to?"
He gave her a lazy grin. "Why do you want to know?"
"Because I'm curious whether Arobin's beating damaged your brain, that's why."
Afraid she and I had a summer romance? That insufferable grin was still there. She could have raked her nails down his face. Instead, she picked another weapon.
"I hope you did. I certainly enjoyed myself this summer."
The smile faded at that. "What do you mean?" She brushed an invisible fleck of dust off her red gown.
"Let's just say that the son of the Mute Master was far more welcoming than the other silent assassins."
It wasn't quite a lie. Ilias had tried to kiss her, and she had basked in his attention, but she hadn't wanted to start anything between them. Sam's face paled. Her words had struck home, but it wasn't as satisfying as she thought it would be. Instead, the mere fact that it had affected him made her feel...
Oh, why had she even said anything about Ilias?
Well, she knew precisely why. Sam began to turn away, but she grabbed his arm.
"Help me with Donoval,"
she blurted. Not that she needed it, but this was the best she could offer him in exchange for what he'd done for her.
I'll give you half of the money."
He snorted. "Keep your money. I don't need it. Ruining yet another slave trade agreement will be enough for me." He studied her for a moment, his mouth quirking to the side. "You're sure you want my help?"
"Yes,"
she said. It came out a bit strangled. He searched her eyes for any sign of mockery. She hated herself for making him distrust her that much. But he nodded at last. "Then we'll start tomorrow. We'll scope out his house, unless you've already done that." She shook her head. I'll come by your room after breakfast."
She nodded. There was more she wanted to say to him, and she didn't want him to go, but her throat had closed up, too full of all those unspoken words. She made to turn away.
"Selena."
She looked back at him, her red gown sweeping around her. His eyes shone as he flashed her a crooked grin.
"I missed you this summer."
She met his stare unflinchingly, returning the smile as she said, "I hate to admit it, Sam Cortland, but I missed your sorry ass too." He merely chuckled before he strode toward the party, his hands in his pockets. Chapter 4. Crouched in the shadows of a gargoyle the following afternoon, Selena shifted her numb legs and groaned softly. She usually opted to wear a mask, but with the rain, it would have limited her vision even further. Going without, though, made her feel somewhat exposed. The rain also made the stones slick, and she took extra care while adjusting her position. 6 hours. 6 hours spent on this rooftop, staring across the street at the 2-story house Donoval had rented for the duration of his stay. It was just off the most fashionable avenue in the city, and was enormous as far as city homes went. Made of solid white stone and capped with green clay shingles, it looked just like any other wealthy home in the city, right down to its intricately carved windowsills and doorways. The front lawn was manicured, and even in the rain, servants bustled around the property, bringing in food, flowers, and other supplies. That was the first thing she noticed, that people came and went all day, and there were guards everywhere. They looked closely at the faces of the servants who entered, scaring the daylights out of some of them. There was a whisper of boots against the ledge, and Sam nimbly slipped into the shadows of the gargoyle, returning from scouting the other side of the house. "A guard on every corner," Selena murmured as Sam settled down beside her. 3 at the front door, 2 at the gate. How many did you spot in the back?
1 on either side of the house, 3 more by the stables, and they don't look like cheap hands for hire either. Will we take them out or slip past them?"
"I'd prefer not to kill them," she admitted, "but we'll see if we can slip past when the time comes. Seems like they're rotating every 2 hours. The off-duty guards go into the house."
"Donoval's still away?"
She nodded, inching nearer to him. Of course, it was just to absorb his warmth against the freezing rain. She tried not to notice when he pressed closer to her, too. "He hasn't returned." Donoval had left nearly an hour ago, closely flanked by a hulking brute of a man who looked hewn from granite. The bodyguard inspected the carriage, examined the coachman and the footman, held the door until Donoval was ensconced inside, and then slipped in himself. It seemed like Donoval knew very well just how coveted and delicate his list of slave sympathizers was. She'd seldom seen this kind of security. They'd already surveyed the house and grounds, noting everything from the stones of the building to what sort of latches sealed the windows, to the distance between the nearby rooftops and the roof of the house itself. Even with the rain, she could see well enough into the 2nd-story window to make out a long hallway. Some servants came out of rooms bearing sheets and blankets. Bedrooms, then. 4 of them. There was a supply closet near the stairwell at the center of the hall. From the light that spilled into the hallway, she knew that the main stairwell had to be open and grand, just like the one in the Assassin's Keep. Not a chance of hiding, unless they found the servants' passages. They got lucky, though, when she spied a servant going into one of the 2nd-floor rooms, carrying a pile of the afternoon papers. A few minutes later, a maid lugged in a bucket and tools for sweeping out a fireplace, and then a manservant brought in what looked like a bottle of wine. She hadn't seen anyone changing the linens in that room, and so they took special notice of the servants who entered and exited. It had to be the private study that Arobin had mentioned. Donoval probably maintained a formal study on the 1st floor, but if he were doing dark dealings, then moving his real business to a more hidden quarter of the house would make sense. But they still needed to figure out what time the meeting would take place.
Right now, it could be at any point on the arranged day.
"There he is,"
Sam hissed. Donaval's carriage pulled up, and the hulking bodyguard got out, scouring the street for a moment before he motioned for the businessman to emerge. Selena had a feeling that Donaval's rush to get into the house wasn't just about the downpour. They ducked back into the shadows again.
"Where do you suppose he went?"
Sam asked. She shrugged. His former wife's harvest moon party was tonight. Perhaps that had something to do with it. Or the street festival that Melisande was hosting in the center of the city today. She and Sam were now crouching so close together that a toasty warmth was spreading up one side of her.
Nowhere good, I'm sure.
Sam let out a breathy laugh, his eyes still on the house. They were silent for a few minutes. At last he said, "So, the Mute Master's son." She almost groaned. "How close were you, exactly?" He focused on the house, though she noticed that he'd fisted his hands.
Just tell him the truth, idiot.
Nothing happened with Ilias. It was only a bit of flirtation, but nothing happened, she said again.
"Well,"
he said after a moment,
"nothing happened with Lysandra, and nothing is going to, ever."
"And why exactly do you think I care?" It was her turn to keep her eyes fixed on the house. He nudged her with his shoulder.
"Since we're friends now, I assumed you'd want to know."
She was grateful that her hood concealed most of her burning hot face. "I think I preferred it when you wanted to kill me."
"Sometimes I think so, too. Certainly made my life more interesting. I wonder, though, if I'm helping you, does it mean I get to be your second when you run the Assassin's Guild? Or does it just mean that I can boast that the famed Selena Sardathian finally finds me worthy?"
She jabbed him with an elbow. "It means you should shut up and pay attention." They grinned at each other, and then they waited. Around sunset, which felt especially early that day given the heavy cloud cover, the bodyguard emerged. Donaval was nowhere in sight, and the bodyguard motioned to the guards, speaking quietly to them before he strode down the street.
Off on an errand?
Selena pondered. Sam inclined his head after the bodyguard, a suggestion that they follow. Good idea. Selena's stiff limbs ached in protest as she slowly, carefully inched away from the gargoyle. She kept her eyes on the nearby guards, not once looking away as she grabbed the roof ledge and hauled herself up it, Sam following suit. She wished she had the boots the master tinkerer was adjusting for her, but they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Her black leather boots, while supple and supportive, felt a bit traitorous on the rain-slick gutter of the roof. Still, she and Sam kept low and fast as they dashed along the roof edge, tracking the hulking man in the street below. Luckily, he turned down a back alley, and the next house was close enough that she could nimbly leap onto the adjacent roof. Her boots slid, but her gloved fingers grappled onto the green stone shingles. Sam landed flawlessly beside her, and, to her surprise, she didn't bite his head off when he grabbed the back of her cloak to help her stand. The bodyguard continued along the alley, and they trailed on the rooftops, shadows against the growing dark. At last, he came to a broader street where the gaps between houses were too big to jump, and Selena and Sam shimmied down a drainpipe. Their boots were soft as they hit the ground. They picked up a casual pace behind their quarry, arms linked, just two citizens of the capital on their way to somewhere, eager to get out of the rain. It was easy to spot him in the crowd, even as they reached the main avenue of the city. People jumped out of his way, actually. Melisande's street festival in honor of the harvest moon was in full swing, and people flocked to it despite the rain. Selena and Sam followed the bodyguard for a few more blocks, down a few more alleys. The bodyguard turned to look behind him only once, but he found them leaning casually against an alley wall, merely cloaked figures taking shelter from the rain. With all the waste brought in by the Melisande convoy and the smaller street festivals that had already occurred, the streets and sewers were nearly overflowing with garbage. As they stalked the bodyguard, Selena heard people talking about how the city wardens had dammed up parts of the sewers to let them fill with rainwater. Tomorrow night they were going to unleash them, causing a torrent in the sewers wild enough to sweep all the clinging trash into the Avery River. They'd done it before, apparently. If the sewers weren't flushed out every now and then, the filth would grow stagnant and reek even more. Still, Selena planned to be high above the streets by the time they unleashed those dams. There was sure to be some in-street flooding before it subsided, and she had no desire to walk through any of it. The bodyguard eventually went into a tavern on the cusp of the crumbling slums, and they waited for him across the street. Through the cracked windows, they could see him sitting at the bar, drinking mug after mug of ale. Selena began to wish fervently that she could be at the street festival instead. "Well, if he has a weakness for alcohol, then perhaps that could be our way around him," Sam observed. She nodded but didn't say anything. Sam looked toward the glass castle, its towers wreathed in mist. "I wonder if Bardingale and the others are having any luck convincing the king to fund their road," he said. "I wonder why she would even want it built, since she seems so eager to make sure the slave trade stays out of Melisande for as long as possible. If anything, it means she has absolute faith that we won't fail," Selena said. When she didn't say anything else, Sam fell silent. An hour passed, and the bodyguard spoke to no one, paid the entire tab with a piece of silver, and headed back to Donoval's house. Despite the ale he'd consumed, his steps were steady, and by the time Sam and Selena reached the house, she was almost bored to tears, not to mention shivering with cold and unsure if her numbed toes had fallen off inside her boots. They watched from a nearby street corner as the bodyguard went up the front steps. He held a position of respect then, if he wasn't made to enter through the back. But even with the bits of information they'd gathered that day, when they made the 20-minute trek across the city to the keep, Selena couldn't help feeling rather useless and miserable. Even Sam was quiet as they reached their home, and merely told her that he'd see her in a few hours. The Harvest Moon party was that night, and the deal with Donoval 3 days away. Considering how little they'd been able to actually glean that day, perhaps she'd have to work harder than she'd thought to find a way to take out her quarry. Maybe Arobyn's gift had been more of a curse. What a waste. She spent an hour soaking in her bathtub, running the hot water until she was fairly certain there wasn't any left for anyone else in the keep. Arobyn himself had commissioned the running water outfit for the keep, and it had cost as much as the building did, but she was forever grateful for it. Once the ice had melted away from her bones, she slipped into the black silk dressing robe Arobyn had given her that morning, another of his presents, but still not enough that she'd forgive him any time soon. She padded into her bedroom. A servant had started a fire, and she was about to begin dressing for the Harvest Moon party when she spotted the pile of papers on her bed. They were tied with a red string, and her stomach fluttered as she pulled out the note placed on top. "Try not to stain them with your tears when you play. It took a lot of bribes to get these." She might have rolled her eyes had she not seen what lay before her. Sheet music, for the performance she'd seen last night, for the notes she couldn't get out of her mind even a day later. She glanced again at the note. It wasn't Arobyn's elegant script, but Sam's hurried scrawl. When in hell had he found the time today to get these? He must have gone out right after they'd returned. She sank onto the bed, flipping through the pages. The show had only debuted a few weeks ago. Sheet music for it wasn't even in circulation yet. Nor would it be until it proved itself to be a success. That could be months, even years from now. She couldn't help her smile. Despite the ongoing rain that night, the Harvest Moon party at Leifer Bardingale's riverfront house was so packed that Selena hardly had room to show off her exquisite gold and blue dress, or the fish fin combs she'd had positioned along the sides of her upswept hair. Everyone who was anyone in Rifthold was here. That is, everyone without royal blood, though she could have sworn she saw a few members of the nobility mingling with the bejeweled crowd. The ballroom was enormous, its towering ceiling strung with paper lanterns of all colors and shapes and sizes. Garlands had been woven around the pillars lining one side of the room, and on the many tables, cornucopias overflowed with food and flowers. Young women in nothing more than corsets and lacy lingerie dangled from swings attached to the filigreed ceiling, and bare-chested young men with ornate ivory collars handed out wine. Celaena had attended dozens of extravagant parties while growing up in Rifthold. She'd infiltrated functions hosted by foreign dignitaries and local nobility. She'd seen everything and anything until she thought nothing could surprise her anymore. But this party blew them all away. There was a small orchestra accompanied by two identical twin singers, both young women, both dark-haired, and both equipped with utterly ethereal voices. They had people swaying where they stood, their voices tugging everyone toward the packed dance floor. With Sam flanking her, Celaena stepped from the stairs at the top of the ballroom. Arobin kept on her left, his silver eyes scanning the crowd. They crinkled with pleasure when their hostess greeted them at the bottom of the steps. In his pewter tunic, Arobin cut a dashing figure as he bowed over Bardingale's hand and pressed a kiss to it. The woman watched him with dark, cunning eyes, a gracious smile on her red lips. "Leifer," Arobin crooned, half turning to beckon to Celaena. "Allow me to introduce my niece, Diana, and my ward, Sam." His niece. That was always the story, always the ruse whenever they attended events together. Sam bowed, and Celaena curtsied. The glimmer in Bardingale's gaze said that she knew very well that Celaena was not Arobin's niece. Celaena tried not to frown. She'd never liked meeting clients face to face. It was better if they went through Arobin.
"Charmed,"
Bardingale said to her, then curtsied to Sam.
"Both of them are delightful, Arobin."
A pretty nonsense statement, said by someone used to wielding pretty nonsense words to get what she wanted.
"Walk with me?"
she asked the king of the assassins, and Arobin extended an elbow. Just before they slipped into the crowd, Arobin glanced over his shoulder and gave Celaena a rakish smile. "Try not to get into too much trouble." Then Arobin and the lady were swallowed up by the throng of people, leaving Sam and Celaena at the foot of the stairs. "What now?" Sam murmured, staring after Bardingale. His dark green tunic brought up the faint flecks of emerald in his brown eyes. "Did you spot Donoval?" They'd come here to see with whom Donoval associated, how many guards were waiting outside, and if he looked nervous. The exchange would happen 3 nights from now, in his upstairs study. But at what time? That was what she needed to find out more than anything. And tonight was the only chance she'd have to get close enough to him to do it. "He's by the 3rd pillar," she said, keeping her gaze on the crowd. In the shadows of the pillars lining one half of the room, little seating areas had been erected on raised platforms. They were separated by black velvet curtains, private lounges for Bardingale's most distinguished guests. It was to one of these alcoves that she spotted Donoval making his way, his hulking bodyguard close behind. As soon as Donoval plopped into the plush cushions, 4 of the corset-clad girls slid into place beside him, smiles plastered on their faces. "Doesn't he look cozy?" Sam mused. "I wonder how much Clarice stands to make off this party." That explained where the girls came from. Celaena just hoped Lysandra wasn't here. One of the beautiful serving boys offered Donoval and the courtesans glasses of sparkling wine. The bodyguard, who stood by the curtains, sipped first before nodding to Donoval to take it. Donoval, one hand already wrapped around the bare shoulders of the girl beside him, didn't thank either his bodyguard or the serving boy. Celaena felt her lip curl as Donoval pressed his lips to the neck of the courtesan. The girl couldn't have been older than 20. It didn't surprise her at all that this man found the growing slave trade appealing, and that he was willing to destroy his opponents to make his business arrangement a success.
I have a feeling he's not going to get up for a while,
Celaena said, and when she turned to Sam, he was frowning. He'd always had a mixture of sorrow and sympathy for the courtesans, and such hatred for their clients. His mother's end hadn't been a happy one. Perhaps that was why he tolerated the insufferable Lysandra and her insipid companions. Someone almost knocked into Celaena from behind, but she sensed the staggering man and easily sidestepped out of his path.
"This is a madhouse,"
she muttered, her gaze rising to the girls on the swings as they floated through the room. They arched their backs so far that it was a miracle their breasts stayed in their corsets. I can't even imagine how much Bardingale spent on this party. Sam was so close his breath caressed her cheek. Celaena was actually more curious about how much the hostess was spending on keeping Donoval distracted. Clearly no cost was too great if she'd hired Celaena to help destroy Donoval's trade agreement and get those documents into safe hands. But perhaps there was more to this assignment than just the slave trade agreement and blackmailing list. Perhaps Bardingale was tired of supporting her former husband's decadent lifestyle. Celaena couldn't bring herself to blame her. Even though Donoval's cushioned alcove was meant to be private, he certainly wanted to be seen, and from the bottles of sparkling wine that had been set on the low table before him, she could tell he had no intention of getting up. A man who wanted to be approached by others, who wanted to feel powerful. He liked to be worshipped. And at a party hosted by his former wife, he had some nerve associating with those courtesans. It was petty and cruel if she thought about it. But what good did knowing that do her? He rarely spoke to other men, it seemed. But who said his business partner had to be a man? Maybe it was a woman or a courtesan. Donoval was now slobbering over the neck of the girl on his other side, his hand roaming along her bare thigh. But if Donoval were in league with a courtesan, why would he wait until 3 days from now before making the document exchange? It couldn't be one of Clarice's girls, or Clarice herself. Do you think he's going to meet with his conspirator tonight? Sam asked. Celaena turned to him.
No. I have a feeling that he's not foolish enough to actually do any dealings here.
At least, not with anyone except Clarice. Sam's face darkened.
If Donoval enjoyed female company, well, that certainly worked in favor of her plan to get close to him, didn't it? She began winding her way through the crowd.
What are you doing? Sam said, managing to keep up with her. She shot him a look over her shoulder, nudging people out of the way as she made for the alcove.
Don't follow me, she said, but not harshly. I'm going to try something. Just stay here. I'll come find you when I'm done.
He stared at her for a heartbeat, then nodded. Celaena took a long breath through her nose as she mounted the steps and walked into the raised alcove where Donoval sat. Chapter 5. The 4 courtesans noticed her, but Celaena kept her eyes on Donoval, who looked up from the neck of the courtesan currently on the receiving end of his affection. His bodyguard was alert, but didn't stop her. Fool. She forced a little smile to her lips as Donoval's eyes roved freely. Up and down and up. That was why she'd opted for a lower-cut dress than usual. It made her stomach turn, but she stepped closer, only the low-lying table between her and Donoval's sofa. She gave a low, elegant curtsy.
"My lord," she purred.
He was not a lord in any sense, but a man like that had to enjoy fancy titles, however unearned they might be. "May I help you?" he said, taking in her dress. She was definitely more covered up than the courtesans around him, but sometimes there was more allure in not seeing everything.
"Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt,"
she said, tilting her head so that the light from the lanterns caught in her eyes and set them sparkling. She knew well enough which of her features men tended to notice and appreciate most.
But my uncle is a merchant, and he speaks so highly of you that I...
She now looked at the courtesans as if suddenly noticing them, as if she were a good, decent girl realizing the company he kept and trying not to become too embarrassed. Donoval seemed to sense her discomfort and sat up, removing his hand from the thigh of the girl next to him. The courtesans all went a bit rigid, shooting daggers in her direction. She might have grinned at them had she not been so focused on her act. "Go on, my dear," Donoval said, his eyes now fixed on hers. Really, it was too easy. She bit her lip, tucking her chin down, demure, shy, waiting to be plucked.
My uncle is sick tonight and couldn't attend. He was so looking forward to meeting you, and I thought I might make an introduction on his behalf, but I'm so terribly sorry to have interrupted you.
She made to turn, counting down the heartbeats until... No, I'd be pleased to make the acquaintance. What is your name, my dear girl?" She turned back, letting the light catch in her blue-gold eyes again.
Diana Bracken. My uncle is Eric Bracken.
She glanced at the courtesans, giving her best alarmed innocent maiden look.
I truly don't wish to interrupt you.
Donoval kept drinking her in.
Perhaps, if it would not be an inconvenience or an impertinence, we could call on you? Not tomorrow or the day after, since my uncle has some contract with the Viceroy of Belhaven to work on, but the day after that? 3 days from now is what I mean.
She made a little coo of a laugh. "It wouldn't be an impertinence in the least," Donoval crooned, leaning forward. Mentioning Fenharrow's wealthiest city and ruler had done the trick. "In fact, I much admire you for having the nerve to approach me. Not many men would, let alone young women." She almost rolled her eyes, but she just fluttered her eyelashes ever so slightly.
"Thank you, my lord. What time would be convenient for you?"
"Ah," Donoval said. "Well, I have dinner plans that night." Not a hint of nerves or a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. "But I am free for breakfast or lunch," he added with a growing smile. She sighed dramatically.
"Oh, no, I think I might have committed myself then, actually. What about tea that afternoon? You say you have dinner plans, but perhaps something before? Or maybe we'll just see you at the theater that night."
He fell silent, and she wondered if he was growing suspicious. But she blinked, tucking her arms into her sides enough that her chest squeezed a bit more out of her neckline. It was a trick she'd used often enough to know it worked. "I would certainly like to have tea," he said at last, "but I'll also be at the theater after my dinner." She gave him a bright smile.
"Would you like to join us in our box? My uncle has 2 of his contacts from the Viceroy of Belhaven's court joining us, but I just know he'd be honored to have you with us as well."
He cocked his head, and she could practically see the cold, calculating thoughts churning behind his eyes.
"Come on," she thought. "Take the bait."
Contacts with a wealthy businessman and Belhaven's viceroy should be enough. "I'd be delighted," he said, giving her a smile that reeked of trained charm.
"I'm sure you have a fine carriage to escort you to the theater, but we'd be doubly honored if you'd use ours. We could pick you up after your dinner, perhaps?"
"I'm afraid my dinner is rather late. I'd hate to make you or your uncle tardy for the theater."
"Oh, it wouldn't be a problem. What time does your dinner begin? Or end, I suppose, is the better question."
A giggle, a twinkle in her eye that suggested the sort of curiosity in what a man like Donoval would be eager to show an inexperienced girl. He leaned farther forward. She wanted to claw at the skin his gaze raked over with such sensual consideration. "The meal should be over within an hour," he drawled, "if not sooner. Only a quick meal with an old friend of mine. Why don't you stop by the house at 8:30? Her smile grew, genuine this time. 7:30 then. That's when the deal would occur. How could he be that foolish, that arrogant? He deserved to die just for being so irresponsible, so easily lured by a girl who was far too young for him.
"Oh, yes," she said.
"Of course." She rattled off details about her uncle's business and how well they'd get along, and soon she was curtsying again, giving him another long look at her cleavage before she walked away. The courtesans were still glaring at her, and she could feel Donaval's gaze devouring her until the crowd swallowed her up. She made a show of going over to the food, keeping up the demure maiden facade, and when Donaval finally stopped watching, she let out a sigh. That had certainly gone well. She loaded a plate with food that made her mouth water: roast boar, berries and cream, warm chocolate cake. From a few feet away, she found Leifer Bardingale observing her, the woman's dark eyes remarkably sad, pitying. Or was it regret for what she had hired Celaena to do? Bardingale approached, brushing against Celaena's skirts on her way to the buffet table, but Celaena chose not to acknowledge her. Whatever Arobynn had told the woman about her, she didn't care to know. Though she would have liked to know what perfume Bardingale was wearing. It smelled like jasmine and vanilla. Sam was suddenly beside her, appearing in that silent-as-death way of his. "Did you get what you needed?" He followed Celaena as she added more food to her plate. Leifer took a few scoops of berries and a dollop of cream and disappeared back into the crowd. Celaena grinned, glancing to the alcove where Donaval had now returned to his hired company. She deposited her plate on the table. "I certainly did. It appears he's unavailable at 7:30 in the evening that day." "So we have our meeting time," Sam said. "Indeed we do." She turned to him with a triumphant smirk, but Sam was now watching Donaval, his frown growing as the man continued pawing at the girls around him. The music shifted, becoming livelier, the twins' voices rising in a wraith-like harmony. "And now that I got what I came here for, I want to dance," Celaena said. "So drink up, Sam Cortland. We're not washing our hands in blood tonight." She danced and danced. The beautiful youths of Melisande had gathered near the platform that held the twin singers, and Celaena had gravitated toward them. Bottles of sparkling wine passed from hand to hand, mouth to mouth. Celaena swigged from all of them. Around midnight, the music changed, going from organized, elegant dances to a frenzied, sensual sound that had her clapping her hands and stomping her feet in time. The Melisanders seemed eager to writhe and fling themselves about. If there were music and movements that embodied the wildness and recklessness and immortality of youth, they were here on this dance floor. Donaval remained where he sat on the cushions, drinking bottle after bottle. He never once glanced in her direction. Whoever he had thought Diana Bracken was, she was now forgotten. Good. Sweat ran along every part of her body, but she tipped her head back, arms upraised, content to bask in the music. One of the courtesans on the swings flew by so low that their fingers brushed. The touch sent sparks shooting through her. This was more than a party. It was a performance, an orgy, and a call to worship at the altar of excess. Celaena was a willing sacrifice. The music shifted again, a riot of pounding drums and the staccato notes of the twins. Sam kept a respectful distance, dancing alone, occasionally detangling himself from the arms of a girl who saw his beautiful face and tried to seize him for her own. Celaena tried not to smirk when she saw him politely but firmly telling the girl to find someone else. Many of the older partygoers had long since left, ceding the dance floor to the young and beautiful. Celaena focused long enough to check on Donaval and to see Arobynn sitting with Bardingale in another one of the nearby alcoves. A few others sat with them, and though glasses of wine littered their table, they all had lowered brows and tight-lipped expressions. While Donaval had come here to feast off his former wife's fortune, it seemed like she had other thoughts on how to enjoy her party. What sort of strength had it taken to accept that assassinating her former husband was the only option left? Or was it weakness? The clock struck 3. 3? How had so many hours passed? A glimmer of movement caught her eye by the towering doors atop the stairs. 4 young men wearing masks stood atop the steps, surveying the crowd. It took all of 2 heartbeats for her to see that the dark-haired youth was their ringleader, and that the fine clothes and the masks they wore marked them as nobility. Probably nobles looking to escape a stuffy function and savor the delights of Rifthold. The masked strangers swaggered down the steps, one of them keeping close to the dark-haired youth. That one had a sword, she noticed, and from his tensed shoulders she could tell he wasn't entirely pleased to be here. But the lips of the ringleader parted in a grin as he stalked into the crowd. Gods above, even with the mask obscuring half of his features, he was handsome. She danced as she watched him, and, as if he had somehow sensed her all this time, their eyes met from across the room. She gave him a smile, then deliberately turned back toward the singers, her dancing a little more careful, a little more inviting. She found Sam frowning at her. She gave him a shrug. It took the masked stranger a few minutes, and a knowing smile from her to suggest that she too knew exactly where he was, but soon she felt a hand slide around her waist. "Some party," the stranger whispered in her ear. She twisted to see sapphire eyes gleaming at her. "Are you from Melisande?" She swayed with the music. "Perhaps." His smile grew. She itched to pull off the mask. Any young nobles who were out at this hour were certainly not here for innocent purposes. Still, who was to say that she couldn't have some fun, too? "What's your name?" he asked above the roar of the music. She leaned close. "My name is Wind," she whispered, "and rain, and bone, and dust. My name is a snippet of a half-remembered song." He chuckled, a low, delightful sound. She was drunk and silly, and so full of the glory of being young and alive and in the capital of the world that she could hardly contain herself. "I have no name," she purred. "I am whoever the keepers of my fate tell me to be." He grasped her by her wrist, running a thumb along the sensitive skin underneath. "Then let me call you mine for a dance or two." She grinned, but someone was suddenly between them, a tall, powerfully built person. Sam. He ripped the stranger's hand off her wrist. "She's spoken for," he growled, all too close to the young man's masked face. The stranger's friend was behind him in an instant, his bronze eyes fixed on Sam. Selena grabbed Sam's elbow. "Enough," she warned him. The masked stranger looked Sam up and down, then held up his hands. "My mistake," he said, but winked at Selena before he disappeared into the crowd, his armed friend close behind. Selena whirled to face Sam. "What in hell was that for?" "You're drunk," he told her, so close her chest brushed his. "And he knew it, too." "So?" Even as she said it, someone dancing wildly crashed into her and set her reeling. Sam caught her around the waist, his hands firm on her as he kept her from falling to the ground. "You'll thank me in the morning." "Just because we're working together doesn't mean I'm suddenly incapable of handling myself." His hands were still on her waist. "Let me take you home." She glanced toward the alcoves. Donoval was passed out cold on the shoulder of a very bored-looking courtesan. Arobin and Bardingale were still deep in their conversation. "No," she said. "I don't need an escort. I'll go home when I feel like it." She slipped out of his grasp, slamming into the shoulder of someone behind her. The man apologized and moved away. "Besides," Selena said, unable to stop the words or the stupid, useless jealousy that grabbed control of her, "don't you have Lysandra or someone equally for hire to be with?" "I don't want to be with Lysandra or anyone else for hire," he said through gritted teeth. He reached for her hand. "And you're a damned fool for not seeing it." She shook off his grip. "I am what I am, and I don't particularly care what you think of me." Maybe once he might have believed that, but now... Well, I care what you think of me. I care enough that I stayed at this disgusting party just for you. And I care enough that I'd attend 1,000 more like it, so I can spend a few hours with you when you aren't looking at me like I'm not worth the dirt beneath your shoes." That made her anger stumble. She swallowed hard, her head spinning. "We have enough going on with Donoval. I don't need to be fighting with you." She wanted to rub her eyes, but she would have ruined the cosmetics on them. She let out a long sigh. "Can't we just try to enjoy ourselves right now?" Sam shrugged, but his eyes were still dark and gleaming. "If you want to dance with that man, then go ahead." "It's not about that." "Then tell me what it's about." She began wringing her fingers, then stopped herself. "Look," she said, the music so loud it was hard to hear her own thoughts. Sam, I don't know how to be your friend yet. I don't know if I know how to be anyone's friend. And can we just talk about this tomorrow?" He shook his head slowly, but gave her a smile, even though it didn't reach his eyes. "Sure. If you can remember anything tomorrow," he said with forced lightness. She made herself smile back at him. He jerked his chin toward the dancing. "Go have fun. We'll talk in the morning." He stepped closer, as if he'd kiss her cheek, but then thought better of it. She couldn't tell if she was disappointed or not, as he squeezed her shoulder instead. With that, he vanished into the crowd. Selena stared after him until a young woman pulled her into a circle of dancing girls, and the revelry took hold of her again. The rooftop of her new apartment looked out over the Avery River, and Selena sat on the walled edge, her legs dangling off the side. The stone beneath her was chill and damp, but the rain had stopped during the night, and fierce winds had blown the clouds away as the stars faded and the sky lightened. The sun broke over the horizon, flooding the snaking arm of the Avery with light. It became a living band of gold. The capital began to stir, chimneys puffing up smoke from the first of the day's fires, fishermen calling to one another from the nearby docks, young children rushing through the streets with bundles of wood or the morning papers or buckets of water. Behind her, the glass castle shimmered in the dawn. She hadn't been to her new apartment since she'd returned from the desert, so she'd taken a few minutes to walk through the spacious rooms hidden on the upper floor of a fake warehouse. It was the last place anyone would expect her to purchase a home, and the warehouse itself was filled with bottles of ink, a supply no one was likely to break in to steal. This was a place that was hers and hers alone. Or it would be, as soon as she told Arobin she was leaving, which she'd do as soon as she finished this business with Donoval, or sometime soon after that. Maybe. She inhaled the damp morning air, letting it wash through her. Seated on the roof ledge, she felt wonderfully insignificant, a mere speck in the vastness of the great city, and yet all of it was hers for the taking. Yes, the party had been delightful, but there was more to the world than that. Bigger things, more beautiful things, more real things. Her future was hers, and she had 3 trunks of gold hidden in her room that would solidify it. She could make of her life what she wanted. Selena leaned back on her hands, drinking in the awakening city. And as she watched the capital, she had the joyous feeling that the capital watched her back. Chapter 6. Since she'd forgotten to do it at the party the night before, she meant to thank Sam for the music during their usual tumbling lesson after breakfast. But several of the other assassins were also in the training hall, and she had no desire to explain the gift to any of the older men. They would undoubtedly take it the wrong way. Not that they particularly cared about what she was up to. They did their best to stay out of her way, and she didn't bother to get to know them either. Besides, her head was throbbing thanks to staying up until dawn and drinking all that sparkling wine, so she couldn't even think of the right words just now. She went through her training exercises until noon, impressing their instructor with the new ways she'd learned to move while she was in the Red Desert. She felt Sam watching her from the mats a few feet away. She tried not to look at his shirtless chest, gleaming with sweat, as he took a running jump, nimbly flipping through the air and landing almost soundlessly on the ground. By the word, he was fast. He'd certainly spent the summer training, too.
"Milady,"
the instructor coughed, and she turned to him, giving a glare that warned him not to comment. She slid into a backbend, then flipped out of it, her legs smoothly rising over her head and back to the floor. She landed in a kneel and looked up to see Sam approaching. Stopping before her, he gave the instructor a sharp jerk of his chin, and the stocky, compact man found somewhere else to be. "He was helping me," Selena said. Her muscles quivered as she stood. She'd trained hard this morning, despite how little sleep she'd gotten, which had nothing to do with the fact that she hadn't wanted to spend a moment alone with Sam in the training hall.
"He's here every other day. I don't think you're missing anything vital,"
Sam replied. She kept her gaze on his face. She'd seen Sam shirtless before. She'd seen all of the assassins in various stages of undress thanks to their training. But this felt different. "So," she said, "are we breaking into Donoval's house tonight?" She kept her voice down. She didn't particularly like sharing anything with her fellow assassins. Ben she'd once told everything to, but he was dead and buried. "Now that we know the meeting time, we should get into that upstairs study and get a sense of what and how many documents there are before he shares them with his partner." Since the sun had finally decided to make an appearance, it made daytime stalking next to impossible. He frowned, running a hand through his hair.
"I can't. I want to, but I can't. Lysandra has a pre-bidding rehearsal and I'm on guard duty. I could meet you after, if you want to wait for me."
"No, I'll go myself. It shouldn't be that hard." She started from the training room, and Sam followed her, keeping close to her side.
"It's going to be dangerous."
"Sam, I freed 200 slaves in Skulls Bay and took down Rolfe. I think I can handle this." They reached the main entranceway of the keep.
"And you did that with my help. Why don't I stop by Donoval's after I finish and see if you need me?"
She patted his shoulder, his bare skin sticky with sweat. "Do whatever you want, though I have a feeling I'll already be done by that point. But I'll tell you all about it tomorrow morning," she crooned, pausing at the foot of the grand staircase.
He grabbed her hand. "Please, be careful. Just get a look at the documents and go. We've still got 2 days until the exchange. If it's too dangerous, then we can try tomorrow. Don't put yourself at risk."
The doors to the keep swung open, and Sam dropped her hand as Lysandra and Clarice came sweeping in. Lysandra's face was flushed, making her green eyes sparkle. "Oh, Sam," Lysandra said, rushing toward him with outstretched hands. Selena bristled. Sam grasped Lysandra's slender fingers politely. From the way she drank him in, especially his shirtless torso, Selena had no trouble believing that 2 days from now, as soon as her bidding night was over and she could be with whoever she wanted, she'd seek out Sam. And who wouldn't?
"Another luncheon with Arobin?"
Sam asked, but Lysandra wouldn't let go of his hands. Madame Clarice gave Selena a curt nod as she bustled past, heading straight for Arobin's study. The brothel madam and the king of the assassins had been friends for as long as Selena had been here, and Clarice had never said more than a few words to her.
"Oh, no. We're here for tea. Arobin promised a silver tea service,"
Lysandra said, her words somehow feeling tossed in Selena's direction.
"You must join us, Sam."
Ordinarily, Selena would have bitten the girl's head off for the insult. Lysandra was still grasping Sam's hands. As if he sensed it, Sam wriggled his fingers away.
He started.
"You should go," Selena said. Lysandra looked between them. "I have work to do anyway. I don't get to be the best simply by lying on my back all day." A cheap shot, but Lysandra's eyes flashed. Selena gave her a razor-sharp smile. Not that she had wanted to keep talking to Sam, or invite him to listen to her practice the music he'd gotten her, or spend any more time with him than was absolutely necessary. He swallowed. "Have lunch with me, Selena." Lysandra clicked her tongue and strode off, muttering,
Why would you want to have lunch with her?
"I'm busy," Selena said. It wasn't a lie. She did still have to finalize her plan to break into the house, to find out more about Donoval's documents. She jerked her chin toward Lysandra and the sitting room beyond her. "Go enjoy yourself." Without wanting to see what he chose, she kept her eyes on the marble floors, the teal drapes, and the gilded ceiling as she walked to her room. The walls of Donoval's house were unguarded. Wherever he'd gone tonight, from the look of his clothes, probably to the theater or a party, he'd taken several of his guards with him, though she hadn't counted his hulking bodyguard in their ranks. Perhaps the bodyguard had the night off. It still left several guards patrolling the grounds, not to mention whoever was inside. While she loathed the thought of getting her new black suit wet, Selena was grateful for the rain that had started again at sundown, even if it meant foregoing her usual mask in order to keep her weather-limited senses open. Thankfully, the heavy downpour also meant that the guard on the side of the house didn't even notice her slipping right past him. The second floor was fairly high up, but the window was darkened, and the latch was easily unlocked from the outside. She'd mapped the house already. If she was correct, and she was certain she was, that window led right into the second-floor study. Listening carefully, she waited until the guard was looking the other way and began to climb. Her new boots found their grip on the stone, and her fingers had no trouble at all seeking out cracks. The suit was a little heavier than her usual tunic, but with the built-in blades and the gauntlets, she didn't have the additional encumbrance of a sword on her back or daggers at her waist. There were even 2 knives built into her boots. This was one gift from Arobin that she'd get a lot of use out of. But while the rain quieted and clouded her, it also masked the sound of anyone approaching. She kept her eyes and ears wide open, but no other guards rounded the corner of the house. The additional risk was worth it. Now that she knew what time the meeting would take place, she had 2 days to gather as much specific information as she could about the documents, namely how many pages there were and where Donoval hid them. In a few moments, she was at the sill of the study window. The guard below didn't even look up at the house towering behind him. Top-notch guards indeed. One glance inside showed a darkened room, a desk littered with papers and nothing else. He wouldn't be so foolish as to leave the lists out in plain sight, but... Selena hauled herself onto the ledge, and the slender knife from her boot gleamed dully as it wedged into the slight gap between the window doors. 2 angled jabs, a flick of her wrist, and... She eased the window open, praying for silent hinges. One of them creaked quietly, but the other swung away without a sound. She slid into the study, boots quiet on the ornate rug. Carefully, holding her breath, she eased the windows shut again. She sensed the attack, a heartbeat before it happened. Chapter 7. Selena whirled and ducked, the other knife from her boot instantly in her hand, and the guard went down with a groan. She struck fast as an asp, a move she'd learned in the Red Desert. As she yanked the knife from his thigh, hot blood pumped onto her hand. Another guard swiped a sword at her, but she met it with both her knives before kicking him squarely in the stomach. He staggered back, yet not fast enough to escape the blow to his head that knocked him out. Another maneuver the Mute Master had taught her while she'd been studying how the desert animals moved. In the darkness of the room, she felt the reverberations as the guard's body slammed into the floor. But there were others, and she counted 3 more. 3 more grunting and moaning as they crumpled around her, before someone grabbed her from behind. There was a vicious thump against her head, and something wet and putrid pressed to her face, and then... oblivion. Selena awoke, But she didn't open her eyes. She kept her breathing steady, even as she inhaled the reek of filth and the damp, rotten air around her. And she kept her ears open, even as she heard the chuckle of male voices and the gurgle of water. She kept very still, even as she felt the ropes that bound her to the chair and the water that was already up to her calves. She was in the sewer. Splashes approached, heavy enough that the sewer water showered her lap.
"I think that's enough sleeping,"
said a deep voice. A powerful hand slapped her cheek. Through stinging eyes, she found the hatchet-hewn face of Donoval's bodyguard smiling at her.
"Hello, lovely. Thought we didn't notice you spying on us for days, did you? You might be good, but you're not invisible."
Behind him, 4 guards loitered by an iron door, and beyond it was another door, through which she could see a set of steps that led upward. It must be a door into the cellar of the house. Several of the older houses in Rifthold had such doors, escape routes during wars, ways to sneak in scandal-worthy guests, or merely an easy way to deposit the household's waste. The double doors were to keep out the water, airtight, and made long ago by skilled craftsmen who had used magic to coat the thresholds with water-repellent spells.
"There are a lot of rooms to break into in this house,"
the bodyguard said.
"Why'd you choose the upstairs study? And where's your friend?"
She gave him a crooked grin, all the while taking in the cavernous sewer around her. The water was rising. She didn't want to think about what was floating in it. "Will this be an interrogation, then torture, then death?" she asked him. "Or am I getting the order wrong?" The man grinned right back at her.
"Smart ass. I like it."
His accent was thick, but she understood him well enough. He braced his hands on either arm of her chair. With her own arms bound behind her back, she only had the freedom to move her face.
"Who sent you?"
Her heart beat wildly, but her smile didn't fade. Withstanding torture was a lesson she'd learned long ago. "Why do you assume anyone sent me? Can a girl be independent?" The wooden chair groaned under his weight as he leaned so close their noses were almost touching. She tried not to inhale his hot breath.
"Why else would a little bitch like you break into this house? I don't think you're after jewels or gold."
She felt her nostrils flare, but she wouldn't make her move, not until she knew she had no chance to glean information from him. "If you're going to torture me," she drawled, "then get it started. I don't particularly enjoy the smell down here." The man pulled back, his grin unfaltering.
"Oh, we're not going to torture you. Do you know how many spies and thieves and assassins have tried to take down Donoval? We're beyond asking questions. If you don't want to talk, then fine. Don't talk. We've learned how to deal with you, filth."
"Philip," one of the guards said, pointing with his sword down the dark tunnel of the sewer. "We've got to go."
"Right,"
Philip said, turning back to Selena.
"See, I figure if someone was foolish enough to send you here, then you must be expendable. And I don't think anyone will look for you when they flood the sewers, not even your friend. In fact, most people are staying off the streets right now. You capital dwellers don't like getting your feet dirty, do you?"
Her heart pounded harder, but she didn't break his gaze. "Too bad they won't get all the trash," she said, batting her eyelashes.
"No," he said, "but they'll get you. Or at least the river will get your remains, if the rats have left enough."
Philip patted her cheek hard enough to sting. As if the sewers had heard him, a rush of water began sounding from the darkness.
"Oh no, no."
He splashed back to the landing where the guards stood. She watched them stride out through the second door, then up the stairs, then...
"Enjoy your swim,"
Philip said, and slammed the iron door shut behind him. Darkness and water. In the moments it took for her to adjust to the dim streetlight leaking in through the grate high above, water gushed against her legs. It was up to her lap in an instant. She cursed violently and wriggled hard against the ropes, but as the ropes cut into her arms, she remembered the built-in blades. It was a testament to the inventor's skill that Philip hadn't found them, even though he must have searched her. Yet the bindings were almost too tight for her to release them. She twisted her wrists, fighting for any shred of space to flick her hand. The water pooled around her waist. They must have built the sewer dam at the other end of the city. It would take a few minutes before it completely flooded this part. The rope wouldn't budge, but she flicked her wrist, doing as the master tinkerer had told her again and again. Then at last, the whine and splash of the blade as it shot out. Pain danced down the side of her hand, and she swore she'd cut herself on the damn thing. Thankfully, it didn't feel deep. Immediately, she started on the ropes, her arms aching while she twisted them as far as she could to angle against the bindings. They should have used iron shackles. There was a sudden release of tension around her middle, and she almost fell face first into the swirling black water as the rope gave. 2 heartbeats later, the rest of the ropes were off, though she cringed as she plunged her hands into the filthy water to cut her feet from the chair legs. When she stood, the water was at her thighs, and cold, icy cold. She felt things sliding against her as she splashed for the landing, struggling to keep upright in the fierce current. Rats were being swept past by the dozen, their squeals of terror barely audible over the roar of the water. By the time she reached the stone steps, the water was already pooling there, too. She tried the iron handle. It was locked. She tried to plunge one of her blades in alongside the threshold, but it bounced back. The door was sealed so tightly that nothing was getting through. She was trapped. Selena looked down the length of the sewer. Rain was still pouring in from above, but the streetlights were bright enough that she could see the curved walls. There had to be some ladder to the street. There had to be. She couldn't see any, not near her, and the grates were so high up that she'd have to wait until the sewer filled entirely before trying her luck. But the current was so strong that she'd probably be swept away. "Think," she whispered. Think. Water rose higher on the landing, lapping now at her ankles. She kept her breathing calm. Panicking would accomplish nothing. Think. She scanned the sewer. There might be a ladder, but it would be farther down. That meant braving the water and the dark. On her left, the water rose endlessly, rushing in from the other half of the city. She looked to her right. Even if there wasn't a grate, she might make it to the Aviary. It was a very, very big might. But it was better than waiting here to die. Selena sheathed her blades and plunged into the smelly, oily water. Her throat closed up, but she willed herself to keep from vomiting. She was not swimming through the entire capital's refuse. She was not swimming through rat-infested waters. She was not going to die. The current was faster than she expected, and she pulled against it. Grates passed overhead, ever nearer, but still too distant. And then there, on the right, midway up the wall, several feet above the waterline, was a small tunnel opening. It was made for a solitary worker. Rainwater leaked out over the lip of the tunnel. Somewhere, it had to lead to the street. She swam hard for the wall, fighting to keep the current from sweeping her past the tunnel. She hit the wall and clung to it, easing down the side. The tunnel was high up enough that she had to reach, her fingers aching as they dug into the stone. But she had a grip, and even though pain lanced through her nails, she hauled herself into the narrow passage. It was so small inside that she had to lie flat on her belly, and it was full of mud and the gods knew what else. But there, far ahead, was a shaft of lamplight, an upward tunnel that led to the street. Behind her, the sewer continued flooding, the roaring waters near deafening. If she didn't hurry, she'd be trapped. With the ceiling so low, she had to keep her head down, her face nearly in the putrid mud as she stretched out her arms and pulled. Inch by inch, she dragged herself through the tunnel, staring at the light ahead.
Then the water reached the level of the tunnel. Within moments, it swept past her feet, past her legs, then her abdomen, and then her face. She crawled faster, not needing light to tell how bloody her hands were. Each bit of grit inside the cuts was like fire. Go, she thought to herself with each thrust and pull of her arms, each kick of her feet. Go, go, go! The word was the only thing that kept her from screaming, because once she started screaming, that was when she'd concede to death. The water in the passage was a few inches deep by the time she hit the upward tunnel, and she nearly sobbed at the sight of the ladder. It was probably 15 feet to the surface. Through the circular holes in the large grate, she spied a hovering street lamp. She forgot the pain in her hands as she climbed the rusted ladder, willing it not to break. Water filled the tunnel bottom, swirling with debris. She was quickly at the top, and even allowed herself a little smile as she pushed against the round grate. But it didn't budge. She balanced her feet on the rickety ladder and pushed with both hands. It still didn't move. She angled her body on the upper rung so that her back and shoulders braced against the grate, and threw herself into it. Nothing. Not a groan, not a hint of metal giving way. It had to be rusted shut. She pounded against it until she felt something crack in her hand. Her vision flashed with pain, black and white sparks dancing, and she made sure the bone wasn't broken before pounding again. Nothing. Nothing. The water was close now, its muddy froth so near that she could reach down and touch it. She threw herself into the grate one last time. It didn't move. If people were off the streets until the mandatory flooding was over, rainwater poured into her mouth, her eyes, her nose. She banged against the metal, praying for anyone to hear her over the roar of the rain, for anyone to see the muddy, bloodied fingers straining upward from an ordinary city grate. The water hit her boots. She shoved her fingers through the grate holes and began screaming. She screamed until her lungs burned, screamed for help, for anyone to hear, and then... "Selena!" It was a shout, and it was close, and Selena sobbed when she heard Sam's voice, nearly muffled by the rain and roaring waters beneath her. He said he'd come by after helping with Lysandra's party. He must have been on his way to or from Donoval's house. She wriggled her fingers through the grate hole, pounding with her other hand against the grate. "Here! In the sewer!" She could feel the rumble of steps, and then... Holy gods! Sam's face swam into view through the grate. "I've been looking for you for 20 minutes, he said. "Hold on." His calloused fingers latched onto the holes. She saw them go white with strain, saw his face turn red. Then he swore. The water had reached her calves. "Get me the hell out of here!" "Shove with me," he breathed, and as he pulled, she pushed. The grate wouldn't move. They tried again and again. The water hit her knees. By whatever luck, the grate was far enough away from Donoval's house that the guards couldn't hear them. "Get as high as you can," he barked. She already was, but she didn't say anything. She caught the flash of a knife and heard the scrape of a blade against the grate. He was trying to loosen the metal by using the blade as a lever. "Push on the other side." She pushed. Dark water lapped at her thighs. The knife snapped in two. Sam swore violently and began yanking on the grate cover again. "Come on," he whispered, more to himself than to her. "Come on." The water was around her waist now, and over her chest a moment after that. Rain continued streaming in through the grate, blinding her senses. "Sam," she said. "I'm trying." "Sam," she repeated. "No," he spat, hearing her tone. "No!" He began screaming for help then. Selena pressed her face to one of the holes in the grate. Help wasn't going to come. Not fast enough. She'd never given much thought to how she'd die, but drowning somehow felt fitting. It was a river in her native country of Terrasen that had almost claimed her life 9 years ago. And now it seemed that whatever bargain she'd struck with the gods that night was finally over. The water would have her, one way or another, no matter how long it took. "Please," Sam begged, as he beat and yanked on the grate, then tried to wedge another dagger under the lid. "Please don't."
She knew he wasn't speaking to her. The water hit her neck. "Please," Sam moaned, his fingers now touching hers. She'd have one last breath, her last words. "Take my body home to Terrason, Sam," she whispered, and with a gasping breath, she went under. Chapter 8. "Breathe," someone was roaring as they pounded on her chest. "Breathe!" And just like that, her body seized and water rushed out of her. She vomited onto the cobblestones, coughing so hard she convulsed. "Oh, gods," Sam moaned. Through her streaming eyes, she found him kneeling beside her. His head hung between his shoulders as he braced his palms on his knees. Behind him, two women were exchanging relieved yet confused expressions. One of them held a crowbar. Beside her lay the grate cover, and around them spilled water from the sewer. She vomited again. She took 3 baths in a row, and ate food only with the intention of vomiting it up to clear out any trace of the vile liquid inside her. She plunged her torn, aching hands into a vat of hard liquor, biting down her scream, but savoring the disinfectant burning through whatever had been in that water. Once that proved calming to her repulsion, she ordered her bathtub filled with the same liquor and submerged herself in it too. She'd never feel clean again. Even after her 4th bath, which had been immediately after her liquor bath, she felt like grime coated every part of her. Arobin had cooed and fussed, but she'd ordered him out. She ordered everyone out. She'd take another 2 baths in the morning, she promised herself as she climbed into bed. There was a knock on her door, and she almost barked at the person to go away, but Sam's head popped in. The clock read past 12, but his eyes were still alert. "You're awake," he said, slipping inside without so much as a nod of permission from her. Not that he needed it. He'd saved her life. She was in his eternal debt. On the way home, he'd told her that after Lysandra's bidding rehearsal, he'd gone to Donoval's house to see if she needed any help. But when he got there, the house was quiet, except for the guards who kept sniggering about something that had happened. He'd been searching the surrounding streets for any sign of her when he heard her screaming. She looked at him from where she lay in bed. "What do you want?" Not the most gracious words to someone who had saved her life, but hell, she was supposed to be better than him. How could she say she was the best when she'd needed Sam to rescue her? The thought made her want to hit him. He just smiled slightly. "I wanted to see if you were finally done with all the washing. There's no hot water left." She frowned. "Don't expect me to apologize for that." "Do I ever expect you to apologize for anything?" In the candlelight, the lovely panes of his face seemed velvet smooth and inviting. "You could have let me die," she mused. "I'm surprised you weren't dancing with glee over the grate." He let out a low laugh that traveled along her limbs, warming her. "No one deserves that sort of death, Selena. Not even you. And besides, I thought we were beyond that." She swallowed hard, but was unable to break his gaze. "Thank you for saving me." His brows rose. She'd said it once on their way back, but it had been a quick, breathless string of words. This time it was different. Though her fingers ached, especially her broken nails, she reached for his hand. And I'm sorry." She made herself look at him, even as his features crossed into incredulity. "I'm sorry for involving you in what happened in Skulls Bay, and for what Arobin did to you because of it." "Oh," he said, as if he somehow understood some great puzzle. He examined their linked hands, and she quickly let go. The silence was suddenly too charged, his face too beautiful in the light. She lifted her chin and found him looking at the scar along her neck. The narrow ridge would fade, someday. "Her name was Ansel," she said, her throat tightening. "She was my friend." Sam slowly sat on the bed, and then the whole story came out. Sam only asked questions when he needed clarification. The clock chimed 1 by the time she finished telling him about the final arrow she'd fired at Ansel, and how, even with her heart breaking, she'd given her friend an extra minute before releasing what would have been a killing shot. When she stopped speaking, Sam's eyes were bright with sorrow and wonder. "So, that was my summer," she said with a shrug. "A grand adventure for Celaena Sardathian, isn't it?" But he merely reached out and ran his fingers down the scar on her neck, as if he could somehow erase the wound. "I'm sorry," he said, and she knew he meant it. "So am I," she murmured. She shifted, suddenly aware of how little her nightgown concealed. As if he'd noticed too, his hand dropped from her neck and he cleared his throat. "Well," she said, "I suppose our mission just got a little more complicated."
"Oh? And why is that?"
She shook off the blush his touch had brought to her face and gave him a slow, wicked smile. Philip had no idea who he'd tried to dispatch, or of the world of pain that was headed his way. You didn't try to drown Otterland's assassin in a sewer and get away with it. Not in 1,000 lifetimes. "Because," she said, "my list of people to kill is now 1 person longer." Chapter 9. She slept until noon, took the 2 baths she'd promised herself, and then went to Arobyn's study. He was nursing a cup of tea as she opened the door.
"I'm surprised to see you out of the bathtub,"
he said. Telling Sam the story about her month in the Red Desert had reminded her of why she'd wanted so badly to come home this summer, and of what she had accomplished. She had no reason now to tiptoe around Arobyn, not after what he'd done and what she'd been through. So Celaena merely smiled at the king of the assassins as she held open the door for the servants outside. They carried in a heavy trunk, then another, and another.
"Do I dare ask?"
Arobyn massaged his temples. The servants hurried out, and Celaena shut the door behind them. Without a word, she opened the lids of the trunks. Gold shone in the noontime sun. She turned to Arobyn, clinging to the memory of what it had felt like to sit on the roof after the party. His face was unreadable. "I think this covers my debt," she said, forcing herself to smile, "and then some." Arobyn remained seated. She swallowed, suddenly feeling sick. Why had she thought this was a good idea? "I want to keep working with you," she said carefully. He'd looked at her like this before, on the night he'd beaten her. "But you don't own me anymore." His silver eyes flicked to the trunks, then to her. In a moment of silence that lasted forever, she stood still as he took her in. Then he smiled a bit ruefully.
"Can you blame me for hoping that this day would never come?"
She almost sagged with relief. "I mean it. I want to keep working with you." She knew in that moment that she couldn't tell him about the apartment and that she was moving out. Not right now. Small steps. Today the debt. Perhaps in a few weeks she could mention that she was leaving. Perhaps he wouldn't even care that she was getting her own home.
"And I'll always be happy to work with you,"
he said, but remained seated. He took a sip from his tea.
"Do I want to know where that money came from?"
She became aware of the scar on her neck as she said, "The Mute Master. Payment for saving his life." Arobyn picked up the morning paper.
"Well, allow me to extend my congratulations."
He looked at her over the top of the paper.
"You're now a free woman."
She tried not to smile. Perhaps she wasn't free in the entire sense of the word, but at least he wouldn't be able to wield the debt against her anymore. That would suffice for now.
"Good luck with Donoval tomorrow night," he added. "Let me know if you need any help."
"As long as you don't charge me for it." He didn't return her smile and set down the paper.
"I would never do that to you."
Something like hurt flickered in his eyes. Fighting her sudden desire to apologize, she left his study without another word. The walk back to her bedroom was long. She'd expected to crow with glee when she gave him the money, expected to strut around the keep. But seeing the way he'd looked at her made all that gold feel cheap. A glorious start to her new future. Though Selena never wanted to set foot in the vile sewer again, she found herself back there that afternoon. There was still a river flowing through the tunnel, but the narrow walkway alongside it was dry, even with the rain shower that was now falling on the street above them. An hour before, Sam had just showed up at her bedroom, dressed and ready to spy on Donoval's house. Now he crept behind her, saying nothing as they approached the iron door she remembered all too well. She set down her torch beside the door and ran her hands along the worn, rusty surface. "We'll have to get in this way tomorrow," she said, her voice barely audible above the gurgle of the sewer river. "The front of the house is too well guarded now." Sam traced a finger through the groove between the door and the threshold. "Aside from finding a way to haul a battering ram down here, I don't think we're getting through." She shot him a dark look. "You could try knocking." Sam laughed under his breath. "I'm sure the guards would appreciate that. Maybe they'd invite me in for an ale, too. That is, after they finished pumping my gut full of arrows." He patted the firm plane of his stomach. He was wearing the suit Arobin had forced him to buy, and she tried not to look too closely at how well it displayed his form. "So, we can't get in this door," she murmured, sliding her hand along it again. "Unless we figure out when the servants dumped the trash." "Unreliable," he countered, still studying the door. "The servants might empty the trash whenever they feel like it." She swore and glanced about the sewer. What a horrible place to have almost died. She certainly hoped that she'd run into Philip tomorrow. That arrogant ass wouldn't see what was coming until she was right in front of him. He hadn't even recognized her from the party the other night. She smiled slowly. What better way to get back at Philip than to break in through the very door he'd revealed to her? "Then one of us will just have to sit out here for a few hours," she whispered, still staring at the door. "With the landing outside the door, the servants need to take a few steps to reach the water." Selena's smile grew. "And I'm sure that if they're lugging a bunch of trash, they probably won't think to look behind them." Sam's teeth flashed in the torchlight as he smiled. "And they'll be preoccupied long enough for someone to slip in and find a good hiding spot in the cellar to wait out the rest of the time until 7:30. What a surprise they'll have tomorrow when they find their cellar door unlocked." "I think that'll be the least of their surprises tomorrow." She picked up her torch. "It certainly will be." He followed her back down the sewer walkway. They'd found a grate in a shadowy alley, far enough away from the house that no one would suspect them. Unfortunately, it meant a long walk back through the sewers. "I heard you paid off Arobin this morning," he said, his eyes on the dark stones beneath their feet. He still kept his voice soft. "How does it feel to be free?" She glanced at him sidelong. "Not the way I thought it would." "I'm surprised he accepted the money without a fight." She didn't say anything. In the dim light, Sam took a ragged breath. "I think I might leave," he whispered. She almost tripped. "Leave?" He wouldn't look at her. "I'm going down to Ilwe. To Bonjali, to be precise." For a mission? It was common for Arobin to send them all over the continent, but the way Sam was speaking felt different. "Forever," he said. "Why?" Her voice sounded a little shrill in her ears. He faced her. "What do I have to tie me here? Arobin already mentioned that it might be useful to firmly establish ourselves in the south, too." "Arobin!" she seethed, fighting to keep her voice to a whisper. "You talked to Arobin about this?" Sam gave her a half shrug. "Casually. It's not official." But Bonjali is 1,000 miles away." "Yes, but Rifthold belongs to you and Arobin. I'll always be
An alternative.
I'd rather be an alternative in Rifthold than ruler of the assassins in Bunjali.
She hated that she had to keep her voice so soft. She was going to splatter someone against a wall. She was going to rip down the sewer with her bare hands. I'm leaving at the end of the month, he said, still calm.
That's 2 weeks away.
Do I have any reason why I should stay here?
Yes,
she exclaimed as loudly as she could, while still maintaining a hushed tone.
Yes, you do.
He didn't reply.
You can't go.
Give me a reason why I shouldn't.
Because what was the point in anything if you just disappear forever? She hissed, splaying her arms.
The point in what, Selena?
How could he be so calm when she was so frantic? The point in Skulls Bay, and the point in getting me that music, and the point in telling Arobin that you'd forgive him if he never hurt me again.
You said you didn't care what I thought, or what I did, or if I died, if I'm not mistaken.
I lied! And you know I lied, you stupid bastard!
He laughed quietly. You want to know how I spent this summer? She went still. He ran a hand through his brown hair. I spent every single day fighting the urge to slit Arobin's throat, and he knew I wanted to kill him.
I'll kill you, Sam had screamed at Arobin.
The moment I woke up after he beat me, I realized I had to leave, because I was going to kill him if I didn't. But I couldn't. He studied her face. Not until you came back. Not until I knew you were all right, until I saw that you were safe.
Breathing became very, very hard.
He knew that too, Sam went on. So he decided to exploit it. He didn't recommend me for missions. Instead, he made me help Lysandra and Clarice. He made me escort them around the city on picnics and to parties. It became a game between the two of us, how much of his horseshit I could take before I snapped. But we both knew he'd always have the winning hand. He'd always have you. Still, I spent every day this summer hoping you'd come back in one piece. More than that, I hoped you'd come back and take revenge for what he'd done to you.
But she hadn't. She'd come back and let Arobin shower her with gifts.
And now that you're fine, Selena, now that you've paid off your debt, I can't stay in Rifthold. Not after all the things he's done to us.
She knew it was selfish and horrible, but she whispered, "Please don't go."
He let out an uneven breath. You'll be fine without me. You always have been. Maybe once, but not now.
How can I convince you to stay?
You can't.
She threw down the torch. Do you want me to beg? Is that it?
No, never.
Then tell me—
What more can I say?
He exploded, his whisper rough and harsh.
I've already told you everything. I've already told you that if I stay here, if I have to live with Arobin, I'll snap his damned neck.
But why? Why can't you let it go?
He grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Because I love you.
Her mouth fell open.
I love you,
he repeated, shaking her again.
I have for years. And he hurt you and made me watch because he's always known how I felt too. But if I asked you to pick, you'd choose Arobin, and I can't take it.
The only sounds were their breathing, an uneven beat against the rushing of the sewer river.
You're a damned idiot, she breathed. You're a moron and an ass and a damned idiot.
He looked like she had hit him, but she went on and grasped both sides of his face.
Because I'd pick you.
And then she kissed him. Chapter 10. She'd never kissed anyone, and as her lips met his, and he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close against him, she honestly had no idea why she'd waited so long. His mouth was warm and soft, his body wondrously solid against hers, his hair silken as she threaded her fingers through it. Still, she let him guide her, forced herself to remember to breathe as he eased her lips apart with his own. When she felt the brush of his tongue against hers, She was so full of lightning she thought she might die from the rush of it. She wanted more. She wanted all of him. She couldn't hold him tight enough, kiss him fast enough. A growl rumbled in the back of his throat, so full of need she felt it in her core. Lower than that, actually. She pushed him against the wall, and his hands roamed all over her back, her sides, her hips. She wanted to bask in the feeling, wanted to rip off her suit so she could feel his calloused hands against her bare skin. The intensity of that desire swept her away. She didn't give a damn about the sewers, or Donoval, or Philip, or Arobin. Sam's lips left her mouth to travel along her neck. They grazed a spot beneath her ear, and her breath hitched. No, she didn't give a damn about anything right now. It was nighttime when they left the sewers, hair disheveled and mouths swollen. He wouldn't let go of her hand during the long walk back to the keep, and when they got there, she ordered the servants to send dinner for them to her room. Though they stayed up long into the night, doing a minimal amount of talking, their clothes remained on. Enough had happened today to change her life, and she was in no particular mood to alter yet another major thing. But what had happened in the sewer? Selena lay awake that night, long after Sam had left her room, staring at nothing. He loved her, for years, and he'd endured so much for her sake. For the life of her, she couldn't understand why. She'd been nothing but horrible to him, and had repaid any kindness on his part with a sneer. And what she felt for him? She hadn't been in love with him for years. Until Skulls Bay, she wouldn't have minded killing him. But now... No, she couldn't think about this now, and she couldn't think about it tomorrow either. Because tomorrow they'd infiltrate Donoval's house. It was still risky, but the payoff... She couldn't turn down that money, not now that she would be supporting herself. And she wouldn't let the bastard Donoval get away with his slave trade agreement, or blackmailing those who dared to stand against it. She just prayed Sam wouldn't get hurt. In the silence of her bedroom, she swore an oath to the moonlight that if Sam were hurt, no force in the world would hold her back from slaughtering everyone responsible. After lunch the next afternoon, Selena waited in the shadows beside the sewer door to the cellar. A ways down the tunnel, Sam also waited, his black suit making him almost invisible in the darkness. With the household lunch just ending, it was a good bet that Selena would soon have her best chance to slip inside. She'd been waiting for an hour already, each noise wetting the edge she'd been riding since dawn. She'd have to be quick and silent and ruthless. One mistake, one shout, or even a missing servant might ruin everything. A servant had to come down here to deposit the trash at some point soon. She pulled a little pocket watch out of her suit. Carefully, she lit a match to glance at the face. 2:00. She had 5 hours until she needed to creep into Donoval's study to await the 7:30 meeting, and she was willing to bet he wouldn't enter the study until then. A man like that would want to greet his guest at the door, to see the look on his partner's face as he led him through the opulent halls. Suddenly, she heard the first interior door to the sewers groan, and footsteps and grunts sounded. Her trained ear heard the noises of one servant, female. Selena blew out the match. She pressed herself into the wall as the lock to the outer door snapped open, and the heavy door slid against the ground. She could hear no other footsteps, save for the woman who hauled a vat of garbage onto the landing. The servant was alone. The cellar above was empty, too. The woman, too preoccupied with depositing the metal pail of garbage, didn't think to look to the shadows beside the door. She didn't even pause as Selena slipped past her. Selena was through both doors, up the stairs, and into the cellar before she even heard the plop and splatter of the trash landing in the water. As Selena rushed toward the darkest corner of the vast, dimly lit cellar, she took in as many details as she could. Countless barrels of wine and shelves crammed full of food and goods from across Aurelia. One staircase leading up. No other servants to be heard, save for somewhere above her. The kitchen, probably. The outer door slammed shut, the lock sounding, but Selena was already crouched behind a giant keg of wine. The interior door also shut and locked. Selena slid on the smooth black mask she'd brought with her, tossing the hood of her cloak over her hair. The sound of footsteps and light panting, and then the servant reappeared at the top of the sewer stairs, empty garbage pail creaking as it swung from one hand. She walked right by, humming to herself as she mounted the stairs that led toward the kitchen. Selena loosed a breath when the woman's footsteps faded, then grinned to herself. If Philip had been smart, he would have slit her throat in the sewer that night. Perhaps when she killed him, she'd let him know exactly how she got into the house. When she was absolutely certain that the servant wasn't returning with a second pail of garbage, Selena hurried toward the small set of steps that led down to the sewer. Quiet as a jackrabbit in the red desert, she unlocked the first door, crept through, then unlocked the second. Sam wouldn't sneak in until right before the meeting, or else someone might come down and discover him preparing the cellar for the fire that would serve as a distraction. And if someone found the 2 unlocked doors before then, it could just be blamed on the servant who dumped the trash. Selena carefully shut both doors, making sure the locks remained disabled, and then returned to her place in the shadows of the cellar's vast wine collection. Then she waited. At 7, she left the cellar before Sam could arrive with his torches and oil. The ungodly amount of alcohol stocked inside would do the rest. She just hoped he made it out before the fire blew the cellar to bits. She needed to be upstairs and hidden before that happened, and before the exchange was made. Once the fire started a few minutes after 7:30, some of the guards would be called downstairs immediately, leaving Donovan and his partner with far fewer men to protect them. The servants were eating their evening meal, and from the laughter inside the sub-level kitchen, none of them seemed aware of the deal that was to occur 3 flights above them. Selena crept past the kitchen door. In her suit, cloak, and mask, she was a mere shadow on the pale stone walls. She held her breath the entire way up the servants' narrow spiral staircase. With her new suit, it was far easier to keep track of her weapons, and she slid a long dagger out of the hidden flap in her boot. She peered down the second-floor hallway. The wooden doors were all shut. No guards, no servants, no members of Donoval's household. She eased a foot onto the wooden floorboards. Where the hell were the guards? Swift and quiet as a cat, she was at the door to Donoval's study. No light shone from beneath the door. She saw no shadows of feet and heard no sound. The door was locked, a minor inconvenience. She sheathed her dagger and pulled out 2 narrow bits of metal, wedging and jamming them into the lock until... click. Then she was inside, door locked again, and she stared into the inky black of the interior. Frowning, Selena fished the pocket watch out of her suit. She lit a match. She still had enough time to look around. Selena flicked out the match and rushed to the curtains, shutting them tight against the night outside. Rain still plinked faintly against the covered windows. She moved to the massive oak desk in the center of the room and lit the oil lamp atop it, dimming it until only a faint blue flame gave off a flicker of light. She shuffled through the papers on the desk. Newspapers, casual letters, receipts, the household expenses. She opened every drawer in the desk. More of the same. Where were those documents? Swallowing her violent curse, Selena put a fist to her mouth. She turned in place. An armchair, an armoire, a hutch. She searched the hutch and armoire, but they had nothing. Just empty papers and ink. Her ears strained for any sound of approaching guards. She scanned the books on the bookcase, tapping her fingers across the spines, trying to hear if any were hollowed out, trying to hear if... A floorboard creaked beneath her feet. She was down on her knees in an instant, rapping on the dark, polished wood. She knocked all around the area until she found a hollow sound. Carefully, heart hammering, she dug her dagger between the floorboards and wedged it upward. Papers stared back at her. She pulled them out, replaced the floorboard, and was back at the desk a moment later, spreading the papers before her. She'd only glance at them, just to be sure she had the right documents. Her hands trembled as she flipped through the papers, one after another. Maps with red marks in random places, charts with numbers and names, list after list of names and locations. Cities, towns, forests, mountains, all in Melisande. These weren't just Melisanders opposed to slavery. These were locations for planned safe houses to smuggle slaves to freedom. This was enough information to get all these people executed or enslaved themselves. And Donoval, that wretched bastard, was going to use this information to force those people to support the slave trade or be turned over to the king. Celaena gathered up the documents. She'd never let Donoval get away with this. Never. She took a step toward the trick floorboard. Then she heard the voices. Chapter 11. She had the lamp off and the curtains opened in a heartbeat, swearing silently as she tucked the documents into her suit and hid in the armoire. It would only take a few moments before Donoval and his partner found that the documents were missing. But that was all she needed. She just had to get them in here, away from the guards, long enough to take them both down. The fire would start in the cellar any minute now, hopefully distracting many of the other guards, and hopefully happening before Donoval noticed the papers were gone. She left the armoire door open a crack, peering out. The study door unlocked and then swung open. "Brandy," Donoval was saying to the cloaked and hooded man who trailed in behind him. "No," the man said, removing his hood. He was of average height and plain, his only notable features his sun-kissed face and high cheekbones. Who was he? "Eager to get it over with," Donoval chuckled, but there was a hitch to his voice. "You could say that," the man replied coolly. He looked about the room, and Celaena didn't dare move or breathe as his blue eyes passed over the armoire. "My partners know to start looking for me in 30 minutes. "I'll have you out in 10. I have to be at the theater tonight anyway. There's a young lady I'm particularly keen to see," Donoval said with a businessman's charm. "I take it that your associates are prepared to act quickly and give me a response by dawn?" "They are. But show me your documents first. I need to see what you're offering." Of course," Donoval said, drinking from the glass of brandy that he'd poured for himself. Celaena's hands became slick, and her face turned sweaty under the mask. "Do you live here, or are you visiting?" When the man didn't respond, Donoval said with a grin, "Either way, I hope you've stopped by Madame Clarice's establishment. I've never seen such fine girls in all my life." The man gave Donoval a distinctly displeased stare. Had Celaena not been here to kill them, she might have liked the stranger. "Not one for chit-chat," Donoval teased, setting down the brandy and walking toward the floorboard. From the slight tremble in Donoval's hands, she could tell that his talking was all nervous babble. How had such a man come into contact with such incredibly delicate and important information? Donoval knelt before the loose floorboard and pulled it up. He swore. Celaena flicked the sword out of the hidden compartment in her suit and moved. She was out of the closet before they even looked at her, and Donoval died a heartbeat after that. His blood sprayed from the spine-severing wound she gave him through the back of his neck, and the other man let out a shout. She whirled toward him, the sword flicking blood. An explosion rocked the house, so strong that she lost her footing. What in hell had Sam detonated down there? That was all the man needed. He was out the study door. His speed was admirable. He moved like someone used to a lifetime of running. She was through the threshold almost instantly. Smoke was already rising from the stairs. She turned left after the man, only to run into Philip, the bodyguard. She rebounded away as he swiped with a sword for her face. Behind him, the man was still running, and he glanced over his shoulder once before he sprinted down the stairs. "What have you done?" Philip spat, noticing the blood on her blade. He didn't need to see whose face was under the mask to identify her. He must have recognized the suit. She deployed the sword in her other arm, too. "Get the hell out of my way." The mask made her words low and gravelly, the voice of a demon, not a young woman. She slashed the swords in front of her, a deadly whine coming off of them. "I'm going to rip you limb from limb," Philip growled. "Just try it." Philip's face twisted in rage as he launched himself at her. She took the first blow on her left blade, her arm aching at the impact, and Philip barely moved away fast enough to avoid her punching the right blade straight through his gut. He struck again, a clever thrust toward her ribs, but she blocked him. He pressed both her blades. Up close, she could see his weapon was of impressive quality. "I wanted to make this last," Celaena hissed, "but I think it's going to be quick. Far cleaner than the death you tried to give me." Philip shoved her back with a roar. "You have no idea what you've just done." She swung her swords in front of her again. "I know exactly what I've just done, and I know exactly what I'm about to do." Philip charged, but the hallway was too narrow and his blow too undisciplined. She got past his guard instantly. His blood soaked her gloved hand. Her sword whined against bone as she whipped it out again. Philip's eyes went wide and he staggered back, clutching the slender wound that went up through his ribs and into his heart. "Fool," he whispered, slumping to the ground. "Did Lifa hire you?" She didn't say anything as he struggled for breath, blood bubbling from his lips. "Donoval," Philip rasped, "loved his country." He took a wet breath, hate and grief mingling in his eyes. "You don't know anything." He was dead a moment later. "Maybe," she said as she looked down at his body. "But I knew enough just then." It had taken less than 2 minutes. That was it. She knocked out 2 guards as she catapulted down the stairs of the burning house and out the front door, disarming another 3 when she vaulted over the iron fence and into the streets of the capital. Where in hell had the man gone? There were no alleys from the house to the river, so he hadn't gone left, which meant he had gone either straight through the alley ahead of her or to the right. He wouldn't have gone to the right. That was the main avenue of the city where the wealthy lived. She took the alley straight ahead. She sprinted so fast she could hardly breathe, snapping her swords back into their hidden compartment. No one noticed her. Most people were too busy rushing toward the flames now licking the sky above Donoval's house. What had happened to Sam? She spotted the man then, sprinting down an alley that led toward the Avery. She almost missed him, because he was around the corner and gone the next instant. He'd mentioned his partners. Was he headed to them now? Would he be that foolish? She splashed through puddles and leapt over trash and grabbed the wall of a building as she hauled herself around the corner, right into a dead end. The man was trying to scale the large brick wall at the other end. The buildings surrounding them had no doors and no windows low enough for him to reach. Celaena popped out both of her swords as she slowed to a stalking gait. The man made one last leap for the top of the wall, but couldn't reach. He fell hard against the cobblestone streets. Sprawled on the ground, he twisted toward her. His eyes were bright as he pulled out a pile of papers from his worn jacket. What sort of documents had he been bringing to Donoval? Their official business contract? "Go to hell," he spat, and a match flared. The papers were instantly alight, and he threw them to the ground. So fast she could hardly see it, he grabbed a vial from his pocket and swallowed the contents. She lunged toward him, but she was too late. By the time she grabbed him, he was dead. Even with his eyes closed, the rage remained on his face. He was gone, irrevocably gone. But for what? Some business deal gone sour? Easing him to the ground, she jumped swiftly to her feet. She stomped on the papers, extinguishing the flame in seconds. But half of them had already burned, leaving only scraps. In the moonlight, She knelt on the damp cobblestones and picked up the remnants of the documents he'd been so willing to die for. It wasn't merely a trade agreement. Like the papers she had in her pocket, these contained names and numbers and locations of safe houses, but these were in Otterlin, even stretching as far north as the border with Terrasen. She whipped her head to the body. It didn't make any sense. Why kill himself to keep this information secret when he'd planned to share it with Donoval and use it for his own profit? Heaviness rushed through her veins. "You know nothing," Philip had said. Somehow, it suddenly felt very true. How much had Arobynn known? Philip's words sounded in her ears again and again. It didn't add up. Something was wrong. Something was off. No one had told her these documents would be this extensive, this damning to the people they listed. Her hands shaking, she shifted his body into a sitting position so he wouldn't be face first on the filthy ground. Why had he sacrificed himself to keep this information safe? Noble or not, foolish or not, she couldn't let it go. She straightened his coat. Then she picked up his half-destroyed documents, lit a match, and let them burn until they were nothing but ashes. It was the only thing she had to offer. She found Sam slumped against the wall of another alley. She rushed to him where he knelt with a hand over his chest, panting heavily. "Are you hurt?" she demanded, scanning the alley for any sign of guards. An orange glow spread behind them. She hoped the servants had gotten out of Donoval's house in time. "I'm fine," Sam rasped, but in the moonlight she could see the gash on his arm. "The guards spotted me in the cellar and shot at me." He grabbed at the breast of his suit. "One of them hit me right in the heart. I thought I was dead, but the arrow clattered right out. It didn't even touch my skin." He peeled open the gash in the front of his suit, and a glimmer of iridescence sparkled. "Spider silk," he murmured, his eyes wide. Selena smiled grimly and pulled off the mask from her face. "No wonder this damned suit was so expensive," Sam said, letting out a breathy laugh. She didn't feel the need to tell him the truth. He searched her face. "It's done, then?" She leaned down to kiss him, a swift brush of her mouth against his. "It's done," she said, onto his lips. Chapter 12. The rain clouds had vanished, and the sun was rising when Selena strode into Arobynn's study and stopped in front of his desk. Wesley, Arobynn's bodyguard, didn't even try to stop her. He just shut the study doors behind her before resuming his sentry position in the hall outside. "Donoval's partner burned his own documents before I could see them," she said to Arobynn by way of greeting, "and then poisoned himself." She'd slipped Donoval's documents under his bedroom door last night, but had decided to wait to explain everything to him until that morning. Arobynn looked up from his ledger. His face was blank. "Was that before or after you torched Donoval's house?" She crossed her arms. "Does it make a difference?" Arobynn looked at the window and the clear sky beyond. "I sent the documents to Leifer this morning. Did you look through them?" She snorted. "Of course I did. Right in between killing Donoval and fighting my way out of his house, I found the time to sit down for a cup of tea and read them." Arobynn still wasn't smiling. "I've never seen you leave such a mess in your wake." "At least people will think Donoval died in the fire." Arobynn slammed his hands onto his desk. "Without an identifiable body, how can anyone be sure he's dead?" She refused to flinch, refused to back down. "He's dead." Arobynn's silver eyes hardened. "You won't be paid for this. I know for certain Leifer won't pay you. She wanted a body and both documents. You only gave me one of the 3. She felt her nostrils flare. "That's fine. Bardingale's allies are safe now anyway, and the trade agreement isn't happening." She couldn't mention that she hadn't even seen a trade agreement document among the papers, not without revealing that she'd read the documents. Arobin let out a low laugh. "You haven't figured it out yet, have you?" Celaena's throat tightened. Arobin leaned back in his chair. "Honestly, I expected more from you. All the years I spent training you, and you couldn't piece together what was happening right before your eyes."
"Just spit it out," she growled.
"There was no trade agreement," Arobin said, triumph lighting his silver eyes. "At least, not between Donoval and his source in Rifthold. The real meetings about the slave trade negotiations have been going on in the Glass Castle, between the king and Leifer. It was a key point of persuasion in convincing him to let them build their road." She kept her face blank, kept herself from flinching. The man who poisoned himself, he hadn't been there to trade documents to sell out those opposed to slavery. He and Donoval had been working to—
"Donoval loves his country,"
Philip had said. Donoval had been working to set up a system of safe houses and form an alliance of people against slavery across the empire. Donoval, bad habits or not, had been working to help the slaves. And she'd killed him. Worse than that, she'd given the documents over to Bardingale, who didn't want to stop slavery at all. No, she wanted to profit from it and use her new road to do it. And she and Arobin had concocted the perfect lie to get Celaena to cooperate. Arobin was still smiling. "Leifer has already seen to it that Donoval's documents are secured. If it'll ease your conscience, she said she won't give them to the king. Not yet. Not until she's had a chance to speak to the people on this list and persuade them to support her business endeavors. But if they don't, perhaps those documents will find their way into the Glass Castle after all." Celaena fought to keep from trembling. Is this punishment for Skulls Bay? Arobin studied her. "While I might regret beating you, Celaena, you did ruin a deal that would have been extremely profitable for us." Us, like she was a part of this disgusting mess. "You might be free of me, but you shouldn't forget who I am, what I'm capable of." "As long as I live," she said, "I'll never forget that." She turned on her heel, striding for the door, but stopped. "Yesterday," she said, "I sold Cassida to Leifer Bardingale." She'd visited Bardingale's estate in the morning of the day she was set to infiltrate Donoval's house. The woman had been more than happy to purchase the Asterian horse. She hadn't once mentioned her former husband's impending death. And last night, after Celaena had killed Donoval, she'd spent a while staring at the signature at the end of the transfer of ownership receipt, so stupidly relieved that Cassida was going to a good woman like Bardingale. "And?" Arobin asked. "Why should I care about your horse?" Celaena looked at him long and hard. Always power games, always deceit and pain. "The money is on its way to your vault at the bank." He said nothing. "As of this moment, Sam's debt to you is paid," she said, a shred of victory shining through her growing shame and misery. "From right now until forever, he's a free man." Arobin stared back, then shrugged. "I suppose that's a good thing." She felt the final blow coming, and she knew she should run, but she stood like an idiot and listened as he said, "Because I spent all the money you gave me when I was at Lysandra's bidding last night. My vault feels a little empty because of it." It took a moment for the words to sink in. The money she had sacrificed so much to get. He'd used it to win Lysandra's bidding. "I'm moving out," she whispered. He just watched her, his cruel, clever mouth forming a slight smile. "I've purchased an apartment, and I'm moving there, today." Arobin's smile grew. "Do come back and visit us sometime, Celaena." She had to bite her lip to keep it from wobbling. "Why did you do it?" Arobin shrugged again. "Why shouldn't I enjoy Lysandra, after all these years of investing in her career? And why do you care what I do with my own money? From what I've heard, you have Sam now. Both of you are free of me." Of course he'd found out already. And of course he'd try to make this about her, try to make it her fault. Why shower her with gifts only to do this? Why deceive her about Donoval and then torture her with it? Why had he saved her life 9 years ago just to treat her this way? He'd spent her money on a person he knew she hated, to belittle her. Months ago it would have worked. That sort of betrayal would have devastated her. It still hurt, but now, with Donoval and Philip and others dead by her hand, with those documents now in Bardingale's possession, and with Sam steadfastly at her side, Arobin's petty, vicious parting shot had narrowly missed the mark. "Don't come looking for me for a good long while," she said, "because I might kill you if I see you before then, Arobin." He waved a hand at her. "I look forward to the fight." She left. As she strode through his study doors, she almost slammed into the 3 tall men who were walking in. They all took one look at her face and then muttered apologies. She ignored them, and ignored Wesley's dark stare as she strode past him. Arobin's business was his own. She had her own life now. Her boot heels clicked against the marble floor of the grand entrance. Someone yawned from across the space, and Celaena found Lysandra leaning against the banister of the staircase. She was wearing a white silk nightgown that barely covered her more private areas.
You've probably already heard, but I went for a record price,
Lysandra purred, stretching out the beautiful lines of her body.
Thank you for that. Rest assured that your gold went a long, long way.
Celaena froze and slowly turned. Lysandra smirked at her. Fast as lightning, Celaena hurled a dagger. The blade embedded itself into the wooden railing a hair's breadth from Lysandra's head. Lysandra began screaming, but Celaena just walked out of the front doors, across the lawn of the keep, and kept walking until the capital swallowed her up. Celaena sat on the edge of her roof, looking out across the city. The convoy from Melisande had already left, taking the last of the rain clouds with them. Some of them wore black to mourn Donoval's death. Leifer Bardingale had ridden Cassida, prancing down the main avenue. Unlike those in mourning colors, the lady had been dressed in saffron yellow and was smiling broadly. Of course, it was just because the King of Otterlin had agreed to give them the funds and resources to build their road. Celaena had half a mind to go after her, to get those documents back and repay Bardingale for her deceit, and take back Cassida while she was at it, too. But she didn't. She'd been fooled and had lost, badly. She didn't want to be a part of this tangled web, not when Arobin had made it perfectly clear that she could never win. To distract her from that miserable thought, Celaena had then spent the whole day sending servants between the keep and her apartment, fetching all the clothes and books and jewelry that now belonged to her and her alone. The late afternoon light shifted into a deep gold, setting all the green rooftops glowing. "I thought you might be up here," Sam said, striding across the flat roof to where she sat atop the wall that lined the edge. He surveyed the city. "Some view. I can see why you decided to move." She smiled slightly, turning to look at him over her shoulder. He came to stand behind her and reached out a tentative hand to run through her hair. She leaned into the touch. "I heard what he did, about both Donoval and Lysandra," Sam murmured. "I never imagined he'd sink that low, or use your money like that. I'm sorry." It was what I needed. She watched the city again. It was what I needed to make me tell him I was moving out. Sam gave a nod of approval. "I've just sort of left my belongings in your main room.
Is that all right?"
She nodded. "We'll find space for it later." Sam fell silent.
"So, we're free,"
he said at last. She turned fully to look at him. His brown eyes were vivid.
"I also heard that you paid off my debt,"
he said, his voice strained.
You sold your Asterian horse to do it."
I had no choice. She pivoted from her spot on the roof and stood. "I'd never leave you shackled to him while I walked away."
"Celaena."
He said her name like a caress, slipping a hand around her waist. He pressed his forehead against hers.
"How can I ever repay you?"
She closed her eyes. "You don't have to." He brushed his lips against hers.
"I love you,"
he breathed against her mouth.
"And from today onward, I want to never be separated from you. Wherever you go, I go. Even if that means going to hell itself. Wherever you are, that's where I want to be. Forever."
Celaena put her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply, giving him her silent reply. Beyond them, the sun set over the capital, turning the world into crimson light and shadows. The Assassin and the Empire. After. Curled into the corner of a prison wagon, Celaena Sardathian watched the splotches of shadows and light play on the wall. Trees, just beginning to shift into the rich hues of autumn, seemed to peer at her through the small barred window. She rested her head against the musty wooden wall, listening to the creak of the wagon, the clink of the shackles around her wrists and ankles, the rumbling chatter and occasional laughter of the guards who had been escorting the wagon along its route for 2 days now. But while she was aware of it all, a deafening sort of silence had settled over her like a cloak. It shut out everything. She knew she was thirsty and hungry, and that her fingers were numb with cold, but she couldn't feel it keenly. The wagon hit a rut, jostling her so hard that her head knocked into the wall. Even that pain felt distant. The freckles of light along the panels danced like falling snow, like ash. Ash from a world burned into nothing, lying in ruins around her. She could taste the ash of that dead world on her chapped lips, settling on her leaden tongue. She preferred the silence. In the silence, she couldn't hear the worst question of all. Had she brought this upon herself? The wagon passed under a particularly thick canopy of trees, blotting out the light. For a heartbeat, the silence peeled back long enough for that question to worm its way into her skull, into her skin, into her breath and her bones. And in the dark, she remembered. Chapter 1. 11 days earlier. Celaena Sardathian had been waiting for this night for the past year. Sitting on the wooden walkway tucked into the side of the gilded dome of the Royal Theatre, she breathed in the music rising from the orchestra far below. Her legs dangled over the railing edge, and she leaned forward to rest her cheek on her folded arms. The musicians were seated in a semicircle on the stage. They filled the theater with such wondrous noise that Celaena sometimes forgot how to breathe. She had seen this symphony performed 4 times in the past 4 years, but she'd always gone with Arobin. It had become their annual autumn tradition. Though she knew she shouldn't, she let her eyes drift to the private box where, until last month, she'd always been seated. Was it from spite or sheer blindness that Arobin Hamel now sat there, Lysandra at his side? He knew what this night meant to Celaena, knew how much she'd looked forward to it every year. And though Celaena hadn't wanted to go with him, and never wanted anything to do with him again, tonight he'd brought Lysandra, as if this night didn't mean anything to him at all. Even from the rafters, she could see the king of the assassins holding the hand of the young courtesan, his leg resting against the skirts of her rose-colored gown. A month after Arobin had won the bidding for Lysandra's virginity, it seemed that he was still monopolizing her time. It wouldn't be a surprise if he'd worked out something with her madam to keep Lysandra until he tired of her. Celaena wasn't sure if she pitied Lysandra for it. Celaena returned her attention to the stage. She didn't know why she'd come here, or why she'd told Sam that she had plans and couldn't meet him for dinner at their favorite tavern. In the past month, she hadn't seen or spoken to Arobynn, nor had she wanted to. But this was her favorite symphony, the music so lovely that, to fill the year-long wait between performances, she'd mastered a fair portion of it on the pianoforte. The symphony's third movement finished, and applause thundered across the shimmering arc of the dome. The orchestra waited for the clapping to die down before it swept into the joyous allegro that led to the finale. At least in the rafters, she didn't have to bother dressing up and pretending to fit in with the bejeweled crowd below. She had easily snuck in from the roof, and no one had looked up to see the black-clad figure seated along the railing, nearly hidden from view by the crystal chandeliers that had been raised and dimmed for the performance. Up here, she could do what she liked. She could rest her head on her arms, or swing her legs in time with the music, or get up and dance if she wanted to. So what if she'd never again sit in that beloved box, so lovely with its red velvet seats and polished wooden banisters? The music braided through the theater, and each note was more brilliant than the last. She'd chosen to leave Arobynn. She'd paid off her debt to him and Sam's debt to him, and had moved out. She'd walked away from her life as Arobynn Hammel's protégé. That had been her decision, and one she didn't regret, not after Arobynn had so sorely betrayed her. He'd humiliated and lied to her, and used her blood money to win Lysandra's bidding just to spite her. Though she still fancied herself Otterlin's assassin, part of her wondered how long Arobynn would allow her to keep the title before he named someone else his successor. But no one could truly replace her. Whether or not she belonged to Arobynn, she was still the best. She'd always be the best. Wouldn't she? She blinked, realizing she'd somehow stopped hearing the music. She should change spots, move to a place where the chandeliers blocked out her view of Arobynn and Lysandra. She stood, her tailbone aching from sitting for so long on the wood. Celaena took a step, the floorboards sagging under her black boots, but paused. Though it was as she'd remembered it, every note flawless, the music felt disjointed now. Even though she could play it from memory, it was suddenly like she'd never heard it before, or like her internal beat was now somehow off from the rest of the world. Celaena glanced again at the familiar box far below, where Arobynn was now draping a long, muscled arm along the back of Lysandra's seat. Her old seat, the one closest to the stage. It was worth it, though. She was free, and Sam was free, and Arobynn, he had done his best to hurt her, to break her. Foregoing these luxuries was a cheap price to pay for a life without him lording over her. The music worked itself into the frenzy of its climax, becoming a whirlwind of sound that she found herself walking through, not toward a new seat, but toward the small door that led onto the roof. The music roared, each note a pulse of air against her skin. Celaena threw the hood of her cloak over her head as she slipped out the door and into the night beyond. It was nearing 11 when Celaena unlocked the door to her apartment, breathing in the already familiar sense of home. She'd spent much of the past month furnishing the spacious apartment, hidden on the upper floor of a warehouse in the slums, that she now shared with Sam. He'd offered again and again to pay for half of the apartment, but each time she ignored him. It wasn't because she didn't want his money, though she truly didn't, but rather because, for the first time ever, this was a place that was hers, and though she cared deeply for Sam, she wanted to keep it that way. She slipped inside, taking in the great room that greeted her. To the left, a shining oak dining table large enough to fit 8 upholstered chairs around it. To her right, a plush red couch, 2 armchairs, and a low-lying table set before the darkened fireplace. The cold fireplace told her enough. Sam wasn't home. Selena might have gone into the adjacent kitchen to devour the remaining half of the berry tart Sam hadn't finished at lunch. Might have kicked off her boots and reclined before the floor-to-ceiling window to take in the stunning nighttime view of the Capitol. She might have done any number of things, had she not spied the note atop the small table beside the front door. "I've gone out," it said in Sam's handwriting. "Don't wait up." Selena crumpled the note in her fist. She knew exactly where he'd gone, and exactly why he didn't want her to wait up. Because if she were asleep, then she most likely wouldn't see the blood and bruises on him when he staggered in. Swearing viciously, Selena threw the crumpled note on the ground and stalked out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind her. If there was a place in Rifthold where the scum of the Capitol could always be found, it was the vaults. On a relatively quiet street of the slums, Selena flashed her money to the thugs standing outside the iron door and entered the pleasure hall. The heat and reek hit her almost immediately, but she didn't let it crack her mask of cold calm as she descended into a warren of subterranean chambers. She took one look down at the teeming crowd around the main fighting pit and knew exactly who was causing them to cheer. She swaggered down the stone steps, her hands in easy reach of the swords and daggers sheathed at the belt slung low over her hips. Most people would have opted to wear even more weapons to the vaults, but Selena had been here often enough to anticipate the threats the usual clientele posed, and she knew she could look after herself just fine. Still, she kept her hood over her head, concealing most of her face in shadow. Being a young woman in a place like this wasn't without its obstacles, especially when a good number of men came here for the other entertainment offered by the vaults. As she reached the bottom of the narrow stairs, the reek of unwashed bodies, stale ale, and worse things hit her full on. It was enough to turn her stomach, and she was grateful that she hadn't eaten anything recently. She slipped through the crowd packed around the main pit, trying not to look to the exposed rooms on either side, to the girls and women who weren't fortunate enough to be sold into an upper-class brothel, like Lysandra. Sometimes, when Selena was feeling particularly inclined to make herself miserable, she'd wonder if their fate would have been hers had Arobin not taken her in. She'd wonder if she'd gaze into their eyes and see some version of herself staring back. So it was easier not to look. Selena pushed past the men and women assembled around the sunken pit, keeping alert for grasping hands eager to part her from her money or one of her exquisite blades. She leaned against a wooden pillar and stared into the pit. Sam moved so fast the hulking man in front of him didn't stand a chance, dodging each knockout blow with power and grace, some of it natural, some learned from years of training at the Assassin's Keep. Both of them were shirtless, and Sam's toned chest gleamed with sweat and blood. Not his blood, she noticed. The only injuries she could see were his split lip and a bruise on his cheek. His opponent lunged, trying to tackle Sam to the sandy floor. But Sam whirled, and as the giant stumbled past, Sam drove his bare foot into his back. The man hit the sand with a thud that Selena felt through the filthy stone floor. The crowd cheered. Sam could have rendered the man unconscious in a heartbeat. He could have snapped his neck just now, or ended the fight any number of ways. But from the half-wild, self-satisfied gleam in Sam's eyes, Selena knew he was playing with his opponent. The injuries on his face had probably been intentional mistakes, to make it look like a somewhat even fight. Fighting in the vaults wasn't only about knocking out your opponent. It was about making a show out of it. The crowd near savage with elation, Sam probably had been giving them one hell of a performance. And judging by the blood on Sam, it seemed like this performance was probably one of several encores. A low growl rippled through her. There was only one rule in the vaults. No weapons, just fists, but you could still get horribly hurt. His opponent staggered to his feet, but Sam had finished waiting. The poor brute didn't even have time to raise his hands as Sam lashed out with a roundhouse kick. His foot slammed into the man's face hard enough for the impact to sound over the shouts of the crowd. The opponent reeled sideways, blood spurting from his mouth. Sam struck again, a punch to the gut. The man doubled over, only to meet Sam's knee to his nose. His head snapped skyward, and he stumbled back. The crowd screamed its triumph as Sam's fist, coated in blood and sand, connected with the man's exposed face. Even before he finished swinging, Selena knew it was a knockout punch. The man hit the sand and didn't move. Panting, Sam lifted his bloodied arms to the surrounding crowd. Selena's ears nearly shattered at the answering roar. She gritted her teeth as the master of ceremonies strode onto the sand, proclaiming Sam the victor. It wasn't fair, really. No matter what opponents they threw his way, any person that went up against Sam would lose. Selena had half a mind to hop into the pit and challenge Sam herself. That would be a performance the vaults would never forget. She gripped her arms. She hadn't had a contract in the month since she'd left Arobin, and though she and Sam continued training as best they could, the urge to jump into that pit and take them all down was overwhelming. A wicked smile spread across her face. If they thought Sam was good, then she'd really give the crowd something to scream for. Sam spotted her leaning against the pillar. His triumphant grin remained, but she saw a glimmer of displeasure flash in his brown eyes. She inclined her head toward the exit. The gesture told him all he needed to know. Unless he wanted her to get into the pit with him, he was done for tonight, and she'd meet him on the street when he had collected his earnings. And then, the real fight would begin.
"Should I be relieved or worried that you haven't said anything?"
Sam asked her, as they strode through the back streets of the capital, weaving their way home. Selena dodged a puddle that could have been either rainwater or urine. "I've been thinking of ways to begin that don't involve screaming." Sam snorted, and she ground her teeth. A bag of coins jangled at his waist. Although the hood of his cloak was pulled up over his head, she could still clearly see his split lip. She fisted her hands.
"You promised you wouldn't go back there."
Sam kept his eyes on the narrow alley ahead of them, always alert, always watching for any source of danger.
"I didn't promise. I said I'd think about it."
"People die in the vaults!" She said it louder than she meant to, her words echoing off the alley walls.
"People die because they're fools in search of glory. They're not trained assassins."
"Accidents still happen. Any of those men could have snuck in a blade." He let out a quick, harsh laugh, full of pure male arrogance.
"You really think so little of my abilities?"
They turned down another street, where a group of people were smoking pipes outside a dimly lit tavern. Selena waited until they were past them before speaking.
"Risking yourself for a few coins is absurd." "We need whatever money we can get,"
Sam said quietly. She tensed. "We have money. Some money, less and less each day."
"It won't last forever. Not when we haven't been able to get any other contracts, and especially not with your lifestyle."
"My lifestyle?" she hissed. But it was true. She could rough it, but her heart lay in luxury, in fine clothes and delicious food and exquisite furnishings. She'd taken for granted how much of that had been provided for her at the Assassin's Keep. Arobin might have kept a detailed list of the expenses she owed him, but he'd never charged them for their food, or their servants, or their carriages. And now that she was on her own...
"The vaults are easy fights," Sam said. 2 hours there and I can make decent money."
"The vaults are a festering pile of shit," she snapped. "We're better than that. We can make our money elsewhere." She didn't know where or how exactly, but she could find something better than fighting in the vaults. Sam grabbed her arm, making her stop to face him.
"Then what if we left Rifthold?"
Though her own hood covered most of her features, she raised her brows at him.
"What's keeping us here?"
"Nothing. Everything." Unable to answer him, Selena shook off his grasp and continued walking. It was an absurd idea, really. Leaving Rifthold, where would they even go? They reached the warehouse and were quickly up the rickety wooden stairs at the back, then inside the apartment on the second floor. She didn't say anything to him as she tossed off her cloak and boots, lit some candles, and went into the kitchen to down a piece of bread slathered in butter. And he didn't say anything as he strode into the bathing room and washed himself. The running water was a luxury the previous owner had spent a fortune on, and had been the biggest priority for Celaena when she was looking for places to live. Benefits like running water were plentiful in the capital, but not widespread elsewhere. If they left Rifthold, what sorts of things would she have to go without? She was still contemplating that when Sam padded into the kitchen, all traces of blood and sand washed away. His bottom lip was still swollen, and he had a bruise on his cheek, not to mention his raw knuckles, but he looked to be in one piece. Sam slid into one of the chairs at the kitchen table and cut himself a piece of bread. Buying food for the house took up more time than she'd realized it would, and she'd been debating hiring a housekeeper, but that had cost money. Everything cost money. Sam took a bite, poured a glass of water from the ewer she'd left sitting on the oak table, and leaned back in his chair. Behind him, the window above the sink revealed the glittering sprawl of the capital and the illuminated glass castle towering over them all. "Are you just not going to speak to me ever again?" She shot him a glare. "Moving is expensive. If we were to leave Rifthold, then we'd need a little more money so we could have something to fall back on if we can't get work right away." Celaena contemplated it. "One more contract each," she said. "I might not be Arobyn's protege anymore, but I'm still Otterland's assassin, and you're you." He gave her a dark look, and despite herself, Celaena grinned. "One more contract," she repeated, "and we could move. It'd help with the expenses, give us enough of a cushion." "Or we could say to hell with it and go." "I'm not giving up everything just to slum it somewhere. If we leave, we'll do it my way." Sam crossed his arms. "You keep saying if, but what else is there to decide?" Again, nothing. Everything. She took a long breath. "How will we establish ourselves in a new city without Arobyn's support?" Triumph flashed in Sam's eyes. She leashed her irritation. She hadn't said outright that she was agreeing to move, but her question was confirmation enough for both of them. Before he could answer, she went on. "We've grown up here, and yet in the past month, we haven't been able to get any hires. Arobyn always handled those things." "Intentionally," Sam growled. "And we'd do just fine, I think. We're not going to need his support. When we move, we're leaving the guild too. I don't want to be paying dues for the rest of my life, and I don't want anything to do with that conniving bastard ever again." "Yes, but you know that we need his blessing. We need to make amends, and need him to agree to let us leave the guild peacefully." She almost choked on it, but managed to get the words out. Sam shot out of his seat. "Do I need to remind you what he did to us? What he's done to you? You know that the reason we can't find any hires is because Arobyn made sure word got out that we weren't to be approached." "Exactly. And it will only get worse. The Assassin's Guild would punish us for beginning our own establishment elsewhere without Arobyn's approval." Which was true. While they'd paid their debts to Arobyn, they were still members of the guild, and still obligated to pay them dues every year. Every assassin in the guild answered to Arobyn, obeyed him. Celaena and Sam had both been dispatched more than once to hunt down guild members who had gone rogue, refused to pay their dues, or broken some sacred guild rule. Those assassins had tried to hide, but it had only been a matter of time before they'd been found, and the consequences hadn't been pleasant. Celaena and Sam had brought Arobyn and the guild a lot of money and earned them a fair amount of notoriety, so their decisions and careers had been closely monitored. Even with their debts paid, they'd be asked to pay a parting fee if they were lucky. If not, Well, it'd be a very dangerous request to make. So, she went on, unless you want to wind up with your throat cut, we need to get Arobyn's approval to break from the guild before we leave. And since you seem in such a hurry to get out of the capital, we'll go see him tomorrow. Sam pursed his lips. I'm not going to grovel. Not to him. Neither am I. She stalked to the kitchen sink, bracing her hands on either side of it as she looked out the window. Rifthold. Could she truly leave it behind? She might hate it at times, but this was her city. Leaving that, starting over in a new city somewhere on the continent, could she do it? Footsteps thudded on the wooden floor. A warm breath caressed her neck, and then Sam's arms slipped around her waist from behind. He rested his chin on the crook between her shoulder and neck. I just want to be with you, he murmured. I don't care where we go. That's all I want. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against his. He smelled of her lavender soap, her expensive lavender soap that she'd once warned him to never use again. He probably had no idea what soap she'd even been scolding him about. She'd have to start hiding her beloved toiletries and leave out something inexpensive for him. Sam wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. I'm sorry I went to the vaults, he said onto her skin, planting a kiss beneath her ear. A shiver went down her spine. Though they'd been sharing the bedroom for the past month, they hadn't yet crossed that final threshold of intimacy. She wanted to, and he certainly wanted to. But so much had changed so quickly. Something that monumental could wait a while longer. It didn't stop them from enjoying each other, though. Sam kissed her ear, his teeth grazing her earlobe, and her heart stumbled a beat. Don't use kissing to swindle me into accepting your apology, she got out, even as she tilted her head to the side to allow him better access. He chuckled, his breath caressing her neck. It was worth a shot. If you go to the vaults again, she said as he nibbled on her ear, I'll hop in and beat you unconscious myself. She felt him smile against her skin. You could try. He bit her ear, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to tell her that he'd now stopped listening. She whirled in his arms, glaring up at him, at his beautiful face illuminated by the glow of the city, at his eyes so dark and rich. And you used my lavender soap. Don't ever do that. But then Sam's lips found hers, and Celaena stopped talking for a good while after that. Yet as they stood there, their bodies twining around each other, there was still one question that remained unasked. One question neither of them dared voice. Would Arobyn Hamel let them leave? Chapter 2. When Celaena and Sam entered the Assassin's Keep the next day, it was as if nothing had changed. The same trembling housekeeper greeted them at the door before scuttling away, and Wesley, Arobyn's bodyguard, was standing in his familiar position outside the King of the Assassins' study. They strode right up to the door, Celaena using every step, every breath to take in details. 2 blades strapped to Wesley's back, one at his side, 2 daggers sheathed at his waist, the glint of one shining in his boot, probably one more hidden in the other boot, too. Wesley's eyes were alert, keen, not a sign of exhaustion or sickness, or anything that she could use to her advantage if it came to a fight. But Sam just strolled right up to Wesley, and despite how quiet he'd been on their long walk over here, he held out a hand and said, "Good to see you, Wesley." Wesley shook Sam's hand and gave a half-smile. "I'd say you look good, boyo, but that bruise says otherwise." Wesley looked at Celaena, who lifted her chin and huffed. "You look more or less the same," he said, a challenging gleam in his eyes. He'd never liked her, never bothered to be nice, as if he'd always known that she and Arobyn would wind up on opposite sides, and that he'd be the first line of defense. She strode right past him. "And you still look like a jackass," she said sweetly, and opened the doors to the study. Sam muttered an apology as Selena entered the room and found Arobin waiting for them. The king of the assassins watched them with a smile, his hands steepled on the desk in front of him. Wesley shut the door behind Sam, and they silently took seats in the 2 chairs before Arobin's massive oak desk. One glance at Sam's drawn face told her that he too was remembering the last time the 2 of them had been in here together. That night had ended with both of them beaten into unconsciousness at Arobin's hands. That had been the night that Sam's loyalty had switched, when he'd threatened to kill Arobin for hurting her. It had been the night that changed everything. Arobin's smile grew, a practiced, elegant expression disguised as benevolence. "As overjoyed as I am to see you in good health," he said. "Do I even want to know what brings the 2 of you back home?" Home. This wasn't her home now, and Arobin knew it. The word was just another weapon. Sam bristled, but Selena leaned forward. They'd agreed that she would do the talking, since Sam was more likely to lose his temper when Arobin was involved. "We have a proposal for you," she said, keeping perfectly still. Coming face to face with Arobin, after all his betrayals, made her stomach twist. When she'd walked out of this office a month ago, she'd sworn that she'd kill him if he bothered her again. And Arobin, surprisingly, had kept his distance. "Oh?" Arobin leaned back in his chair. "We're leaving Rifthold," she said, her voice cool and calm. "And we'd like to leave the guild, too. Ideally, we'd establish our own business in another city on the continent. Nothing that would rival the guild," she added smoothly. "Just a private business for us to make ends meet." She might need his approval, but she didn't have to grovel. Arobin looked from Selena to Sam. His silver eyes narrowed on Sam's split lip. "Lovers quarrel?" "A misunderstanding," Selena said before Sam could snap a retort. Of course Arobin would refuse to immediately give them an answer. Sam gripped the wooden arms of his chair. "Ah," Arobin replied, still smiling, still calm and graceful and deadly. "And where exactly are you living now? Somewhere nice, I hope. It wouldn't do to have my best assassins living in squalor." He'd make them play this game of exchanging niceties until he wanted to answer their question. Beside her, Sam was rigid in his seat. She could practically feel the hot rage rippling off of him as Arobin said, "my assassins." Another razor-sharp use of words. She bit down on her own rising anger. "You look well, Arobin," she said. If he didn't answer her questions, then she certainly wouldn't answer his, especially ones about their current location, though he probably already knew. Arobin waved a hand, leaning back in his seat. "This keep feels too empty without you both." He said it with such conviction, as if they'd left just to spite him, that she wondered if he meant it, if he'd somehow forgotten what he'd done to her and how he'd treated Sam. "And now that you're talking of moving away from the capital and leaving the guild..." Arobin's face was unreadable. She kept her breathing even, kept her heartbeat from racing, a non-answer to her question. She kept her chin high. "Then, is it acceptable to the guild if we leave?" Every word balanced on the edge of a blade. Arobin's eyes glittered. "You are free to move away." Move away. He hadn't said anything about leaving the guild. Selena opened her mouth to demand a clearer statement, but then, "Give us a damned answer." Sam's teeth were bared, his face white with anger. Arobin looked at Sam, his smile so deadly that Selena fought the urge to reach for a dagger. "I just did. You two are free to do whatever you want." She had seconds, perhaps, before Sam truly exploded, before he'd start a brawl that would ruin everything. Arobin's smile grew, and Sam's hands casually dropped to his sides, his fingers so near the hilts of his sword and dagger. Shit. "We're willing to offer this much to leave the guild," Selena interrupted, desperate for anything to get them from coming to blows. Gods above, she was aching for a fight, but not this one, not with Arobin. Thankfully, both Arobin and Sam turned to her as she named the sum. That price is more than satisfactory for us to leave and set up our own business elsewhere. Arobin looked at her for a too long moment before he made her a counter-offer. Sam shot to his feet. "Are you insane?" Selena was too stunned to move. That much money. He had to know somehow how much she had left in the bank, because paying him what he asked would wipe it out entirely. The only money they'd have would be Sam's meager savings and whatever she could get from the apartment, which might be hard to sell given its location and unusual layout. She countered his offer with another, but he just shook his head and stared up at Sam. "You two are my best," Arobin said with maddening calm. "If you leave, then the respect and the money you'd provide the guild would be lost. I have to account for that. This price is generous." "Generous," Sam hissed. But Selena, her stomach churning, lifted her chin. She could keep throwing figures at him until she was blue in the face, but he'd obviously picked this number for a reason. He would not budge. It was one last slap in the face. One final twist of the knife meant only to punish her. "I accept," she said, giving him a bland smile. Sam whipped his head around, but she kept her eyes on Arobin's elegant face. "I'll have the funds transferred to your account immediately. And once that's done, we're leaving, and I expect to never be bothered by you or the guild again. Understood?" Selena rose to her feet. She had to get far away from here. Coming back had been a mistake. She shoved her hands in her pockets to hide how they were starting to tremble. Arobin grinned at her, and she realized he already knew. "Understood." "You had no right to accept his offer," Sam raged, his face set with such fury that people along the broad city avenue practically jumped out of his way. "No right to do that without consulting me. You didn't even bargain." Selena peered into the shop windows as she walked by. She loved the shopping district in the heart of the capital, the clean sidewalks lined with trees, the main avenue leading right up to the marble steps of the Royal Theatre, the way she could find anything from shoes to perfumes to jewelry to fine weapons. "If we pay that, then we definitely need to find a contract before we leave." "If we pay that," she said. "I am paying that." "Like hell you are." "It's my money, and I can do what I want with it." "You paid for your debt and mine already. I'm not letting you give him another copper. We can find some way around paying this parting fee." They walked past the crowded entrance of a popular tea court, where finely dressed women were chatting with each other in the warm autumn sun. "Is the issue that he demanded so much money, or that I'm paying it?" Sam pulled up short, and though he didn't look twice at the tea court ladies, they certainly looked at him. Even with anger rolling off him, Sam was beautiful, and too angry to notice that this was not the spot to argue. Selena grabbed his arm, yanking him along. She felt the eyes of the ladies on her as she did so. She couldn't help a flicker of smugness as they took in her dark blue tunic with its exquisite gold embroidery along the lapels and cuffs, her fitted ivory pants, and her knee-high brown boots made with butter-soft leather. While most women, especially the wealthy or noble-born ones, opted to wear dresses and miserable corsets, pants and tunics were common enough that her fine clothing wouldn't have escaped the appreciation of the women idling outside the tea courts. "The issue," Sam said through his teeth, "is that I'm sick of playing his games, and I'd just as soon cut his throat as pay that money." "Then you're a fool. If we leave Rifthold on bad terms, we'll never be able to settle anywhere, not if we want to keep our current occupation. And even if we decided to find honest professions instead, I'd always wonder if he or the guild would show up one day and demand that money. So if I have to give him every last copper in my bank account to ensure that I can sleep in peace for the rest of my life, so be it." They reached the enormous intersection at the heart of the shopping district, where the domed Royal Theatre rose above streets packed with horses and wagons and people.
"Where do we draw the line?" Sam asked her quietly. "When do we say enough?"
"This is the last time." He let out a derisive snort.
"I'm sure it is."
He turned down one of the avenues in the opposite direction from home. "Where are you going?" He looked over his shoulder.
"I need to clear my head. I'll see you at home."
She watched him cross the busy avenue, watched until he was swallowed up by the hustle of the capital. Selena began walking too, wherever her feet took her. She passed by the steps of the Royal Theatre and kept walking, the shops and vendors blurring together. The day was blossoming into a truly lovely example of autumn. The air was crisp, but the sun was warm. In some ways, Sam was right, but she'd dragged him into this mess. She'd been the one who had started things in Skulls Bay. Though he claimed to have been in love with her for years, if she'd only kept her distance these past few months, he wouldn't be in this situation. Perhaps if she'd been smart, she would have just broken his heart and let him remain with Arobin. Having him hate her was easier than this. She was responsible for him now, and that was terrifying. She cared for him more than she'd ever cared for anyone. Now that she'd ruined the career he'd worked for his whole life, she'd hand over all her money to make sure that he could at least be free. But she couldn't just explain that she paid for everything because she felt guilty. He'd resent that. Selena paused her walking and found herself at the other end of the broad avenue, across the street from the gates to the glass castle. She hadn't realized she'd walked so far, or been so lost in her thoughts. She usually avoided coming this close to the castle. The heavily guarded iron gates led to a long tree-lined path that snaked up to the infamous building itself. She craned her head back to take in the towers that brushed the sky, the turrets sparkling in the mid-morning sun. It had been built atop the original stone castle and was the crowning achievement in Otterland's empire. She hated it. Even from the street, she could see people milling about the distant castle grounds. Uniformed guards, ladies in voluminous dresses, servants clad in the clothes of their station. What sort of lives did they lead, dwelling within the shadow of the king? Her eyes rose to the highest gray stone tower, where a small balcony jutted out, covered with creeping ivy. It was so easy to imagine that the people within had nothing to worry about. But inside that shining building, decisions were made daily that altered the course of Aurelia. Inside that building, it had been decreed that magic was outlawed and that labor camps like Calaculla and Endovier were to be established. Inside that building, the murderer who called himself king dwelled, the man she feared above all others. If the vaults were the heart of Rifthold's underworld, then the glass castle was the soul of Otterland's empire. She felt like it watched her, a giant beast of glass and stone and iron. Staring at it made her problems with Sam and Arobin feel inconsequential, like gnats buzzing before the gaping maw of a creature poised to devour the world. A chill wind blew past, ripping strands of hair from her braid. She shouldn't have let herself walk so close, even if the odds of ever encountering the king were next to none. Just the thought of him sent a wretched fear splintering through her. Her only consolation was that most people from the kingdoms conquered by the king probably felt the same way. When he'd marched into Terrasen 9 years ago, his invasion had been swift and brutal, so brutal that it made even Selena sick to recall some of the atrocities that had been committed to secure his rule. Shuddering, she turned on her heel and headed home. Sam didn't return until dinner. Selena was sprawled on the couch before the roaring fireplace, book in hand, when Sam strode into the apartment. His hood still covered half of his face, and the hilt of the sword strapped to his back glinted in the orange light of the room. As he locked the door behind him, she caught the dull gleam of the gauntlets strapped to his forearms, thick embroidered leather that concealed hidden daggers. He moved with such precise efficiency and controlled power that she blinked. Sometimes it was so easy to forget that the young man she shared the apartment with was also a trained, ruthless killer. I found a client. He pulled off his hood and leaned against the door, his arms crossed over his broad chest. Selena shut the book she'd been gobbling down and set it on the couch. Oh? His brown eyes were bright, though his face was unreadable. They'll pay. A lot. And they want to keep it from reaching the Assassin's Guild's ears. There's even a contract in it for you.
Who's the client?
I don't know. The man I spoke to had the usual disguises. Hood, unremarkable clothing. He could have been acting on behalf of someone else.
Why do they want to avoid using the guild?
She moved to perch on the arm of the couch. The distance between her and Sam felt too large, too full of lightning. Because they want me to kill Iowan Jane and his second-in-command, Rourke Farron. Selena stared at him.
Iowan Jane?
The biggest crime lord in Rifthold. Sam nodded. A roaring filled her ears.
He's too well guarded, she said.
And Farron? That man is a psychopath. He's a sadist. Sam approached her. You said that in order to move to another city we need money, and since you're insisting on paying off the guild, then we really need money. So unless you want to wind up as thieves, I suggest we take it. She had to tilt her head back to look at him. Jane is dangerous. Then it's good that we're the best, isn't it? Though he gave her a lazy smile, she could see the tension in his shoulders. We should find another contract. There's bound to be someone else. You don't know that, and no one else would pay this much. He named the figure, and Selena's brows rose. They'd be very comfortable after that. They could live anywhere. You're sure you don't know who the client is? Are you looking for excuses to say no? I'm trying to make sure that we're safe, she snapped. Do you know how many people have tried to take out Jane and Farron? Do you know how many of them are still alive? Sam ran a hand through his hair. Do you want to be with me?
What?
Do you want to be with me? Yes! Right now, that was all she wanted. A half smile tugged at one corner of his lips. Then we'll do this, and we'll have enough money to tie up our loose ends in Rifthold and set ourselves up somewhere else on the continent. If you asked, I'd still leave tonight without giving Arobin or the Guild a copper. But you're right. I don't want to spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders. It should be a clean break. I want that for us. Her throat tightened, and she looked toward the fire. Sam hooked a finger under her chin and tilted her head up to him again. So, will you go after Jane and Farron with me? He was so beautiful. So full of all the things that she wanted, all that she hoped for. How had she never noticed that until this year? How had she spent so long hating him? I'll think about it, she rasped. It wasn't just bravado. She did need to think about it, especially if their targets were Jane and Farron. Sam's smile grew, and he leaned down to brush a kiss to her temple. Better than a no. Their breath mingled. I'm sorry for what I said earlier today. An apology from Selena Sardathian? His eyes danced with light. Do I dream? She scowled, but Sam kissed her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, opening her mouth to his, and a low growl escaped from him as their tongues met. Her hands tangled in the strap that held his sword against his back, and she withdrew long enough to unclasp the scabbard buckle across his chest. His sword clattered to the wooden floor behind them. Sam looked her in the eyes again, and it was enough for her to grab him closer. He kissed her thoroughly, lazily, as if he had a lifetime of kisses to look forward to. She liked that. A lot. He slid one arm around her back and the other beneath her knees, sweeping her up in a fluid, graceful movement. Though she'd never tell him, she practically swooned. He carried her from the living room and into the bedroom, gently setting her down on the bed. He withdrew only long enough to remove the deadly gauntlets from his wrists, followed by his boots, cloak, jerkin, and shirt beneath. She took in his golden skin and muscled chest, the slender scars that peppered his torso, her heart beating so fast she could hardly breathe. He was hers. This magnificent, powerful creature was hers. Sam's mouth found hers again, and he eased her farther onto the bed. Down, down, his clever hands exploring every inch of her, until she was on her back and he braced himself on his forearms to hover over her. He kissed her neck, and she arched up into him as he ran his hand down the plane of her torso, unbuttoning her tunic as he went. She didn't want to know where he had learned to do these things, because if she ever learned the names of those girls... Her breath hitched as he reached the last button and pulled her out of the jacket. He looked down at her body, his breathing ragged. They had gone further than this before, but there was a question in his eyes, a question written over every inch of his body. "Not tonight," she whispered, her cheeks flaring with heat. "Not yet." "I'm in no rush," he said, bending down to graze his nose along her shoulder. "It's just..." Gods above, she should stop talking. She didn't owe him an explanation, and he didn't push it with her, but... If I'm only going to do this once, then I want to enjoy every step. He understood what she meant by this relationship between them, this bond that was forming, so unbreakable and unyielding that it made the entire axis of her world shift toward him. That terrified her more than anything. "I can wait," he said thickly, kissing her collarbone. "We have all the time in the world." Maybe he was right, and spending all the time in the world with Sam, that was a treasure worth paying anything for. Chapter 3. Dawn crept into their room, filling it with golden light that caught in Sam's hair and made it shine like bronze. Propped on one elbow, Selena watched him sleep. His bare torso was still gloriously tanned from the summer, suggesting days spent training in one of the courtyards of the keep, or maybe lounging on the banks of the Avery. Scars of varying lengths were scattered across his back and shoulders, some of them slender and even, some of them thicker and jagged. A life spent training and battling. His body was a map of his adventures, or proof of what growing up with Arobin Hommel was like. She ran a finger down the groove of his spine. She didn't want to see another scar added to his flesh. She didn't want this life for him. He was better than that. Deserved better. When they moved, maybe they couldn't leave behind death and killing and all that came with it. Not at first. But someday, far in the future, perhaps. She brushed the hair from his eyes. Someday they would both lay down their swords and daggers and arrows, and by leaving Rifthold, by leaving the guild, they'd take the first step toward that day, even if they had to keep working as assassins for a few more years at least. Sam's eyes opened, and finding her watching him, he gave her a sleepy smile. It hit her like a punch to the gut. Yes, for him she could someday give up being Otterland's assassin, give up the notoriety and fortune. He pulled her down, wrapping an arm around her bare waist and tucking her in close to him. His nose grazed her neck, and he breathed her in deeply. "Let's take down Jane and Farron," she said softly. Sam purred a response onto her skin that told her he was only half awake, and that his mind was on anything but Jane and Farron. She dug her nails into his back, and he grunted his annoyance, but made no move to awaken. "We'll eliminate Farron first, to weaken the chain of command. It'd be too risky to take them both out at once. Too many things could go wrong. But if we take out Farron first, even if it means Jane's guards will be on alert, they'll still be in total chaos, and that's when we'll dispatch Jane." It was a solid plan. She liked this plan. They merely needed a few days to figure out Farron's defenses and how to get around them. Sam mumbled another response that sounded like, "Anything you want, just go back to sleep." Selena looked up at the ceiling and smiled. After breakfast, and after she'd gone to the bank to transfer a huge sum of money to Arobyn's account, an event that left both Selena and Sam rather miserable and on edge, they spent the day gathering information on Io and Jane. As the biggest crime lord in Rifthold, Jane was well protected, and his minions were everywhere. Orphan spies in the streets, harlots working in the vaults, barkeeps and merchants, and even some city guards. Everyone knew where his house was, a sprawling 3-story building of white stone on one of the nicest streets in Rifthold. The place was so well watched that it was too risky to do more than walk past. Even stopping to observe for a few minutes might spark the interest of one of the disguised henchmen loitering on the street. It seemed absurd that Jane would have his house on this street. His neighbors were well-off merchants and minor nobility. Did they know who lived next door? And what sort of evil went on beneath the emerald-tiled roof? They had a stroke of good luck as they meandered past the house, looking for all the world like a well-dressed, handsome couple on a morning walk through the capital. Just as they were passing by, Farron, Jane's second, swaggered out the door, heading for the black carriage parked out front. Selena felt Sam's arm tense under her hand. He kept looking ahead, not daring to stare at Farron for too long in case someone noticed. But Selena, pretending that she'd discovered a pole in her forest green tunic, was able to glance over a few times. She'd heard about Farron. Most everyone had. If she had a rival for notoriety, it was him. Tall, broad-shouldered, and in his late 20s, Farron had been born and abandoned in the streets of Rifthold. He'd begun working for Jane as one of his orphan spies, and over the years had clawed his way up the ranks of Jane's twisted court, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake until he was appointed second. Looking at him now, with his fine gray clothes and his gleaming black hair slicked into submission, it was impossible to tell that he'd once been one of the vicious little beasts that roamed the slums in feral packs. As he walked down the stairs to the carriage that awaited him in the private drive, Farron's steps were smooth, calculated, his body rippling with barely restrained power. Even from across the street, Selena could see how his dark eyes shone, his pale face set in a smile that made a shiver go down her spine. The bodies Farron had left in his wake, she knew, hadn't been left in one piece. Somewhere in the years he'd spent rising from orphan to second, Farron had developed a taste for sadistic torture. It had earned him his spot at Jane's side and kept his rivals from challenging him. Farron slung himself into the carriage. The movement was so easy that his well-tailored clothes barely shifted out of place. The carriage started down the driveway, turned onto the street, and Selena looked up as it ambled past, only to see Farron looking out the window, staring right at her. Sam pretended not to notice. Selena kept her face utterly blank, the disinterest of a well-bred lady who had no idea that the person staring at her like a cat watching a mouse was actually one of the most twisted men in the Empire. Farron gave her a smile. There was nothing human in it. And that was why their client had offered a kingdom's ransom for Farron's and Jane's deaths. She bobbed her head in a demure deflection of his attention, and Farron's grin only grew before the carriage continued past and was swallowed up in the flow of city traffic. Sam loosed a breath. I'm glad we're taking him out first. A dark, wicked part of her wished the opposite. Wished she could see that feline grin vanish when Farron found out that Selena Sardothian had killed Jane. But Sam was right. She wouldn't sleep one wink if they took out Jane first, knowing Farron would expend all his resources hunting them down. They made a long, slow circle around the streets surrounding Jane's house. It'd be easier to catch Farron on his way somewhere, Selena said, all too aware of how many eyes were tracking them on these streets. The house is too well guarded. I'll probably need 2 days to figure it out, Sam said. You'll need?
I figured you'd want the glory of taking out Jane, so I'll dispatch Farron.
Why not work together? His smile faded.
Because I want you to stay out of this for as long as possible.
Just because we're together doesn't mean I've become some weakling ninny.
I'm not saying that. But can you blame me for wanting to keep the girl I love away from someone like Farron? And before you begin to rattle off your accomplishments, let me tell you that I do know how many people you've killed and the scrapes you've gotten out of. But I found this client, so we're doing it my way.
If there hadn't still been eyes on every corner, Celaena might have hit him. How dare you—
Farron is a monster, Sam said, not looking at her. You said so yourself. And if anything goes wrong, the last place I want you to be is in his hands.
We'd be safer if we worked together. A muscle feathered in his jaw.
I don't need you looking out for me, Celaena.
Is this because of the money? Because I'm paying for things?
It's because I'm responsible for this hire, and because you don't always get to make the rules.
At least let me do some aerial spotting for you, she said.
She could let Sam take on Farron. She could become secondary for this mission. Hadn't she just accepted that she could someday let go of being Otterlin's assassin? He could have the spotlight. No aerial spotting, Sam said sharply. You'll be on the other side of this city, far away from this.
You know how ridiculous that is, don't you?
I've had just as much training as you, Celaena.
She might have pushed it, might have kept arguing until he gave in, but she caught the flicker of bitterness in his eyes. She hadn't seen that bitterness in months, not since Skulls Bay, when they'd been all but enemies. Sam had always been forced to watch while glory was heaped upon her, and always taken whatever missions she didn't deign to accept, which was absurd, really, given how talented he was, if death-dealing could be called a talent. And while she loved strutting around, calling herself Otterlin's assassin, with Sam, that sort of arrogance now sometimes felt like cruelty. So though it killed a part of her to say it, and though it went against all her training to agree, Celaena nudged him with a shoulder and said, "Fine. You take down Farron by yourself, but I get to dispatch Jane. And then we'll do it my way." Celaena had her weekly dancing lesson with Madame Florine, who also trained all of the dancers at the Royal Theatre, so she left Sam to finish his scouting as she headed to the old woman's private studio. 4 hours later, sweaty and aching and utterly spent, Celaena made her way back home across the city. She'd known the stern Madame Florine since she was a child. She taught all of Arobyn's assassins the latest popular dances. But Celaena liked to take extra lessons because of the flexibility and grace the classical dances instilled. She'd always suspected the terse instructor had barely tolerated her, but to her surprise, Madame Florine had refused to take any pay for lessons now that she'd left Arobyn. She'd have to find another dance instructor once they moved. More than that, a studio with a decent pianoforte player. And the city would have to have a library, too. A great, wonderful library, or a bookshop with a knowledgeable owner who could make sure her thirst for books was always sated. And a good clothier, and perfumer, and jeweler, and confectionery. Her feet dragged as she walked up the wooden steps to her apartment above the warehouse. She blamed it on the lesson. Madame Florine was a brutal taskmistress. She didn't accept limp wrists or sloppy posture or anything except Celaena's very best. Though she did always turn a blind eye to the last 20 minutes of their lesson, when she allowed Celaena to tell the student on the pianoforte to play her favorite music and set herself loose, dancing with wild abandon. And now that Celaena had no pianoforte of her own in the apartment, Madame Florine even let her remain after the lesson to practice. Celaena found herself atop the stair landing, staring at the silvery green door. She could leave Rifthold. If it meant being free from Arobyn, she could leave behind all these things she loved. Other cities on the continent had libraries and bookshops and fine outfitters. Perhaps not as wonderful as Rifthold's, and perhaps the city's heart wouldn't beat with the familiar rhythm that she adored. but for Sam, she could leave. Sighing, Selena unlocked the door and walked into the apartment. Arobin Hommel was sitting on the couch. "Hello, darling," he said, and smiled. Chapter 4. Alone in the kitchen, Selena poured herself a cup of tea, trying to keep her hands from shaking. He'd probably gotten the address from the servants who had helped bring over her things. To find him here, having broken into her home? How long had he been sitting inside? Had he gone through her things? She poured another cup of tea for Arobin. Cups and saucers in hand, she walked back into the living room. He had his legs crossed, one arm sprawled across the back of the sofa, and seemed to have made himself quite at home. She said nothing as she gave him the cup, and then took a seat in one of the armchairs. The hearth was dark, and the day had been warm enough that Sam had left one of the living room windows open. A briny breeze off the Avery flowed into the apartment, rustling the crimson velvet curtains and teasing through her hair. She'd miss that smell, too. Arobin took a sip, then peered into his teacup to look at the amber liquid inside. "Who can I thank for the impeccable taste in tea?" "Me, but you already know that." Arobin took another sip. "You know, I did know that." The afternoon light caught in his gray eyes, turning them to quicksilver. "What I don't know is why you and Sam think it's a good idea to dispatch Iowyn Jane and Rourke Farron." Of course he knew. "It's none of your business. Our client wanted to operate outside of the guild, and now that I've transferred the money to your account, Sam and I are no longer a part of it." "Iowyn Jane," Arobin repeated, as if she somehow didn't know who he was. "Iowyn Jane? Are you insane?" She clenched her jaw. "I don't see why I should trust your advice." "Even I wouldn't take on Jane." Arobin's gaze burned. "And I'm saying that as someone who has spent years thinking of ways to put that man in a grave." "I'm not playing another one of your mind games." She set down her tea and rose from her seat. "Get out of my house." Arobin just stared up at her as if she were a sullen child. "Jane is the undisputed crime lord in Rifthold for a reason, and Farron is his second for a damn good reason, too. You might be excellent, Selena, but you're not invincible." She crossed her arms. "Maybe you're trying to dissuade me because you're worried that when I kill him, I will have truly surpassed you." Arobin shot to his feet, towering over her. "The reason I'm trying to dissuade you, you stupid, ungrateful girl, is because Jane and Farron are lethal. If a client offered me the glass castle itself, I wouldn't touch an offer like that." She felt her nostrils flare. "After all that you've done, how can you expect me to believe a word that comes out of your mouth?" Her hand had started drifting toward the dagger at her waist. Arobin's eyes remained on her face, but he was aware. He knew every movement her hands made and didn't have to look at her to track them. "Get out of my house," she growled. Arobin gave her a half-smile and looked around the apartment with deliberate care. "Tell me something, Selena. Do you trust Sam?" "What sort of a question is that?" Arobin casually slid his hands into the pockets of his silver tunic. "Have you told him the truth about where you came from? I have a feeling that's something he'd like to know, perhaps before he dedicates his life to you." She focused on keeping her breathing even and pointed at the door again. "Go." Arobin shrugged, waving a hand as if to dismiss the questions he'd raised, and walked toward the front door. She watched his every move, took in every step and shift of his shoulders, noted what he looked at. He reached for the brass doorknob, but turned to her. His eyes, those silver eyes that would probably haunt her for the rest of her life, were bright. "No matter what I have done, I really do love you, Selena." The word hit her like a stone to the head. He'd never said that word to her before. Ever. A long silence fell between them. Arobyn's neck shifted as he swallowed. I do the things that I do because I'm afraid, and because I don't know how to express what I feel. He said it so quietly that she barely heard it. I did all of those things because I was angry with you for picking Sam. Was it the king of the assassins who spoke, or the father, or the lover who had never manifested himself? Arobyn's carefully cultivated mask fell, and the wound she'd given him flickered in those magnificent eyes. Stay with me, he whispered. Stay in Rifthold. She swallowed, and found it particularly hard to do so. I'm going. No, he said softly. Don't go. No. That was what she'd said to him that night he'd beaten her, in the moment before he'd struck her, when she thought he was going to hurt Sam instead. And then he'd beaten her so badly she'd been knocked unconscious. Then he'd beaten Sam too. Don't. That was what Ansel had said to her in the desert, when Celaena had pressed the sword into the back of her neck, when the agony of Ansel's betrayal had been almost enough to make Celaena kill the girl she'd called a friend. But that betrayal still paled in comparison to what Arobyn had done to her, when he'd tricked her into killing Donoval, a man who could have freed countless slaves. He was using words as chains to bind her again. He'd had so many chances over the years to tell her that he loved her. He'd known how much she'd craved those words. But he hadn't spoken them until he needed to use them as weapons. And now that she had Sam who said those words without expecting anything in return, Sam who loved her for reasons she would never understand. Celaena tilted her head to the side, the only warning she gave that she was still ready to attack him. Get out of my house. Arobyn just nodded slowly and left. The Black Signet Tavern was packed wall to wall, as it was most nights. Seated with Sam at a table in the middle of the busy room, Celaena didn't particularly feel like eating the beef stew in front of her, or like talking, even though Sam had told her all about the information he'd gathered on Farron and Jane. She hadn't mentioned Arobyn's surprise visit. A cluster of giggling young women sat nearby, tittering about how the Crown Prince was gone on a holiday to the Surrian coast, and how they wished they could join the prince and his dashing friends, and on until Celaena contemplated chucking her spoon at them. But the Black Signet wasn't a violent tavern. It catered to a crowd who came to enjoy good food, good music, and good company. There were no brawls, no dark dealings, and certainly no prostitutes milling about. Perhaps that was what brought her and Sam back here for dinner most nights. It felt so normal. It was another place she'd miss. When they arrived home after dinner, the apartment feeling strangely not hers now that Arobyn had broken in, Celaena went straight to the bedroom and lit a few candles. She was ready for this day to be over, ready to dispatch Jane and Farron and then leave. Sam appeared in the doorway. I've never seen you so quiet, he said. She looked at herself in the mirror above the dresser. The scar from her fight with Ansel had faded from her cheek, and the one on her neck was well on its way to disappearing too. I'm tired, she said. It wasn't a lie. She began unbuttoning her tunic, her hands feeling strangely clumsy. Was this why Arobyn had visited? Because he'd known he'd impact her like this? She straightened, hating the thought so much that she wanted to shatter the mirror in front of her. Did something happen? She reached the final button of her tunic, but didn't take it off. She turned to face him, looking him up and down. Could she ever tell him everything? Talk to me, he said, his brown eyes holding only concern. No twisted agendas, no mind games. Tell me your deepest secret, she said softly. Sam's eyes narrowed, but he pushed off the threshold and took a seat on the edge of the bed. He ran a hand through his hair, setting the ends sticking up at odd angles. After a long moment, he spoke. The only secret I've borne my entire life is that I love you.
He gave her a slight smile. It was the one thing I believed I'd go to the grave without voicing.
His eyes were so full of light that it almost stopped her heart. She found herself walking toward him, then placing one hand along his cheek and threading the other through his hair. He turned his head to kiss her palm, as if the phantom blood that coated her hands didn't bother him. His eyes found hers again.
What's yours, then?
The room felt too small, the air too thick. She closed her eyes. It took her a minute, and more nerve than she realized, but the answer finally came. It had always been there, whispering to her in her sleep, behind every breath, a dark weight that she couldn't ever escape. Deep down, she said, I'm a coward. His brows rose. I'm a coward, she repeated, and I'm scared. I'm scared all the time, always. He removed her hand from his cheek to kiss the tips of her fingers.
I get scared too, he murmured onto her skin. You want to hear something ridiculous? Whenever I'm scared out of my wits, I tell myself, my name is Sam Cortland, and I will not be afraid. I've been doing it for years.
It was her turn to raise her brows. And that actually works? He laughed onto her fingers.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But it usually makes me feel better to some degree. Or it just makes me laugh at myself a bit.
It wasn't the sort of fear she'd been talking about, but I like that, she said. He laced his fingers with hers and pulled her onto his lap.
I like you,
he murmured, and Celaena let him kiss her until she'd again forgotten the dark burden that would always haunt her. Chapter 5. Rourke Farren was a busy, busy man. Celaena and Sam were waiting a block away from Jane's house before dawn the next morning, both of them wearing nondescript clothing and cloaks with hoods deep enough to cover most of their features without giving alarm. Farren was out and about before the sun had fully risen. They trailed his carriage through the city, observing him at each stop. It was a wonder he even had time to indulge in his sadistic delights, because Jane's business certainly took up plenty of his day. He took the same black carriage everywhere, more proof of his arrogance, since it made him an easily marked target. Unlike Donoval, who was constantly guarded, Farren seemed to deliberately go without guards, daring anyone to take him on. They followed him to the bank, to the dining rooms and taverns owned by Jane, to the brothels and the black market stalls hidden in crumbling alleys, then back to the bank again. He made several stops at Jane's house in between, too, and then he surprised Celaena once by going into a bookshop, not to threaten the owner or collect dues, but to buy books. She'd hated that for some reason, especially when, despite Sam's protests, she'd quickly snuck in while the bookseller was in the back and spied the receipt ledger behind the desk. Farren hadn't bought books about torture or death or anything wicked. Oh no. They'd been adventure novels, novels that she had read and enjoyed. The idea of Farren reading them too felt like a violation somehow. The day slipped by, and they learned little except for how brazenly he traveled about. Sam should have no trouble dispatching him tomorrow night. When the sun was shifting into the golden hues of late afternoon, Farren pulled up at the nondescript iron door that led down into the vaults. At the end of the street, Celaena and Sam watched him as they pretended to be washing dung off their boots at a public spigot.
It seems fitting that Jane owns the vaults, Sam said quietly over the gushing water.
Celaena gave him a glare, or she would have if the hood hadn't been in the way. Why do you think I got so mad about you fighting there? If you ever got into any trouble with the people at the vaults, ever pissed them off, you're significant enough that Farren himself would come to punish you.
I can handle Farren.
She rolled her eyes. I didn't expect him actually to make a visit, though. Seems too dirty here even for him.
Should we take a look?
The street was quiet. The vaults came alive at night, but during the day, there wasn't anyone in the alley except for a few stumbling drunks and the half-dozen guards always posted outside. It was a risk, she supposed, going into the vaults after Farron, but if Farron truly rivaled her for notoriety, it would be interesting to get a sense of what he was really like before Sam ended his life tomorrow night. "Let's go," she said. They flashed silver at the guards outside, then tossed it to the guards inside, and they were in. The thugs asked no questions and didn't demand they remove their weapons or their hoods. Their usual clientele wanted discretion while partaking in the twisted delights of the vaults. From the top of the stairs just inside the front door, Selena instantly spotted Farron sitting at one of the scarred and burned wooden tables in the center of the room, talking to a man she recognized as Helmson, the master of ceremonies during the fights. A small lunchtime crowd had gathered at the other tables, though they'd all cleared a ring around Farron. At the back of the chamber, the pits were dark and quiet, slaves working to scrape off the blood and gore before the night's revelries. Selena tried not to look too long at the shackles and broken posture of the slaves. It was impossible to tell where they'd come from, if they'd begun as prisoners of war or had just been stolen from their kingdoms. She wondered if it was better to wind up as a slave here or a prisoner in a brutal labor camp like Endovier. Both seemed like similar versions of a living hell. Compared to the teeming crowds the other night, the vaults were practically deserted today. Even the prostitutes in the exposed chambers flanking the sides of the cavernous space were resting while they could. Many of the girls slept in tangled heaps on the narrow cots, barely hidden from view by the shabby curtains designed to give the illusion of privacy. She wanted to burn this place into nothing but ashes, and then let everyone know that this wasn't the sort of thing Otterland's assassins stood for. Perhaps after they'd taken out Farron and Jane, she'd do just that. One final bit of glory and retribution from Selena Sardathian. One last chance to make them remember her forever before she left. Sam kept close to her as they reached the bottom of the stairs and strode to the bar tucked into the shadows beneath. A wisp of a man stood behind it, pretending to wipe down the wooden surface while his watery blue eyes stayed fixed on Farron.
2 ales,
Sam growled. Selena thumped a silver coin down on the bar, and the barkeep's attention snapped to them. She was grossly overpaying, but the barkeep's slender, scabbed hands vanished the silver in the blink of an eye. There were enough people still inside the vaults that Selena and Sam could blend in, mostly drunks who never left the premises, and people who seemed to enjoy this sort of wretched environment while eating their lunch. Selena and Sam pretended to drink their ales, sloshing the alcohol on the ground when no one was looking, and watched Farron. There was a locked wooden chest resting on the table beside Farron and the squat master of ceremonies, a chest that Selena had no doubt was full of the vault's earnings from the night before. Farron's attention was fixed with feline intensity on Helmson, the chest seemingly forgotten. It was practically an invitation. "How mad do you think he'd be if I stole that chest?" Selena pondered.
"Don't even entertain the idea."
She clicked her tongue. Spoil sport. Whatever Farron and Helmson were discussing, it was over quickly. But instead of going back up the stairs, Farron walked over to the warren of girls. He prowled past every alcove and stone chamber, and the girls all straightened. Sleeping ones were hastily awakened, any sign of sleep vanished by the time Farron stalked past. He looked them over, inspecting, making comments to the man who hovered behind him. Helmson nodded and bowed and barked orders at the girls. Even from across the room, the terror on the girls' faces was evident. Both Selena and Sam struggled to keep from going rigid. Farron crossed the large chamber and inspected the dens on the other side. By that time, the girls there were prepared. When Farron had finished, he looked over his shoulder and nodded to Helmson. Helmson sagged with what could only be relief, but then paled and quickly found somewhere else to be as Farron snapped his fingers at one of the sentries near a small door. Immediately, the door opened, and a shackled, dirty, muscular man was dragged out by another sentry. The prisoner looked half dead already, but the moment he saw Farron, he started begging, thrashing against the sentry's grip. It was hard to hear, but Celaena discerned enough from the man's frantic pleading to get the gist of it. He was a fighter in the vaults, owed Jane more money than he could ever repay, and had tried to cheat his way out of it. Although the prisoner promised to repay Jane with interest, Farron just smiled, letting the man babble until at last he paused for a shuddering breath. Then Farron jerked his chin toward a door hidden behind a ragged curtain, and his smile grew as the sentry dragged the still pleading man toward it. As the door opened, Celaena caught a glimpse of a stairwell that swept downward. Without so much as a look in the direction of the patrons discreetly watching from their tables, Farron led the sentry and his prisoner inside and shut the door. Whatever was about to happen was Jane's version of justice. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a scream pierced through the vaults. It was more animal than human. She'd heard screams like that before, had witnessed enough torture at the Keep to know that when people screamed like that, it meant that the pain was just beginning. By the end, when that sort of pain happened, the victims had usually blown out their vocal cords and could only emit hoarse, shattered shrieks. Celaena gritted her teeth so hard her jaw hurt. The barkeep gave a sharp wave to the minstrels in the corner, and they immediately started up a song to cover the noise. But screams still echoed up from beneath the stone floor. Farron wouldn't kill the man right away. No, his pleasure came from the pain itself. "It's time to leave," Celaena said, noting how tightly Sam gripped his mug. "We can't just—" "We can," she said sharply. "Believe me, I'd like to burst in there too. But this place is designed like a death trap, and I've no desire to make my final stand here or right now." Sam was still staring at the stairwell door. "When the time comes," she added, putting a hand on his arm, "you'll make sure he pays his debt." Sam turned to her, his face concealed within the shadows of the hood, but she could read the aggression in his body well enough. "He'll pay his debt for all of this," Sam snarled. And that's when Celaena noticed that some of the girls were weeping. Some shook, some just stared at nothing. Yes, Farron had visited before, had used that room to do Jane's dirty work, while reminding everyone else not to cross the crime lord. How many horrors had these girls witnessed, or at least heard? The screams were still rising up from below when they left the vaults. She had intended to lead them home, but Sam insisted on going to the public park built along a well-off neighborhood beside the Avery River. After meandering along the neat gravel walkways, he slumped onto a bench facing the water. He pulled off his hood and rubbed his face with his broad hands. "We're not like that," he whispered through his fingers. Celaena sank onto the wooden bench. She knew exactly what he meant. The same thought had been echoing through her head as they walked here. They had been taught how to kill and maim and torture. She knew how to skin a man and keep him alive while doing it. She knew how to keep someone awake and coherent during long hours of torment, knew where to inflict the most pain without having someone bleed out. Arobin had been so clever about it, too. He'd brought in the most despicable people, rapists, murderers, rogue assassins who had butchered innocents, and he'd made her read all of the information he'd gathered on them, made her read about all of the awful things they'd done, until she was so enraged she couldn't think straight, until she was aching to make them suffer. He'd honed her anger into a lethal blade, and she'd let him. Before Skulls Bay, she'd done it all and had rarely questioned it. She'd pretended that she had some moral code, lied to herself and said that since she didn't enjoy it, it meant that she had some excuse, but she had still stood in that chamber beneath the Assassin's Keep and seen the blood flow toward the drain in the sloped floor. "We can't be like that," Sam said. She took his hands, easing them away from his face. "We're not like Farron. We know how to do it, but we don't enjoy it. That's the difference. His brown eyes were distant as he watched the gentle current of the Avery, making its way toward the nearby sea.
When Arobin ordered us to do things like that, we never said no.
We had no choice, but we do now. Once they left Rifthold, they'd never have to make a choice like that again. They could create their own codes. Sam looked at her, his expression so haunted and bleak it made her sick.
But there was always that part that did enjoy it, when it was someone who truly deserved it.
Yes, she breathed. Yes, there was always that part. But we still had a line, Sam. We still stayed on the other side of it. Lines don't exist for someone like Farron.
They weren't like Farron. Sam wasn't like Farron. She knew that in her bones.
Sam would never be like Farron. He'd never be like her, either. She sometimes wondered if he knew just how dark she could turn. Sam leaned against her, resting his head on her shoulder.
When we die, do you think we'll be punished for the things we've done?
She looked at the far bank of the river, where a row of ramshackle houses and docks had been built. When we die, she said, I don't think the gods will even know what to do with us. Sam glanced at her, a hint of amusement shining in his eyes. Selena smiled at him, and the world, for one flickering heartbeat, felt right. The dagger whined as Selena sharpened it, the reverberations shooting through her hands. Seated beside her on the floor of the great room, Sam pored over a map of the city, tracing streets with his fingers. The fireplace before them cast everything into flickering shadows, a welcome warmth on a chill night. They had returned to the vaults in time to see Farron entering his carriage again, so they spent the rest of the afternoon stalking him. More trips to the bank and other locations, more stops back at Jane's house. She'd gone off on her own for 2 hours to trail Jane, to get another subtle glimpse at the house and see where the crime lord went. It was 2 uneventful hours of figuring out where his spies hid on the streets, since Jane didn't emerge from the building at all. If Sam planned to dispatch Farron tomorrow night, they agreed that the best time to do it would be when he took a carriage from the house to wherever else he had dealings, either for himself or Jane. After a long day of running errands for Jane, Farron was sure to be drained, his defenses sloppy. He wouldn't know what was coming until his lifeblood spilled. Sam would be wearing the special suit that the master tinkerer from Melisande had made for him, which in itself was its own armory. The sleeves possessed concealed built-in swords, the boots were specially designed for climbing, and thanks to Selena, Sam's suit was equipped with an impenetrable patch of spider silk right over his heart. Selena had her own suit, of course, used only sparingly now that the convoy from Melisande had returned home. If either suit needed repairs, it'd be near impossible to find someone in Rifthold skilled enough. But dispatching Farron was definitely an occasion worth the risk. In addition to the suit's defenses, Sam would also be equipped with the extra blades and daggers that Selena was now sharpening. She tested an edge against her hand, smiling grimly as her skin stung. "Sharp enough to cut air," she said, sheathing it and setting it down beside her.
"Well," Sam said, eyes still flitting across the map, "let's hope I don't have to get close enough to use it."
If all went according to plan, Sam would only need to fire 4 arrows, 1 each to disable the carriage driver and the footman, 1 for Farron, and 1 more just to make sure Farron was dead. Selena picked up another dagger and began sharpening that as well. She jerked her chin toward the map. "Escape routes?"
"A dozen planned already,"
Sam said, and showed her. With Jane's house as a starting point, Sam had picked multiple streets in every direction where he could fire his arrows, which led to multiple escape routes that would get Sam away as quickly as possible. "Remind me again why I'm not going." The dagger in her hands let out a long whine.
"Because you'll be here, packing."
"Packing?" She stilled the sharpening knife in her hand. He returned his attention to the map. Then he said very carefully,
"I secured us passage on a ship to the southern continent, leaving in 5 days.
The southern continent. Sam nodded, still focusing on the map.
If we're going to get away from Rifthold, then we're going to get away from this entire continent, too.
That wasn't what we discussed. We decided to move to another city on this continent. And what if there's another Assassin's Guild on the southern continent?
Then we'll ask to join them.
I'm not going to grovel to join some no-name guild and be subservient to some would-be infamous assassins.
Sam looked up. Is this really about your pride, or is it because of the distance?
Both!
She slammed down the dagger and the honing stone on the rug.
I was willing to move to a place like Bunjali or Belhaven or Aniel, not to an entirely new continent, a place we hardly know anything about. That wasn't part of the plan.
At least we'd be out of Otterland's empire.
I don't give a damn about the empire. He sat back, propping himself on his hands.
Can't you just admit that this is about Arobin?
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Because if we sail for the southern continent, then he will never find us again. And I don't think you're quite ready to accept that.
My relationship with Arobin is...
Is what? Over? Is that why you didn't tell me that he came to visit yesterday?
Her heart skipped a beat.
Sam went on. While you were trailing Jane today, he approached me in the street and seemed surprised that you hadn't said anything about his visit. He also told me to ask about what really happened before he found you half dead on that riverbank when we were children.
Sam leaned forward, bracing a hand on the floor as he brought his face close to hers.
And you know what I told him?
His breath was hot on her mouth.
That I didn't care. But he just kept trying to bait me, to make me not trust you. So after he walked away, I went right to the docks and found the first ship that would take us away from this damned continent, away from him. Because even though we're out of the guild, he will never leave us alone.
She swallowed hard. He said those things to you? About where I came from? Sam must have seen something like fear in her eyes, because he suddenly shook his head, his shoulders slumping.
Selena, when you're good and ready to tell me the truth, you'll do it. And no matter what it is, when that day comes, I'll be honored that you trust me enough to do so. But until then, it's not my business, and it's not Arobin's business. It's not anyone's business but your own.
Selena leaned her forehead against his, and some of the tightness in his body and hers melted away. What if moving to the southern continent is a mistake?
Then we'll move somewhere else. We'll keep moving until we find the place where we're meant to be.
She shut her eyes and took a steadying breath. Will you laugh if I say that I'm scared?
No,
he said softly.
Never.
Maybe I should try your little trick. She took another breath. My name is Selena Sardathian, and I will not be afraid. He did laugh then, a tickle of breath on her mouth.
I think you have to say it with a bit more conviction than that.
She opened her eyes and found him watching her, his face a mixture of pride and wonder, and such open affection that she could see that far-off land where they'd find a home, see that future that awaited them, and that glimmer of hope that promised happiness she'd never considered or dared yearn for. And even though the southern continent was a drastic change in their plans, Sam was right. A new continent for a new beginning.
I love you,
Sam said. Selena wrapped her arms around him and held him close, breathing in his scent. Her only reply was, I hate packing. Chapter 6. The next night, the clock on the mantel seemed to be stuck at 9 o'clock. It had to be, because there was no way in hell that a minute could take this long. She'd been trying to read for the past 2 hours, trying and failing. Even an utterly sinful romance novel hadn't held her interest, and neither had playing cards or digging out her atlas and reading about the southern continent, or eating all the candy she'd hidden from Sam in the kitchen. Of course, she was supposed to be organizing the belongings she wanted to pack. When she'd complained to Sam about what a chore it'd be, he'd even gone so far as to take all their empty trunks out of the closet, and then pointed out that he would not be traveling with her dozens of shoes, and she could have them shipped to her once they found their home. After saying that, he'd wisely left the apartment to kill Farron. She didn't know why she hesitated to pack. She'd contacted the solicitor that morning. He had told her the apartment might be hard to sell, but she was glad to do the dealings over a long distance, and she told him she'd contact him as soon as she found her new home. A new home. Selena sighed as the clock arms shifted. A whole minute had passed. Of course, with Farron's schedule being somewhat erratic, Sam might have to wait a few hours for him to leave the house. Or maybe he'd already done the job and needed to lie low for a while, just in case someone traced him back here. Selena checked the dagger beside her on the couch, then glanced around the room for the 100th time that evening, making sure all the concealed weapons were in their proper places. She wouldn't check on Sam. He'd wanted to do this on his own, and he could be anywhere now. The trunks lay by the window. Maybe she should start packing. Once they dispatched Jane tomorrow night, they'd need to be ready to leave the city as soon as that ship was available to board. Because while she certainly wanted the world to know that Selena Sardathian had made the kill, getting far from Rifthold would be in their best interest. Not that she was running away. The clock arms shifted again. Another minute. Groaning, Selena stood and walked to the bookshelf along the wall, where she began pulling out books and stacking them into the nearest empty trunk. She'd have to leave her furniture and most of her shoes behind for now, but there was no way in hell she was going to move to the southern continent without all of her books. The clock struck 11, and Selena headed into the streets, wearing the suit the master tinkerer had made for her, plus several other weapons strapped to her body. Sam should have been back by now, and even though there was still another hour until the time when they'd agreed she'd look for him if he hadn't returned, if he was truly in trouble, then she certainly wasn't going to sit around for another minute. The thought sent her sprinting down alleys, heading toward Jane's house. The slums were silent, but no more so than usual. Whores and barefoot orphans and people struggling to make a few honest coppers glanced at her as she ran past, no more than a shadow. She kept an ear out for any snippets of conversation that might suggest Farron was dead, but overheard nothing useful. She slowed to a stocking gate, her steps near silent on the cobblestones as she neared the wealthy neighborhood in which Jane's house stood. Several affluent couples were walking around, heading back from the theater, but there were no signs of a disturbance. Though if Farron had been killed, then surely Jane would try to keep the assassination hidden for as long as possible. She made a long circuit through the neighborhood, checking on all the points where Sam had planned to be. Not a spot of blood or sign of a struggle. She even dared to walk across the street from Jane's house. The house was brightly lit and almost merry, and the guards were at their posts, all looking bored. Perhaps Sam had found out that Farron wasn't leaving the house tonight. She might very well have missed him on his way home. He wouldn't be pleased when he learned she'd gone out to find him, but he would have done the same for her. Sighing, Selena hurried back home. Chapter 7. Sam wasn't at the apartment, but the clock atop the mantel read 1 a.m. Selena stood before the embers of the fireplace and stared at the clock, wondering if she was somehow reading it wrong. But it continued ticking, and when she checked her pocket watch, it also read 1. Then 2 minutes past the hour. Then 5 minutes. She threw more logs on the fire and took off her swords and daggers, but remained in the suit, just in case. She had no idea when she began pacing in front of the fire, and only realized it when the clock chimed 2, and she found herself still standing before the clock. He would come home any minute. Any minute. Selena jolted awake at the faint chime of the clock. She'd somehow wound up on the couch and somehow fallen asleep. 4 o'clock. She would go out again in a minute. Maybe he'd hidden in the Assassin's Keep for the night. Unlikely, but it was probably the safest place to hide after you'd killed Rourke Farron. Selena closed her eyes. The dawn was blinding, and her eyes felt gritty and sore as she hurried through the slums, then the wealthy neighborhoods, scanning every cobblestone, every shadowed alcove, every rooftop for any sign of him. Then she went to the river. She didn't dare breathe as she walked up and down the banks that bordered the slums, searching for anything, any sign of Farron or... She didn't let herself finish that thought, though crippling nausea gripped her as she scanned the banks and docks and sewer depositories. He would be waiting for her at home, and then he'd chide her and laugh at her and kiss her. And then she'd dispatch Jane tonight, and then they'd set sail on this river, and then out to the nearby sea, and then be gone. He would be waiting at home. He'd be home. Home. Noon. It couldn't be noon, but it was. Her pocket watch was properly wound and hadn't once failed her in the years she'd had it. Each of her steps up the stairs to her apartment was heavy and light, the sensation shifting with each heartbeat. She'd stopped by the apartment only long enough to see if he'd returned. A roaring silence hovered around her, a cresting wave that she'd been trying to outrun for hours. She knew that the moment the silence finally hit her, everything would change. She found herself atop the landing, staring at the door. It had been unlocked and left slightly ajar. A strangled sort of noise broke out of her, and she ran the last few feet, barely noticing as she threw open the door and burst into the apartment. She was going to scream at him, and kiss him, and scream at him some more, a lot more. How dare he make her... Arobin Hamel was sitting on her couch. Selena halted. The king of the assassins slowly got to his feet. She saw the expression in his eyes and knew what he was going to say long before he opened his mouth, and whispered, "I'm sorry." The silence struck. Chapter 8. Her body started moving, walking straight toward the fireplace before she really knew what she was going to do. "They thought he was still living in the keep," Arobin said, his voice pitched at that horrible whisper. "They left him as a message." She reached the mantel and grabbed the clock from where it rested. "Selena," Arobin breathed. She hurled the clock across the room so hard it shattered against the wall behind the dining table. Its fragments landed atop the buffet table against the wall, breaking the decorative dishes displayed there, scattering the silver tea set she'd bought for herself. "Selena," Arobin said again. She stared at the ruined clock, the ruined dishes and tea set. There was no end to this silence. There would never be an end, only this beginning. "I want to see the body." The words came from a mouth she wasn't sure belonged to her anymore. "No," Arobin said gently. She turned her head toward him, baring her teeth. "I want to see the body." Arobin's silver eyes were wide, and he shook his head. "No, you don't." She had to start moving, had to start walking anywhere, because now that she was standing still, once she sat down, she walked out the door, down the steps. The streets were the same. The sky was clear. The briny breeze off the Avery still ruffled her hair. She had to keep walking. Perhaps they'd sent the wrong body. Perhaps Arobin had made a mistake. Perhaps he was lying. She knew Arobin followed her, staying a few feet behind as she strode across the city. She also knew that Wesley joined them at some point, always looking after Arobin, always vigilant. The silence kept flickering in and out of her ears. Sometimes it'd stop long enough for her to hear the whinny of a passing horse, or the shout of a peddler, or the giggle of children. Sometimes none of the noises in the capital could break through. There had been a mistake. She didn't look at the assassins guarding the iron gates to the keep, or at the housekeeper who opened the giant double doors of the building, or at the assassins who milled about the grand entrance and who stared at her with fury and grief mingling in their eyes. She slowed long enough for Arobin, trailed by Wesley, to step in front of her, to lead the rest of the way. The silence peeled back, and thoughts tumbled in. It had been a mistake, and when she figured out where they were keeping him, where they were hiding him, she'd stop at nothing to find him, and then she'd slaughter them all. Arobin led her down the stone stairwell at the back of the entrance hall, the stairs that led into the cellars and the dungeons and the secret council rooms below. The scrape of boots on stone, Arobin in front of her, Wesley trailing behind. Down and down, then along the narrow, dark passageway, to the door across from the dungeon entrance. She knew that door, knew the room behind it, the mortuary where they kept their members until... No, it had been a mistake. Arobin took out a ring of keys and unlocked the door, but paused before opening it.
Please, Selena. It's better if you don't.
She elbowed past him and into the room. The square room was small and lit with 2 torches, bright enough to illuminate. Each step brought her closer to the body on the table. She didn't know where to look first. At the fingers that went the wrong way, at the burns and careful, deep slices in his flesh, at the face she still knew, even when so many things had been done to destroy it beyond recognition. The world swayed beneath her feet, but she kept upright as she finished the walk to the table and looked down at the naked, mutilated body she had. Farron had taken his time, and though that face was in ruins, it betrayed none of the pain he must have felt, none of the despair. This was some dream, or she had gone to hell after all, because she couldn't exist in the world where this had been done to him, where she'd paced like an idiot all night while he suffered, while Farron tortured him, while he ripped out his eyes and... Selena vomited on the floor. Footsteps. Then Arobin's hands were on her shoulder, on her waist, pulling her away. He was dead. Sam was dead. She wouldn't leave him like this, in this cold, dark room. She yanked out of Arobin's grasp. Wordlessly, she unfastened her cloak and spread it over Sam, covering the damage that had been so carefully inflicted. She climbed onto the wooden table and lay beside him, stretching an arm across his middle, holding him close. The body still smelled faintly like Sam, and like the cheap soap she'd made him use, because she was so selfish that she couldn't let him have her lavender soap. Selena buried her face in his cold, stiff shoulder. There was a strange, musky scent all over him, a smell that was so distinctly not Sam that she almost vomited again. It clung to his golden brown hair, to his torn, bluish lips. She wouldn't leave him. Footsteps heading toward the door, then the snick of it closing as Arobin left. Selena closed her eyes. She wouldn't leave him. She wouldn't leave him. Chapter 9. Selena awoke in a bed that had once been hers, but somehow no longer felt that way. There was something missing in the world, something vital. She arose from the depths of slumber, and it took her a long moment to sort out what had changed. She might have thought that she was awakening in her bed in the keep, still Arobin's protégé, still Sam's rival, still content to be Otterlin's assassin forever and ever. She might have believed it, if she hadn't noticed that so many of her beloved belongings were missing from this familiar bedroom, belongings that were now in her apartment across the city. Sam was gone. Reality opened wide and swallowed her whole. She didn't move from the bed. She knew the day was drifting along because of the shifting light on the wall of the bedroom. She knew the world still passed by, unaffected by the death of a young man, unaware that he'd ever existed and breathed and loved her. She hated the world for continuing on. If she never left this bed, this room, maybe she'd never have to continue on with it. The memory of his face was already blurring. Had his eyes been more golden brown or soil brown? She couldn't remember, and she'd never get the chance to find out. Never get to see that half-smile. Never get to hear his laugh. Never get to hear him say her name like it meant something special, something more than being Otterland's assassin ever could. She didn't want to go out into a world where he didn't exist. So she watched the light shift and change, and let the world pass by without her. Someone was speaking outside her door. 3 men with low voices. The rumble of them shook her from sleep to find the room was dark, the city lights glowing beyond the windows.
Jane and Farron will be expecting retaliation,
a man said. Harding, one of Arobyn's more talented assassins and a fierce competitor of hers.
Their guards will be on alert,
said another, Tern, an older assassin.
Then we'll take out the guards, and while they're distracted, some of us will go for Jane and Farron.
Arobyn. She had a foggy memory of being carried, hours or years or a lifetime ago, up from that dark room that smelled of death and into her bed. Muffled replies from Tern and Harding, then,
"We strike tonight," Arobyn growled. "Farron lives at the house, and if we time it right, we'll kill them both while they're in their beds. Getting to the 2nd floor isn't as simple as walking up the stairs,"
Harding challenged.
"Even the exteriors are guarded. If we can't get through the front, then there's a small 2nd-story window that we can leap through using the roof of the house next door."
A leap like that could be fatal,
Tern countered.
"Enough,"
Arobyn cut in.
"I'll decide how to break in when we arrive. Have the others ready to go in 3 hours. I want us on our way at midnight. And tell them to keep their mouths shut. Someone must have tipped off Farron if he knew to set a trap for Sam. Don't even tell your servants where you're going."
Grunted acquiescence, then footsteps as Tern and Harding walked away. Celaena kept her eyes closed and her breathing steady as the lock turned in her bedroom door. She recognized the even, confident gait of the King of the Assassins striding toward her bed, smelled him as he stood over her, watching, felt his long fingers as they stroked through her hair, then along her cheek. Then the steps leaving, the door shutting and locking. She opened her eyes, the glow of the city offering enough light for her to see that the lock on the door had been altered since she'd left. It now locked only from the outside. He had locked her in. To keep her from going with them, to keep her from helping to pay back Farron for every inch of flesh he'd tortured, every bit of pain Sam had endured. Farron was a master of torture, and he'd kept Sam all night. Celaena sat up, her head spinning. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten. Food could wait. Everything could wait. Because in 3 hours, Arobyn and his assassins would venture out to exact vengeance. They'd rob her of her claim to revenge, the satisfaction of slaughtering Farron and Jane and anyone who stood in her way. And she had no intention of letting them do it. She stalked to the door and confirmed that it was locked. Arobyn knew her too well, knew that when the blanket of grief had been ripped away. Even if she could spring the lock, she had no doubt that there was at least one assassin watching the hall outside her bedroom, which left the window. The window itself was unlocked, but the 2-story drop was formidable. While she'd been sleeping, someone had taken off her suit and given her a nightgown. She ripped apart the armoire for any sign of the suit. Its boots were designed for climbing, but all she found were 2 black tunics, matching pants, and ordinary black boots. Fine. There were no weapons in sight, and she hadn't brought any in with her. But years of living in this room had its advantages. She kept her motions quiet as she pulled up the loose floorboards where she'd long ago hidden a set of 4 daggers. She sheathed 2 at her waist and tucked the other 2 into her boots.
Then she found the twin swords she'd kept disguised as part of the bed frame since she was 14. Neither the daggers nor the sword had been good enough to bring with her when she moved. Today, they would do. When she'd finished strapping the blades across her back, she rebraided her hair and fitted on her cloak, throwing the hood over her head. She'd kill Jane first, and then she'd drag Farron to a place where she could properly repay him and take however long she wanted. Days, even. When that debt was paid, when Farron had no more agony or blood to offer, she'd place Sam in the embrace of the earth and send him to the afterlife knowing he'd been avenged. She eased open the window, scanning the front courtyard. The dew-slick stones gleamed in the lamplight, and the sentries at the iron gate seemed focused on the street beyond. Good. This was her kill, her revenge to take, no one else's. A black fire rippled in her gut, spreading through her veins as she hopped onto the windowsill and eased outside. Her fingers found purchase in the large white stones, and with one eye on the guards at the distant gate, she climbed down the side of the house. No one noticed her. No one looked her way. The keep was silent, the calm before the storm that would break when Arobin and his assassins began their hunt. Her landing was soft, no more than a whisper of boots against slick cobblestones. The guards were so focused on the street that they wouldn't notice when she jumped the fence near the stables around the back. Creeping around the exterior of the house was as simple as getting out of her room, and she was well within the shadows of the stables when a hand reached out and grabbed her. She was hurled into the side of the wooden building and had a dagger drawn by the time the thump finished echoing. Wesley's face, set with rage, seethed at her in the dark. "Where in hell do you think you're going?" he breathed, not loosening his grip on her shoulders even as she pressed her dagger to the side of his throat. "Get out of my way," she growled, hardly recognizing her own voice. "Arobin can't keep me locked up." "I'm not talking about Arobin. Use your head and think, Selena." A flicker of her, a part of her that had somehow vanished since she'd shattered that clock, realized that this might be the first time he'd ever addressed her by her name. "Get out of my way," she repeated, pushing the edge of the blade harder against his exposed throat. "I know you want revenge," he panted. "I do too, for what he did to Sam. I know you—" She flicked the blade, angling it enough that he reared back to avoid her slicing a deep line across his throat. "Don't you understand?" he pleaded, his eyes gleaming in the dark. "It's all just a—" But the fire rose up in Selena and she whirled, using a move the mute master had taught her that summer, and Wesley's eyes lost focus as she slammed the pommel of her dagger into the side of his head. He dropped like a stone. Before he'd even finished collapsing, Selena was sprinting for the fence. A moment later, she jumped it and vanished into the city streets. She was fire, she was darkness, she was dust and blood and shadow. She hurtled through the streets, each step faster than the last as that black fire burned through thought and feeling, until all that remained was her rage and her prey. She took back alleys and leapt over walls. She'd slaughter them all. Faster and faster, sprinting for that beautiful house on its quiet street, for the two men who had taken her world apart piece by piece, bone by shattered bone. All she had to do was get to Jane and Farron. Everyone else was collateral. Arobin had said they'd both be in their beds. That meant she had to get past all those guards at the front gate, the front door, and on the first floor, not to mention the guards that were sure to be outside the bedrooms. But there was an easier way to get past all of them. A way in that didn't involve possibly alerting Farron and Jane if the guards at the front door raised the alarm. Harding had mentioned something about a window on the second floor that he could leap through. Harding was a good tumbler, but she was better. When she was a few streets away, she climbed the side of a house until she was on the roof and running again, fast enough to make the leap across the gap between houses. She'd walked past Jane's house enough times in the past few days to know that it was separated from its neighbors by alleys probably 15 feet wide.
She leapt across another gap between roofs. Now that she thought of it, she knew there was a second-floor window facing one of those alleys, and she didn't give a damn where that window opened to, just that it would get her inside before the guards on the first floor could notice. The emerald roof of Jane's house gleamed, and Selena skidded to a halt on the roof next door. A wide, flat stretch of the gabled roof stood between her and the long jump across the alley. If she aimed correctly and ran fast enough, she could make that leap and land through that second-floor window. The window was already thrown open, though the curtains had been drawn, blocking any view of what was within. Despite the fog of rage, years of training made her instinctively scan the neighboring rooftops. Was it arrogance or stupidity that kept Jane from having guards on the nearby roofs? Even the guards on the street didn't look up at her. Selena untied her cloak and let it slide to the ground behind her. Any additional drag might be fatal, and she had no intention of dying until Jane and Farron were corpses. The roof on which she stood was 3 stories high and faced the second-floor window across the alley. She factored in the distance and how fast she'd be falling and made sure the swords crossed to her back were neatly tucked in. The window was wide, but she still needed to avoid the blades catching on the threshold. She backed up as far as she could to give herself running space. Somewhere on that second floor slept Jane and Farron, and somewhere in this house they had destroyed Sam. After she had killed them, perhaps she'd tear the house down stone by stone. Perhaps she'd tear this entire city down, too. She smiled. She liked the sound of that. Then she took a deep breath and broke into a run. The roof was no longer than 50 feet between her and the jump that would either land her right through that open window a level below or splatter her on the alley between. She sprinted for the ever-nearing edge. 40 feet. There was no room for error, no room for fear or sorrow or anything except that blinding rage and cold, vicious calculation. 30 feet. She raced, straight as an arrow, each pump of her legs and arms bringing her closer. 20. 10. The alley below loomed, the gap looking far bigger than she'd realized. 5. But there was nothing left of her to even consider stopping. Selena reached the edge of the roof and leapt. Chapter 10. The cold kiss of night air on her face, the glitter of the wet streets under lamplight, the sheen of moonlight on the black curtains inside the open window as she arced toward it, hands already reaching for her daggers. She tucked her head into her chest, bracing for impact as she burst through the curtains, ripping them clean off their hangings, hit the floor, and rolled. Right into a meeting room full of people. In a heartbeat, she took in the details. A somewhat small room where Jane, Farron, and others sat around a square table, and a dozen guards now staring at her, already formed into a wall of flesh and weaponry between her and her prey. The curtains were thick enough to have blocked out any light within the room, to make it look like it was dark and empty inside. A trick. It didn't matter. She'd take them all down anyway. The 2 daggers in her boots were thrown before she was even on her feet, and the guards' dying shouts brought a wicked grin to her lips. Her swords whined, both in her hands as the nearest guard charged for her. He immediately died, a sword punched through his ribs and into his heart. Every object, every person between her and Farron was an obstacle or a weapon, a shield or a trap. She whirled to the next guard, and her grin turned feral as she caught a glimpse of Jane and Farron at the other end of the room, seated across the table. Farron was smiling at her, his dark eyes bright, but Jane was on his feet, gaping. Selena buried one of her swords into the chest of a guard so she could reach for her 3rd dagger. Jane was still gaping when that dagger embedded itself to the hilt in his neck. Utter pandemonium. The door flung open, and more guards poured in as she retrieved her 2nd sword from the chest cavity of the fallen guard. It couldn't have been more than 10 seconds since she'd leapt through the open window. Had they been waiting? 2 guards lunged for her, swords slicing the air. Her twin blades flashed, blood sprayed. The room wasn't large, only 20 feet separated her from Farron, who remained seated, watching her with wild delight. 3 more guards went down. Someone hurled a dagger at her, and she knocked it aside with a blade, sending it right into the leg of another guard. Unintentional, but lucky. Another 2 guards fell. There were only a few left between her and the table, and Farron at the other side. He didn't even look at Jane's corpse, slumped on the table beside him. Guards were still rushing in from the hall, but they were all wearing strange black masks with clear glass eyepieces, and some sort of cloth mesh over the mouths. And then the smoke started, and the door shut, and as she gutted another guard, she glanced at Farron in time to see him slide on a mask. She knew this smoke, knew this smell. It had been on Sam's corpse, that musky, strange... Someone sealed the window, shutting out the air, smoke everywhere, fogging everything. Her eyes stung, but she dropped a sword to reach for that last dagger, the one that would find its home in Farron's skull. The world jolted to the side. No! She didn't know if she said it or thought it, but the word echoed through the darkness that was devouring her. Another masked guard had reached her, and she straightened in time to drive a sword into his side. Blood soaked her hand, but she kept her grip on the blade, kept her grip on the dagger in her other hand as she cocked it back, angling for Farron's head. But the smoke invaded every pore, every breath, every muscle. As she arched her arm, a shudder went through her body, making her vision twist and falter. She swayed to the side, losing her grip on the dagger. A guard swiped for her but missed, slicing off an inch from her braid instead. Her hair broke free in a golden wave as she careened to the side, falling so slowly, Farron still smiling at her. A guard's fist slammed into her gut, knocking the air out of her. She reeled back, and another fist like granite met her face, her back, her ribs, her jaw. So many blows, so fast the pain couldn't keep up, and she was falling so slowly, breathing in all that smoke. They had been waiting for her. The invitingly open window, the smoke and the masks were all a part of a plan, and she had fallen right into it. She was still falling as the blackness consumed her.
"None of you are to touch her," a cool, bored voice was saying. "She's to be kept alive."
There were hands on her, prying her weapons out of her grip, then setting her into a sitting position against the wall. Fresh air poured into the room, but she could hardly feel it on her tingling face. She couldn't feel anything, couldn't move anything. She was paralyzed. She managed to open her eyes, only to find Farron crouched in front of her, that feline smile still on his face. The smoke had cleared from the room, and his mask lay discarded behind him.
"Hello, Selena,"
he purred. Someone had betrayed her. Not Arobin. Not when he hated Jane and Farron so much. If she'd been betrayed, it would have been one of the wretches in the guild, someone who would have benefited most from her death. It couldn't be Arobin. Farron's dark gray clothes were immaculate.
"I've been waiting a few years to meet you, you know,"
he said, sounding rather cheerful despite the blood and bodies.
"To be honest,"
he went on, his eyes devouring every inch of her in a way that made her stomach start to twist,
"I'm disappointed. You walked right into our little trap. You didn't even stop to think twice about it, did you?"
Farron smiled.
"Never underestimate the power of love. Or is it revenge?"
She couldn't convince her fingers to shift. Even blinking was an effort.
"Don't worry. The numbness from the Gloriella is already fading, though you won't be able to move much at all. It should wear off in about 6 hours. At least, that's how long it lasted on your companion after I caught him. It's a particularly effective tool for keeping people sedated without the constraints of shackles. Makes the process much more enjoyable, even if you can't scream as much." Gods above,
Gloriella, the same poison Ansel had used on the mute master, somehow warped into incense. He must have caught Sam, brought him back here, used the smoke on him, and... He was going to torture her, too. She could withstand some torture, but considering what had been done to Sam, she wondered how quickly she'd break. If she'd had control over herself, she'd have ripped out Farron's throat with her teeth. Her only glimmer of hope came from the fact that Arobin and the others would arrive soon, and even if one of her kind had betrayed her, when Arobin found out, when he saw whatever Farron had started to do to her, he'd keep Farron alive, if only so when she recovered she could gut him herself. Gut him, and take a damn long time to do it. Farron stroked the hair out of her eyes, tucking it behind her ears. She'd shatter that hand, too, the way Sam's hands had been methodically shattered. Behind Farron, guards began dragging the bodies away. No one touched Jane's corpse, still sprawled on the table. "You know," Farron murmured, "you're really quite beautiful." He ran a finger down her cheek, then along her jaw. Her rage became a living thing thrashing inside of her, fighting for just one chance to break free. "I can see why Arobin kept you as a pet for so many years." His finger went lower, sliding across her neck. "How old are you, anyway?" She knew he didn't expect an answer. His eyes met hers, dark and ravenous. She wouldn't beg. If she were to die like Sam, she'd do so with dignity, with that rage still burning, and maybe she'd get the chance to butcher him. "I'm half tempted to keep you for myself," he said. He brushed his thumb over her mouth. "Instead of handing you over, perhaps I'll take you downstairs, and if you survive..." He shook his head. "But that wasn't part of the bargain, was it?" Words boiled up in her, but her tongue didn't move. She couldn't even open her mouth. "You're dying to know what the bargain was, aren't you? Let's see if I remember correctly. We kill Sam Cortland," Farron recited. "You go berserk and break in here, then you kill Jane." He gave a nod toward the huge body on the table. "And I take Jane's place." His hands were roving over her neck now, sensual caresses that promised unbearable agony. With each passing second, some of the numbness did indeed wear off, but hardly any control of her body returned. "Pity that I need you to take the blame for Jane's death. And if only handing you over to the king wouldn't make such a nice gift." The king. He wasn't going to torture her or kill her, but give her to the king as a bribe to keep royal eyes from looking Farron's way. She could have faced torture, endured the violations she could practically see in Farron's eyes. But if she went to the king, she shoved the thought away, refusing to follow its path. She had to get out. He must have seen the panic enter her eyes. Farron smiled, a hand closing around her throat. 2 sharp nails pricked her skin. "Don't be afraid, Selena," he whispered into her ear, digging his nails in deeper. "If the king lets you survive, I'm in your eternal debt. You've handed me my crown, after all." There was one word on her lips, but she couldn't get it out, no matter how much she tried. Who? Who had betrayed her so foully? She could understand hating her, but Sam... Everyone had adored Sam, even Wesley. Wesley, he had tried to tell her, "It's all just a..." And his face hadn't been set with irritation, but with grief. Grief and rage directed not at her, but at someone else. Had Arobin sent Wesley to warn her? Harding, the assassin who had been talking about the window, had always had an eye on her position as Arobin's heir, and he'd practically spoon-fed her the details about where to break in, how to break in. It had to be him. Maybe Wesley had figured it out just as she was breaking out of the keep. Because the alternative? No, she couldn't even think of the alternative. Farron pulled back, loosening his grip on her throat.
I do wish I'd been allowed to play with you for a bit, but I swore not to harm you." He cocked his head to the side, taking in the injuries she'd already suffered. "I think a few bruised ribs and a split lip are excusable." He pulled out a pocket watch. "Alas, it's 11, and you and I both have places to be." 11, an hour before Arobin would even leave the keep. And if Harding had actually been the one to betray her, then he'd probably do his best to delay them even further. Once she was brought to the royal dungeons, what odds did Arobin have of successfully breaking her out? When the Gloriella wore off, what odds did she have of breaking out? Farron's eyes were still on hers, glittering with delight, and then, without warning, his arm slashed through the air. She heard the sound of a hand against flesh before she felt the stinging throb in her cheek and mouth. The pain was faint. She was thankful the numbness was still clinging to her, especially as the coppery tang of blood filled her mouth. Farron gracefully rose from his crouch. "That was for getting blood on the carpet." Despite the sideways angle of her head, she managed to glare up at him, even as her blood slid down her throat. Farron straightened his gray tunic, then leaned down to turn her head forward. His smile returned. "You would have been delightful to break," he told her, and strode from the room, motioning to 3 tall, well-dressed men as he passed. Not petty guards. She'd seen those 3 men before. Somewhere, at some point that she couldn't quite recall. One of the men approached, smiling, despite the gore pooled around her. Selena glimpsed the rounded pommel of his sword before it connected with her head. Chapter 11. Selena awoke with a pulsing headache. She kept her eyes shut, letting her senses take in her surroundings before she announced to the world that she was awake. Wherever she was, it was quiet and damp and cold and reeked of mildew and refuse. She knew 3 things before she even opened her eyes. The first was that at least 6 hours had passed because she could wriggle her toes and her fingers, and those movements were enough to tell her that all of her weapons had been removed. The second was that because at least 6 hours had passed, and Arobin and the others clearly had not found her, she was either in the royal dungeons across the city or in some cell beneath Jane's house, awaiting transport. The third was that Sam was still dead, and even her rage had been a pawn in some betrayal so twisted and brutal she couldn't begin to wrap her aching head around it. Sam was still dead. She opened her eyes, finding herself indeed in a dungeon, dumped onto a rotten pallet of hay and chained to the wall. Her feet had also been shackled to the floor, and both sets of chains had just enough slack that she could make it to the filthy bucket in the corner to relieve herself. That was the first indignity she allowed herself to suffer. Once she'd taken care of her bladder, she looked about the cell. No windows, and not enough space between the iron door and the threshold for anything more than light to squeeze through. She couldn't hear anything, not through the walls nor coming from outside. Her mouth was parched, her tongue leaden in her mouth. What she wouldn't give for a mouthful of water to wash away the lingering taste of blood. Her stomach was painfully empty, too, and the throbbing in her head sent splinters of light through her skull. She had been betrayed by Harding or someone like him, someone who would benefit from her being permanently gone, with no hope of ever coming back. And Arobin still hadn't rescued her. He'd find her, though. He had to. She tested the chains on her wrists and ankles, examining where they were anchored into the stone floor and walls, looking over every link, studying the locks. They were solid. She felt all the stones around her, tapping for loose bits or possibly a whole block that she could use as a weapon. There was nothing. All the pins had been pulled out of her hair, robbing her of a chance to even try to pick the lock. The buttons on her black tunic were too small and delicate to be useful. Perhaps if a guard came in, she could get him close enough to use the chains against him, strangle him or knock him unconscious, or hold him hostage long enough for someone to let her out.
Perhaps. The door groaned open, and a man filled the threshold, 3 others behind him. His tunic was dark and embroidered with golden thread. If he was surprised to see her awake, he didn't reveal it. Royal guards. This was the royal dungeon, then. The guard in the doorway placed the food he was carrying on the floor and slid the tray toward her. Water, bread, a hunk of cheese. "Dinner," he said, not stepping 1 foot in the room. He and his companions knew the threat of getting too close. Celaena glanced at the tray. Dinner. How long had she been down here? Had it been nearly a whole day, and Arobynn still hadn't come for her? He had to have found Wesley by the stables, and Wesley would have told him what she'd gone to do. He had to know she was here. The guard was watching her. "This dungeon is impenetrable," he said, "and those chains are made with Adarlanian steel." She stared at him. He was middle-aged, perhaps 40. He wore no weapons, another precaution. Usually the royal guards joined young and stayed until they were too old to carry a sword. That meant this man had years of extensive training. It was too dark to see the 3 guards behind him, but she knew they wouldn't trust just anyone to watch her. And even if he'd said the words to intimidate her into behaving, he was probably telling the truth. No one got out of the royal dungeons, and no one got in. If it had been a whole day and Arobynn hadn't yet found her, she wasn't getting out either. If her betrayer had been able to fool her and Sam and Arobynn, then they'd find a way to keep the king of the assassins from knowing she was in here too. Now that Sam was dead, there wasn't anything left outside of the dungeons worth fighting for anyway. Not when Adarlan's assassin was crumbling apart, and her world with her. The girl who'd taken on a pirate lord and his entire island. The girl who'd stolen Asterian horses and raced along the beach in the Red Desert. The girl who'd sat on her own rooftop, watching the sun rise over the Avery. The girl who'd felt alive with possibility. That girl was gone. There wasn't anything left, and Arobynn wasn't coming. She'd failed. And worse, she'd failed Sam. She hadn't even killed the man who'd ended his life so viciously. The guard shifted on his feet, and she realized she'd been staring at him. "The food is clean," was all the guard said, before he backed out of the room and shut the door. She drank the water and ate as much of the bread and cheese as she could stomach. She couldn't tell if the food itself was bland, or if her tongue had just lost all sense of taste. Every bite tasted like ash. She kicked the tray toward the door when she was finished. She didn't care that she could have used it as a weapon or a lure to get one of the guards closer. Because she wasn't getting out, and Sam was dead. Celaena leaned her head against the freezing damp wall. She'd never be able to make sure he was safely buried in the earth. She'd failed him even in that. When the roaring silence came to claim her again, Celaena walked into it with open arms. The guards liked to talk about sporting events, about women, about the movement of Adarlan's armies, about her most of all. Sometimes flickers of their conversations broke through the wall of silence, holding her attention for a moment before she let the quiet sweep her back out to its endless sea. "The captain's going to be furious he wasn't here for the trial. Serves him right for gallivanting with the prince along the Surrian coast." Sniggers. "I heard the captain's racing back to Rifthold, though." "What's the point? Her trial is tomorrow. He won't even make it in time to see her executed." "You think she's really Celaena Sardathian?" "She looks my daughter's age." "Better not tell anyone. The king said he'd flay us all alive if we breathe one word." "Hard to imagine that it's her. Did you see the list of victims? It went on and on." "You think she's wrong in the head? She just looks at you without really looking at you, you know?" "I bet they needed someone to pay for Jane's death. They probably grabbed a simple girl to pretend it was her." Snorts.
Won't matter to the king, will it? And if she won't talk, then it's her own damn fault if she's innocent.
I don't think she's really Selena Sardathian.
I heard it'll be a closed trial and execution because the king doesn't want anyone seeing who she really is. Trust the king to deny everyone else the chance to watch.
I wonder if they'll hang or behead her. Chapter 12. The world flashed. Dungeons, rotten hay, cold stones against her cheek, guards talking, bread and cheese and water. Then guards entered, crossbows aimed at her, hands on their swords. 2 days had passed somehow. A rag and a bucket of water were thrown at her. Clean herself up for her trial, they said. She obeyed. And she didn't struggle when they gave her new shackles on her wrists and ankles, shackles she could walk in. They took her down a dark, cold hallway that echoed with distant groans, then up the stairs. Sunlight shone through a barred window. Harsh, blinding, as they went up more stairs, and eventually into a room of stone and polished wood. The wooden chair was smooth beneath her. Her head still ached, and the places where Farron's men had struck her were still sore. The room was large, but sparsely appointed. She'd been shoved into a chair set in the center of the room, a safe distance from the massive table on the far end, the table at which 12 men sat facing her. She didn't care who they were or what their role was. She could feel their eyes on her, though. Everyone in the room, the men at the table and the dozens of guards, was watching her. A hanging or a beheading. Her throat closed up. There was no point in fighting. Not now. She deserved this, for more reasons than she could count. She should never have allowed Sam to convince her to dispatch Farron on his own. It was her fault, all of it, set in motion the day she'd arrived in Skulls Bay and decided to make a stand for something. A small door at the back of the room opened, and the men at the table got to their feet. Heavy boots stomping across the floor, the guards straightening and saluting. The King of Otterlin entered the room. She wouldn't look at him. Let him do what he wanted to her. If she looked into his eyes, what semblance of calm she had would be shredded. So it was better to feel nothing than to cower before him, the butcher who had destroyed so much of Irelia. Better to go to her grave numb and dazed than begging. A chair at the center of the table was pulled back. The men around the king didn't sit until he did. Then silence. The wooden floor of the room was so polished that she could see the reflection of the iron chandelier hanging far above her. A low chuckle, like bone against rock. Even without looking at him, she could sense his sheer mass, the darkness swirling around him.
I didn't believe the rumors until now, the king said. But it seems the guards were not lying about your age.
A faint urge to cover her ears, to shut out that wretched voice, flickered in the back of her mind.
How old are you?
She didn't reply. Sam was gone. Nothing she could do, even if she fought, even if she raged, could change that.
Did Rourke Farron get his claws on you? Or are you just being willful?
Farron's face, leering at her, smiling so viciously as she was helpless before him.
Very well, then,
the king said. Papers being shuffled, the only sound in the deathly silent room.
Do you deny that you are Selena Sardathian? If you do not speak, then I will take your silence for acquiescence, girl.
She kept her mouth shut.
Then read the charges, Counselor Rensel.
A male throat was cleared. You, Selena Sardathian, are charged with the deaths of the following people. And then he began a long recitation of all those lives she'd taken, the brutal story of a girl who was now gone. Arobin had always seen to it that the world knew of her handiwork. He always got word out through secret channels when another victim had fallen to Selena Sardathian. And now,
The very thing that had earned her the right to call herself Otterlin's assassin would be what sealed her doom. When it was over, the man said, "Do you deny any of the charges?" Her breathing was so slow. "Girl," the councilman said a bit shrilly, "we will take your lack of response to mean you do not deny them. Do you understand that?" She didn't bother to nod. It was all over anyway. "Then I will decide your sentence," the king growled. Then there was murmuring, more rustling papers, and a cough. The light on the floor flickered. The guards in the room remained focused on her, weapons at the ready. Footsteps suddenly thudded toward her from the table, and she heard the sound of weapons being angled. She recognized the footsteps before the king even reached her chair. "Look at me." She kept her gaze on his boots. "Look at me." It made no difference now, did it? He'd already destroyed so much of Aurelia, destroyed parts of her without even knowing it. "Look at me!" Selena raised her head and looked at the King of Otterlin. The blood drained from her face. Those black eyes were poised to devour the world. The features were harsh and weathered. He wore a sword at his side, the sword whose name everyone knew, and a fine tunic and fur cloak. No crown rested on his head. She had to get away, had to get out of this room, get away from him. Get away. "Do you have any last requests before I announce your sentence?" he asked, those eyes still searing through every defense she'd ever learned. She could still smell the smoke that had suffocated every inch of Terrasen 9 years ago, still smell the sizzling flesh, and hear the futile screams as the king and his armies wiped out every last trace of resistance, every last trace of magic. No matter what Arobin had trained her to do, the memories of those last weeks as Terrasen fell were imprinted upon her blood. So she just stared at him. When she didn't reply, he turned on his heel and walked back to the table. She had to get away, forever. Brash, foolish fire flared up and turned her only for a moment into that girl again. "I do," she said, her voice hoarse from disuse. The king paused and looked over his shoulder at her. She smiled, a wicked, wild thing. "Make it quick." It was a challenge, not a plea. The king's council and the guards shifted, some of them murmuring. The king's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he smiled at her, it was the most horrific thing she'd ever seen. "Oh?" he said, turning to face her fully. That foolish fire went out. "If it is an easy death you desire, Selena Sardathian, I will certainly not give it to you. Not until you have adequately suffered." The world balanced on the edge of a knife, slipping, slipping, slipping. "You, Selena Sardathian, are sentenced to 9 lives' worth of labor in the salt mines of Endovier." Her blood turned to ice. The councilmen all glanced at one another. Obviously, this option hadn't been discussed beforehand. "You will be sent with orders to keep you alive for as long as possible, so you will have the chance to enjoy Endovier's special kind of agony." Endovier. Then the king turned away. Endovier. There was a flurry of motion, and the king barked an order to have her on the first wagon out of the city. Then there were hands on her arms, and crossbows pointed at her as she was half dragged out of the room. Endovier. She was thrown in her dungeon cell for minutes, or hours, or a day. Then more guards came to fetch her, leading her up the stairs into the still blinding sun. Endovier. New shackles, hammered shut, the dark interior of a prison wagon, the turn of multiple locks, the jostle of horses starting into a walk, and many other horses surrounding the wagon. Through the small window high in the door wall, she could see the Capitol,
The streets she knew so well, the people milling about and glancing at the prison wagon and the mounted guards, but not thinking about who might be inside. The golden dome of the Royal Theatre in the distance, the briny scent of a breeze off the Avery, the emerald-tiled roofs and white stones of every building. All passing by, all so quickly. They passed the Assassin's Keep where she had trained and bled and lost so much, the place where Sam's body lay, waiting for her to bury him. The game had been played, and she had lost. Now they came to the looming alabaster walls of the city, their gates thrown wide to accommodate their large party. As Selena Sardathian was led out of the capital, she sank into a corner of the wagon and did not get up. Standing atop one of the many emerald roofs of Rifthold, Rourke Farron and Arobin Hommel watched as the prison wagon was escorted out of the city. A chill breeze swept off the Avery, ruffling their hair. "Endovia, then," Farron mused, his dark eyes still upon the wagon. "A surprising twist of events. I thought you had planned a grand rescue from the butchering block." The King of the Assassins said nothing. "So you're not going after the wagon?" "Obviously not," Arobin said, glancing at the new crime lord of Rifthold. It had been on this very rooftop that Farron and the King of the Assassins had first run into each other. Farron had been going to spy on one of Jane's mistresses, and Arobin... Well, Farron had never learned why Arobin had been meandering across the roofs of Rifthold in the middle of the night. "You and your men could free her in a matter of moments," Rourke went on. "Attacking a prison wagon is far safer than what you had originally planned. Though I'll admit, sending her to Endovia is far more interesting to me." "If I wanted your opinion, Farron, I would have asked for it." Farron gave him a slow smile. "You might want to consider how you speak to me now. And you might want to consider who gave you your crown." Farron chuckled, and silence fell for a long moment. "If you wanted her to suffer, you should have left her in my care. I could have had her begging for you to save her in a matter of minutes. It would have been exquisite." Arobin just shook his head. "Whatever gutter you grew up in, Farron, it must have been an unparalleled sort of hell." Farron studied his new ally, his gaze glittering. "You have no idea." After another moment of quiet, he asked, "Why did you do it?" Arobin's attention drifted back to the wagon, already a small dot in the rolling foothills above Rifthold. "Because I don't like sharing my belongings." After. She had been in the wagon for 2 days now, watching the light shift and dance on the walls. She only moved from the corner long enough to relieve herself or to pick at the food they threw in for her. She had believed she could love Sam and not pay the price. "Everything has a price," she'd once been told by a spider silk merchant in the Red Desert. How right he was. Sun shone through the wagon again, filling it with weak light. The trek to the salt mines of Endovia took 2 weeks, and each mile led them farther and farther north and into colder weather. When she dozed, falling in and out of dreams and reality and sometimes not knowing the difference, she was often awoken by the shivers that racked her body. The guards offered her no protection against the chill. 2 weeks in this dark, reeking wagon, with only the shadows and light on the wall for company, and the silence hovering around her. 2 weeks, and then Endovia. She lifted her head from the wall. The growing fear set the silence flickering. No one survived Endovia. Most prisoners didn't survive a month. It was a death camp. A tremor went down her numb fingers. She drew her legs in tighter to her chest, resting her head against them. The shadows and the light continued to play on the wall. Excited whispers, the crunch of rushing feet on dried grass, moonlight shining through the window, She didn't know how she got upright, or how she made it to the tiny barred window, her legs stiff and aching and wobbly from disuse. The guards were gathered near the edge of the clearing they'd camped in for the night, staring out into the tangle of trees. They'd entered Oakwald Forest sometime on the first day, and now it would be nothing but trees, trees, trees for the 2 weeks that they would travel north. The moon illuminated the mist swirling along the leaf-strewn ground, and made the trees cast long shadows like lurking wraiths. And there, standing in a copse of thorns, was a white stag. Celaena's breath hitched. She clenched the bars of the small window as the creature looked at them. His towering antlers seemed to glow in the moonlight, crowning him in wreaths of ivory.
"Gods above,"
one of the guards whispered. The stag's enormous head turned slightly, toward the wagon, toward the small window. The Lord of the North. So the people of Terrasen will always know how to find their way home, she'd once told Ansel, as they lay under a blanket of stars and traced the constellation of the stag. So they can look up at the sky, no matter where they are, and know Terrasen is forever with them. Tendrils of hot air puffed from the stag's snout, curling in the chill night. Celaena bowed her head, though she kept her gaze upon him. So the people of Terrasen will always know how to find their way home. A crack in the silence, spreading wider and wider as the stag's fathomless eyes stayed steady on her. A glimmer of a world long since destroyed, a kingdom in ruins. The stag shouldn't be here, not so deep into Otterlin or so far from home. How had he survived the hunters who had been set loose 9 years ago, when the king had ordered all the sacred white stags of Terrasen butchered? And yet he was here, glowing like a beacon in the moonlight. He was here, and so was she. She felt the warmth of the tears before she realized she was crying. Then the unmistakable groan of bowstrings being pulled back. The stag, her Lord of the North, her beacon, didn't move. "Run!" The hoarse scream erupted out of her. It shattered the silence. The stag remained staring at her. She banged on the side of the wagon. "Run, damn you!" The stag turned and sprinted, a bolt of white light weaving through the trees. The twang of bowstrings, the hiss of arrows, all missing their mark. The guards cursed, and the wagon shook as one of them struck it in frustration. Celaena backed away from the window, backed up, 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 until she ran into the wall and collapsed to her knees. The silence had gone. In its absence, she could feel the barking pain echo through her legs, and the ache of the injuries Farron's men had given her, and the dull stinging of wrists and ankles rubbed raw by chains. And she could feel the endless hole where Sam had once been. She was going to Endovier. She was to be a slave in the salt mines of Endovier. Fear, ravenous and cold, dragged her under. Beginning. Celaena Sardathian knew she was nearing the salt mines when, 2 weeks later, the trees of Oakwald gave way to gray, rough terrain, and jagged mountains pierced the sky. She'd been lying on the floor since dawn and had already vomited once, and now she couldn't bring herself to stand up. Sounds in the distance, shouting and the faint crack of a whip. Endovier. She wasn't ready. The light turned brighter as they left the trees behind. She was glad Sam wasn't here to see her like this. She let out a sob so violent she had to press her fist to her mouth to keep from being heard. She'd never be ready for this, for Endovier and the world without Sam. A breeze filled the wagon, lifting away the smells of the past 2 weeks. Her trembling paused for a heartbeat. She knew that breeze. She knew the chill bite beneath it, knew it carried the hint of pine and snow, knew the mountains from which it hailed. A northern breeze, a breeze of Terrasen. She must stand up. Pine and snow and lazy golden summers, a city of light and music in the shadow of the Staghorn Mountains. She must stand, or be broken before she even entered Endovier. The wagon slowed, wheels bouncing over the rough path. A whip snapped.
My name is Selena Sardathian,
she whispered onto the floor, but her lips shook hard enough to cut off the words. Somewhere, someone started screaming. From the shift in the light, she knew they were nearing what had to be a giant wall.
My name is Selena Sardathian.
She tried again. She gasped down uneven breaths. The breeze grew into a wind, and she closed her eyes, letting it sweep away the ashes of that dead world, of that dead girl. And then there was nothing left except something new, something still glowing red from the forging. Selena opened her eyes. She would go into Endovier, go into hell, and she would not crumble. She braced her palms on the floor and slid her feet beneath her. She had not stopped breathing yet, and she had endured Sam's death and evaded the king's execution. She would survive this. Selena stood, turning to the window and looking squarely at the mammoth stone wall rising up ahead of them. She would tuck Sam into her heart, a bright light for her to take out whenever things were darkest. And then she would remember how it had felt to be loved when the world had held nothing but possibility. No matter what they did to her, they could never take that away. She would not break. And someday, even if it took her until her last breath, she'd find out who had done this to her, to Sam. Selena wiped away her tears as the wagon entered the shade of the tunnel through the wall. Whips and screams and the clank of chains. She tensed, already taking in every detail she could. But she squared her shoulders, straightened her spine.
My name is Selena Sardathian, she whispered, and I will not be afraid.
The wagon cleared the wall and stopped. Selena raised her head. The wagon door was unlocked and thrown open, flooding the space with gray light. Guards reached for her, mere shadows against the brightness. She let them grab her, let them pull her from the wagon.
I will not be afraid.
Selena Sardathian lifted her chin and walked into the salt mines of Endovier.